Well, we want to know how you go to the bathroom and how you pack your snacks and all these planes.
Welcome to Thunder over Louisville, April the 18th of 2026. Welcome. This is Thunder over Louisville. It just started around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We skip a lot these days. But I'm going to cut the audio out of the commercials because, I guess copyright maybe. But this is news, people. Hello, Yoakum. Yes, I got my socks on. It's kind of raining a little bit. Well, it was. But it probably stopped because I don't see any rain out there. So I hope you all have a great time because this goes on until probably 10 o'clock. The fireworks, the drones. So any commercials you see on this tonight, make sure you go to them and buy what you need or support. That's what I want you all to do. So I cleaned the carpet by the door and took it outside to let it dry on the clothesline. So hello, Angie. Welcome. It's commercial time, but I guess I'm going to go ahead and, you could say maybe these people, you could say they're sponsors in about way. We skip a lot these days. And people, this is Thunder over Louisville. It's on WLKY TV. It's WLKY TV in Louisville, Kentucky. Here we are back.
It's one of the first operational jet fighters used by the United States. And Sully, you talked to the pilot of this plane earlier. Yeah, Greg Collier. He's a gentleman from California. Grew up basically flying. He got his first flight in '87, so from a family of aviation. And then he earned his pilot's license in 1982, went right into the Army, and served as an Army pilot from 1982 to 1987. And then got out of the Army, and then he went to fly. He worked for ATC as an air traffic controller in California from 1988 to 2015. Sully, they say that this has kind of a whispering sound. What's that all about? It's just the engines, where the intakes are designed, and the way the engines are designed. Now, this is like you heard the F-35. Yeah. Super loud. These engines aren't obviously quite as powerful. This airplane won't go as fast. Can't pull as many G's, although pretty close. And then, therefore, it's got just a sleeker design, less power, so it's not as noisy. The noise is coming out the back end of the engine is.
Did they use these jets in the Korean War, I think?
Going back to the civilian world as a controller, when you get aviation in your blood, you just want to keep going at it. Keep going at it. So he was wanting to fly. He got to fly in a T-33 with another pilot, and after that, he got bit by the bug that he wanted to have a T-33. So he just kept at it, and he finally was able to acquire one. He actually has two in his air show team. It certainly is a good-looking aircraft, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, it's really beautiful. It came from the P-80 Shooting Star, which was the first jet that was developed after World War II. Okay. And they modified it and turned it into a trainer. So this was a very mainstay trainer for jet pilots during the Korean War. And then F-86 came out, but this is a very mainstay for training for jet pilots in the Air Force.
I'll tell you who has a good view of it.
Yeah.
That's Addie Miners.
The best view in the command center, Addie.
Jennifer, I'll tell you what, this is definitely the best view up here because this room is filled with a lot of important people. Let me tell you, I'm not one of them, but I do have one of them right here with me. This is Louis Barman. He is the chairman of the Kentucky Derby Festival board. Obviously, this kicks off the Kentucky Derby Festival, Thunder over Louisville. It's one of my favorites. What about you?
I love it. It's a wonderful way to start, and it's our biggest event.
That's for sure. There's plenty of people out on the waterfront. We can see from our bird's eye view, right? So what do you think it is about Thunder that just makes it so special and has thousands, hundreds of thousands of people come back?
Yeah, it's one of those things where no matter what your station in life is, no matter what you're doing, you can come down here for free, and for a couple hours, we'll make you forget about the world and have a lot of fun, and we'll put a smile on your face.
We absolutely love that. So obviously you've been on the board for a long time. You said 29 years, right? This is your 1 year to be the chairman of the board. What is it about the Derby Festival in general? Obviously we all love Thunder, but what about the rest of the 70 events we put on?
You know, again, another thing, it's such a unique festival in that we bring the entire community together, the entire community, for 70 events that are free, all fun, and again, for 2 weeks, we have a big old party that everybody can go to and smile about and forget about the worries and just have a great time.
Absolutely, and it takes a lot to put it all on, I'm sure, 70 events like we were just saying. So what does it take for the chairman of the board of the Derby Festival?
It takes an enormous amount of work. Most everybody was up late last night getting ready for this event. And also, we got up this morning at 5 and started all over again. The staff and the board members and the volunteers, you can't do it without them. We have over 5,000 volunteers that come out while you guys are playing and partying and working these events to keep you safe and to make it work and make the magic. So it is a community-wide thing. You know, we all are Derby Festival, and that's part of the deal.
I know I've done a couple stories the past couple weeks just about how many people it takes the full community to put on this great show all for the next 2 weeks and show off our city. I'll ask you one thing. What's your favorite Derby Festival event?
All of them, but probably Thunder over Louisville, just because it's so big, it's so massive, and we get so many of our community together, both in southern Indiana and Louisville, and all over Kentucky.
It's the best. And you said this is your first time in the command center?
Oh no, I spent a lot of time up here at different times.
Hey guys, like I said, a lot of important people in this room. I am not one of them, but I sure am happy to be sitting here and watching all of the magic happen from up here on top of the Galt House.
Yeah, that is such a special spot right there in the command center. Really like the brain and the heart of the entire Thunder over Louisville show. You're seeing the T-33 Ace Maker right now in the skies for Thunder over Louisville.
I want to tell you, we'll pass along some information that's going to make Sully sad.
Yeah.
We just understood, we've got a message that the
Hello, India.
canceled from Thunder over Louisville this year. Sully, any idea why?
But the cloud level is not high enough because it's an F-16 demo. So he's going to do loops. He's going to do a lot of vertical maneuvering in his show. And it just gets to the point where it's just going to be passes and they're not going to be able to do the show that they actually want to perform. Yeah. Well, the T-33 Ace Maker that's in the sky right now is a pretty cool aircraft. Because it's used to train new jet pilots. Why is this perfect for that, Sully? Well, it's a two-place airplane. You can see there's the one pilot there, but the other pilot would sit right behind him. So in a student-instructor situation, the instructor would be in the back seat, and the student's in the front seat. So I was an instructor at MacDill Air Force Base in the F-16, and I would sit in the back seat with a brand new student in the front seat. So you're basically mentoring, and you have the same control, so you can control the aircraft that he's flying and make sure everything's going. So you're basically just monitoring when you have decent students, and then you're kind of scared when you have a student that's not so good. Right. But you kind of keep your eye on what's going on, and you kind of make sure that they're doing what they're doing, and then you're grading them. So this airplane, you can sit back there, you have the same instruments in the back that they do in the front, everything they do, and so they can walk exactly what they're doing and what performance how they're performing. And you can grade them and how well they're doing. And that's what they use for the training program, is to determine if they're meeting the parameters of what they need to do to pass and make sure that they're a safe pilot to be able to perform the mission of the airplane itself.
And Sully, you said that can still pull some pretty good G's. What is the top speed on that again?
The top speed on that, it could be supersonic if you're going downtown. Oh, yeah. I mean, the engines are limited, so you're going to be able to do a high-speed pass, but you're probably going to be in the downhill trajectory when you do it. G-wise, you could probably pull, I would say, I haven't flown that airplane, but I think you could probably pull 7 Gs, maybe 8 Gs with that airplane. Depends on the load of the aircraft and what you have on board. So, but yeah, pretty capable airplane, but mostly designed to be able to give a pilot introduction to flying a jet aircraft. So high speed coming from, if they came from a prop type airplane, higher speeds, better performance, and therefore you land faster, you take off faster, and the airplane, everything happens faster. So you want to fly an airplane, you want to transition them, because in the Korean War, they were transition pilots to the F-86, which was the fighter that was pretty prominent in the Korean War. So they would take the pilots in training and put them in this airplane, and it was an easier transition to the F-86, a very high-performance single-stage fighter aircraft.
All right, thanks, Sully. Now let's go out to the Louisville International Airport and Norman Seawright, who has the pilot who was flying that A-35 earlier. Norman.
The F-35, Rick, that thing was incredibly loud. It's the Wisconsin F-35. This is Lieutenant Colonel Brian Goodman. He was in that cockpit. Now, this thing is incredibly loud from the ground. How is it from inside the aircraft?
Well, I'm a little bit lucky because I'm in front of the business in there, so I don't really have to worry about the sound. But I'm wearing both ear protection, and we also have noise canceling headsets in that thing, so it's not as loud as it is on the ground for sure.
So your neighbor of mine, you're from Georgetown, Indiana. How is it to be back here to help kick this show off today?
Yeah, it's always fantastic coming back. I mean, the Kentucky National Guard are always great. They do a lot of legwork. We just get to do the fun stuff, which is here, and then when you're over your hometown doing it, it just adds that extra layer of it's a really good deal.
Yeah. And this is a bit of an acrobatic aircraft. Just watching some of the things that you were doing up there, just the condition for you. Obviously, we've been talking about ceiling and how the skies been today.
Yeah, so the weather obviously was the biggest limitation for us today. I got super lucky, and it was just above what we needed it to be at. So the F-35 specifically is when it's high humidity, is to throw off a lot of what we call vapor trails off the wingtips and wing roots. And so that might have been a pretty prominent feature of the turns today. But other than that, the weather held off. There wasn't any rain out there, so nothing that really held me back from doing my part of the show.
And that is such an inspiring thing to see. I mean, the vapor trails are just fun to look at, right? But what was it that inspired you to get into aviation, to get into service?
We're standing here. Growing up as a kid in Georgetown, Indiana, being on the riverbank, watching the jets fly over, never thought it would be a career opportunity for me. I went off to school to learn how to fly. And once I figured out that this is a career opportunity to fly as part of the Air National Guard, I knew I wanted to fly fighters, and I put my name in the hat and went up to Wisconsin, and I considered it luck that I got picked to go fly originally the F-16, and now flying the F-35 for them.
And this, obviously, we're talking Thunder 250, America 250, really just a celebration of everything that makes us who we are. How special is that for you?
It's fantastic. I mean, again, it's always milestones, right? Like, again, that's just another layer to what makes this a good deal. Hometown, anniversary, and then just being back here with fantastic people.
Fantastic. Lieutenant Colonel, congrats on a safe flight. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of the show.
We'll do it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Rick, Jennifer, this is the guy.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
That F-35 is impressive. He's impressive from Georgetown, Indiana.
Yeah, and he also has a connection to LMPD as a cousin. That's a detective there. LMPD's Detective Kevin Pickerel. So a local boy who did very well for himself.
It was amazing how he was talking about they just got underneath the weather there because those ceilings have really come down.
You could feel it.
And
temperature has dropped.
Oh, it's dropped like a rock.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we will be right back. Stay with us. Look at that crowd. Come on down. Hang out with us. We will be right back. You're watching Thunder Louisville on WLKY.
I want to thank you all for coming here today, which is Saturday, the 18th. This is Thunder over Louisville. They have it every year. They didn't have it last year because the Ohio River was flooded and it wasn't safe for the barges stuff like that for the fireworks. The fireworks will be later. In the past year, they had drones up there. It had different lights. People, this is what is thunder over Louisville. It's the beginning of the Kentucky Derby, which is in May. So people, this is a little bit about Kentucky. If you like to come and visit or move, you know. And this is a wonderful place to visit, even Indiana. Just hit the thumbs up, subscribe. Do what God wants you to do, people. You know, go to these TV people on here, sponsors. Go visit them. You know, go visit whoever the sponsors is. If you're looking for a new car or Kia, Toyota, you know, in your area, go visit. Fast food places they advertising. Go visit them. You know, saying you saw it on Thunder over Louisville.
You are watching Thunder over Louisville on WLK. Look at those clouds. Do you see the difference there?
And I want to thank WLKY to putting it on the TV and over there.
Where the bottom of the clouds start was in excess of 10,000 feet. In fact, one of the last reports out of Muhammad Ali International was the overcast started at 15,000 feet. Now, here we are in, 340, 330, 340? It's now overcast at 3,100 feet. So that's a sharp difference. And now back at mission control or command, I should say, they're starting to move some things around a little bit. Also, 5-degree temperature drop, but the northwest winds are starting to gust near 30 miles per hour. That's what we're feeling. That's what
coats are on.
Jackets now, yeah.
Jackets are on, and the Thunder Sticks are out now that the F-16s are at least being postponed for now. We're hoping that they get some space out there, Rob, bringing you in now to fly later today. But talk to us about the Thunder Sticks. First ever seen at a Thunder over Louisville right now.
First view of the Thunder Sticks. So what you're looking at these are two F-16s, but this is what pilots will use to brief and debrief to try and recreate what happened in the air. Yes, it's that archaic. We'll still have sticks and airplanes, right? But so the big thing about the weather deck that you talked about is an F-16 is a very capable aircraft and in a tight turn radius. You know, Paul talked about it turning 9 Gs. At 9 Gs, it's got a 3,000-foot turn radius. So if you're going to go over the top, you know, you can't do that in 3,000 feet, right? So that's why they're not able to do the over-the-top maneuvers. And even still, at the 3,000-foot turn radius that way, you're going way out over Indiana when you're coming back around. So you got to have the right weather conditions to do that. Any air show, anywhere in the country, is designed with safety in mind. Safety of the crowd, safety of the pilot, and then safety of the aircraft in that order. So no one's going to take any risks with anything with weather. But hopefully, you know, if it went from 15,000 to 3,000, Matt, I mean, logically, right? It could go from 3,000 to 15,000.
And we should get a chance to see the F-16 demo a little bit later in the show today. As we push a little later into the afternoon, I think we can get that up at least a little bit. We'll see what can happen. But yeah, we'll hope for a change for the better.
Well, you're taking a look at the really busy command center right now, but now also a look out over the Ohio River, and the crowd is really starting to fill in. Earlier this morning, our Megan Matthews actually caught up with some folks who were staking their claim before the big show. Saturday is thunder over Louisville, and thousands of people are coming out to the waterfront to get a great look at all of these fireworks. But as you can see, a lot of people have set up early this morning, and we've heard from a lot of them that say this is a tradition. Chairs, speakers, coolers, and more line the waterfront with people staked out to get the best view of thunder over Louisville.
It's kind of like a family tradition for me. I've been coming ever since I was little, and I absolutely love Thunder over Louisville. It's a great thing for our city, and all my friends meet up here, but usually we go and stay up the first spot early in the morning.
And for Sam DeWitt, it's not just a spot, but a strategy, picking one with the best angles possible.
Years of practice. Years and years of practice. I usually see the same group of people there every single year, so I've made friends with them. But usually we go to the Great Lawn. And like I said, it's years of practice. I've been doing this for a long time.
Others like Chris Hyatt came prepared for the weather, bringing weather pods to keep dry.
We heard about the rain, so we're trying to stay dry.
Hyatt was the third person to arrive on the Great Lawn, coming fully prepared with speakers, food, and drinks so he and his family can camp out all day long at what he says is the perfect spot.
You can't get any better than where we're at right here. And I love getting together with my family. It's just a fun time.
And although some people wait until the last minute to head to Thunder over Louisville,
they're dashing down there trying to get the best spot possible. Although, to me, every place around here is a good spot. You've got to have that one perfect spot.
Wherever you are, you're sure to have a good time. Megan Matthews, WLKY News. I'm here for the weather pod. I love that. I mean, that's pretty incredible. Looking out there right now, you've got some weather pods, some tents, some tarps, some shaky
I
cameras.
didn't think they could have tents
We've
up.
got our jackets on now, but hey, all in good spirits here. Oh, yeah, pretty good crowd out there still right now. Looking forward to the rest of the air show this afternoon.
There's the Second Street Bridge.
16's Rob is saying that there's still a chance we'll see him in some capacity. I know the folks over at the Belvedere said really excited to see those as well.
Look at those ducks.
Oh, that would be great.
Maybe. Fingers crossed. I tell you what, that wind is really picking up here. Hey, we've been talking about tradition pretty much the entire show so far. Madison Elliott found a family from Ohio who say that they're going to make Thunder over Louisville a family tradition.
We're out here at the waterfront, and we've been talking to families throughout the day. Some who have come here for the first time, others who are making it a family tradition. Like this family over here coming all the way from Ohio, but that's super exciting that you get to be here now. We have Aubrey here. This is your first Thunder?
Yes.
What are you most excited about?
I'm most excited for the air show and the fireworks because, I don't know, it's just going to be exciting.
That is awesome. And your sister here, what are you most excited about, Kaya?
I'm probably excited about spending time here and being able to watch the soccer game and being here for the air show.
All right, I love that. That is a great answer. Now, we got Sam over here. You are from Louisville originally. You guys live in Ohio, but you wanted to bring your family here to show off Louisville, show off your city.
That was the purpose. I always wanted to bring them back to show them where I grew up. And it just makes me happy that y'all could come out with us today.
And I know you were telling me before that you guys wanted to come last year. Unfortunately, it was canceled. So what does this year mean to you to bring them here?
This year, it meant a lot because this is the first year I got a chance to bring my grandkids and my son and daughter. So this was like everybody got to come to this year. So hopefully many more.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're making it a family tradition.
Yes.
God bless you all.
So we decided to do it.
It's going to be a full day for you guys. And then over here we have Steve and Anna Stormy here. These two pairs, and she's adorable. And how excited are you guys to be out here today?
Just being around my family, seeing the kids light up, have all of these, food trucks, events, things that all the kids can do. It's just great to see the kids kind of light up and be somewhere that's not home, but it's home. You know what I mean?
Right, because have you come to Louisville before growing up?
Yes, look, diehard fan. That's a big guy right here. I got some new Louisville fans. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. All right, there we go.
Louisville fans for sure.
Well, thank you guys for talking to us, and we hope you have a great day. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you.
Smiles.
Yeah. Hey, I met a Louisville family at the Galt House yesterday, and they say this is a tradition for them. They live in Louisville, but they get hotel rooms at the Galt House and spend the entire Thunder weekend at the Galt House because they say it's the perfect place to be for Thunder. Lots of people having fun.
And just a little cool. The kids are out playing. There's a shot of all the people that are trying to enjoy their food and hold their plates down is what they're doing, Jay. Has this front surprised you at all?
No, it came through right on time. As a matter of fact, the temperatures are 5 to 10 degrees, as Matt was talking about a few moments ago. And those ceilings, that's what's really kind of hurting portions of the air show right now. Matter of fact, I have a graphic I want to show you. The stipulations on the ceilings are the bottom of the cloud deck. Now, if that ceiling is less than 1,000 feet, the air show, it's typically canceled. 1,000 to 3,000 feet, and we're getting close to that. It's a flat show. No horizontal passes, no big-time vertical maneuvers or rolls. You get 3,000 to 5,000 feet. The low show is allowed, and you can have some limited vertical maneuvers. And, of course, like it was before that passage of the cold front, we had a full show. Basically, you could do whatever you wanted. I was looking out west, guys, Evansville, on into southern Illinois, well behind this cold front.
People, let's pray that the ceiling will go up again. Let's all pray for it.
Can we see a little bit of mixing, perhaps, in the atmosphere? Lift those ceilings a bit. You can see how low they are. And I was checking the radar. Looks like a little bit of light rain is trying to redevelop in southwestern portions of Indiana and also western Kentucky. And that'll be lifting our way the next few hours. So I'll keep you apprised of that.
Yeah, it is nice though, Jay, to see all the families.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a nice time to come out and hang out regardless of the weather.
Sure.
Look at the folks there with their tent, having a good time.
And I was walking River Road earlier today, and you have the Interstate 64 that goes over, and that provides shelter from the rain. Shut that kick up. And Wayne Hettinger is going to fire the fireworks at 9:30, no matter what weather we have. So come on out and enjoy us. If not, sit back and enjoy. We're here with you all day, and we're having a good time.
We're people, fireworks at 9:30.
Stay with us. You're watching Thunder over Louisville on WLKY.
So people, welcome to April the 18th of 2026, Thunder over Louisville. It's been going on by over 20 some odd years, probably 30 years. By, who's the fireworks? Cabela's? There's the 2nd Street Bridge. And that's the 2nd Street Bridge. And, I want to thank WLKY for doing it this year. You can go on YouTube and watch WLKY, I believe. If you got a smart TV, you can go to WLKY. And Thunder over Louisville is the beginning of the Kentucky Derby next month. And when they shoot the fireworks off, people, I believe I'm going to mute it because of the music. I know what the U.S. Supreme Court talk about copyright for YouTube. They can't really do it, but you can find it somewhere. You people that's smarter than me can figure this out, because I'm not that smart. And if you want to donate to help me bring it to you next year, PayPal is I think you can go and look on my YouTube about me, and it'll tell you the post office box, the PayPal, the Cash App. You know, I'm not getting paid by any of these sponsors, but I do support them, except the one they showing on TV now because they put the shaft to me years ago. And one of the salesmen they call Sarge. But thank you all. It's on here. Let's see if I get tonight, between now and tonight, let's see if I can get 12 subscribers. And let's get my watch hours up. And see if I can get over 500 views tonight.
Hey, welcome back. You're watching Thunder over Louisville right here on WLKY. A good time happening right now at the waterfront. So we've seen some planes at the air show so far, but we are having to deal with a little bit of weather, a little bit of a low ceiling. Matt, Jake was just talking about the different levels. Can you tell us where we're at about right now?
So we've been bouncing back and forth at the airport between about 3,100 feet, 4,300. 4,300 being much better, but as Jay also mentioned, some of the ceilings back to our west, which is where our weather is coming from, is dipping below that 3,000 foot mark. So that kind of puts us on the plane for the lower, the flat shows, I think. And you can see that's getting pretty thick over the Ohio River here. We're also going to have a few showers start to work its way back in. But we'll see what we can get done. I know, Rob, you've been keeping eyes on and getting some intel on which planes are coming, and it sounds like they're doing some workarounds, or at least doing their best to get in the right aircraft.
Absolutely. They're going to do whatever they can to get airplanes in front of everybody. And, we've spent a lot of talk about flat show, low show, high show, but just to graphically show everybody, again, thunderstick, right? So on a high show, you're doing rapid vertical maneuvers up over top. And so you usually got a lot of airspace, to go up. So on the low show, you can do things like a barrel roll, which is a roll around. It's a loaded roll. You go around this way, to the camera, looking at it, where you're prescribing an arc around the sky. On a flat show, you got to do things more around the axis of the aircraft. So an aileron roll is just a quick roll like this. And you can do a full aileron roll. You can do multiple aileron rolls, right? Or a really precise 4-point roll where you stop on the, on the different points of the turn. So
that's incredible. He says it's like it's nothing. Yeah, like it's easy.
It's they're trained to do it. It is relatively easy, but the flat shows can still be very exciting. Yeah.
All right, hey, we are going to check back in with our Addie Miners right now. She's up in the command center with the KDF Royal Court. That's right, Karen. As I told you guys, there's a lot of important people that have been flowing in and out of this room. It's nice and crowded, but these are where the important people hang out. The next group we've got are the Kentucky Derby Festival princesses and the Queen, of course. These ladies have been all over the place the past couple of months, but they all told me they do love Thunder over Louisville. Mallory, what other events do you like about the Kentucky Derby Festival?
Well, I really appreciate the children's tea where we get to sit down and meet several children and families from the community. And it's an event that is put on by the Phillies. And it's really wonderful what we get to do in this role by meeting every other people to help, bring together the community and also put on all of these events. So it's really such a joy to see the backside of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got Dee over here too. She actually is from Louisville, so she's been to plenty of Thunder over Louisville's in her day. Dee, what's your favorite part about Thunder over Louisville?
Honestly, especially being able to grow up and see Thunder from just like a child's view. I absolutely love the air show, but I also love the bright lights, the music, the theme, and the beating of Thunder. And being able to see it from the command center here and at the Gala House as part of the Royal Court is like super surreal experience.
It's something the ones that are from here, it's cool to see the other side of all of the shows that we've been watching for so many years. And I know that there's tons of other things that you guys do. So what is the most fun thing that you guys are going to get to do today, other than just watching the show?
Later today, we're going to get to go to an art show, which should be an absolute blast. We also just get to walk around and interact with the community, which I think we're most excited for.
Definitely. There's so many that these girls get to do. Carrie and Alex, it is such a good time. We've got the queen, we've got other princesses, everybody, so many important people coming in and out of this room up in the command center.
How you having a good time? And they are busy during derby season, just like so many of us are. We're going to have more Thunder over Louisville coverage for you right after the break. Stick around.
Today on news, weather, and traffic, download the free WLKY app.
This is horse country. And one thing folks around here have plenty of is horse sense. The ability to make good judgments and decisions. Like deciding to get a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck over the competition. The #1 brand, 49 years running. Right now, get a new 2025 built Ford Tough F-150 with $8,000 in total savings. To save big, visit your local Ford store today. Home of the official horsepower of the Kentucky Derby. Kaiser Hearing Institute provides world-class speech, hearing, and balance services across our full lifespan. All excess revenue generated is used to provide full scholarships to our deaf and hard of hearing students, as well as our clinical pediatric centers. When you support Kaiser Hearing Institute, you make a difference to the community. To everyone making time for life's best moments, let us celebrate with you.
In Wisconsin, we love celebrating together.
Big days or any other day. From cotton juicing to gooey gooey
To oh my word.
Oh, my word. Serving you a handcrafted meal that makes today.
Today, a little bit more special. That's what fills us up inside.
From Wisconsin with love. You're unstoppable. That's the 5th green light you've hit in a row. That's 5 for 5. It's almost like the road is rooting for you. Woohoo! Now imagine playing that luck forward with a Kentucky lottery game like Scratch-Offs. You don't have to look far to see the power of the Electrical Union Local 369. Our resume is out there for the world to see. From here to here to here. No matter the size, we have the right contractor to fill your needs. Every union electrician is certified and equipped to get your job done on time and in budget. And our contractors have immediate availability. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 369, where contractors go to grow. Let us connect you to the contractor you need. Contact the IBEW today. Kaiser Hearing Institute has been around for 78 years, taking care of the community's hearing healthcare needs. We recently started a program called Kentucky Hear, where we take all this knowledge to the rest of the state, taking hearing healthcare to communities that do not have it. Donate today and help us continue this program in your community.
Welcome back to Thunder in the USA. Earlier, we saw World War II veteran Paul Jones at 103 years old saluting the flag during the national anthem. He is an incredible veteran with an amazing story. America has seen a lot over 250 years. And so has Paul Jones for the last 103 of them.
That's an F-16 Wildcat.
Born in 1922, he grew up in Corbin, Kentucky,
Greatest town in the world.
home of Colonel Sanders.
I knew the colonel.
Good Kentucky Fried Chicken too, people.
Star Ted Williams, who, in a storybook twist of fate, would become Paul's wingman after they both joined the Navy during World War II.
I was privileged to having my flight instructor. His ability to fly an airplane was as good as it was to play baseball. He was just fantastic. I flew on his right wing most of the time.
Lieutenant Commander Paul Jones continued to serve the Navy for 23 years.
It was my proudest time to serve our country, and I still feel that way about it. It's the greatest privilege I've ever had. We flew 17 different airplanes in the Navy.
In the FJ2 Fury, he became one of the first pilots to break the speed of sound.
The FJ Fury would not do the sound barrier straight level. I took it up to 52,000, which is as high as it would go. Then rolled it over on its back and floated it straight down and put full throttle on it and watched the gauges in. It's like you're flying in concrete at that speed. You cannot maneuver. But now, you can do Mach 1 or 2 straight level.
Now, back in Corbin, Paul is everyone's hero.
Greatest guy on the continent. I think Paul Jones is a 5. He's a legend.
You'll find him at Dixon's several times a week for conversation and the daily special with his usual cup of buttermilk.
Thank you for your service, young man.
Believe it or not, at 103 years old, this old fighter pilot is still at ease in the cockpit. Now piloting a Buick around town and not quite breaking the sound barrier.
Speed limit a few times. I drive anymore. I drive below the road. That's hell up. I have no trouble driving.
A true American and Kentucky legend still going strong. How proud are we to have Lieutenant Commander Paul Jones with us today to watch Thunder in the USA.
And we are proud to have Paul Jones with us on our set. I want to see your birth certificate.
Yeah.
If you're
Driving at 103.
I got a card.
It is such a pleasure and an honor to have you with us here, Lieutenant Commander. What's it like to be back here with all of the pilots and the planes? I mean, you flew 17 different airplanes in the service. What's it like to be back here today?
It's a privilege, a great one. Appreciate being with you people.
Well, Paul, when you see the air show, does it bring back a lot of memories?
Yeah. I've flown in several of them, but they're fun, but you can't see them then.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite part of the air show or a favorite plane that you like to see?
Well, I flew jets the last 3 years I was in, and they're an easier plane, and of course, speed is quite a bit heavier. So I enjoyed that.
So, Paul, I mean, you were in the transition, so you went from the prop planes to when they introduced the jets. Was that a difficult transition?
No, the jet was much easier flown than the prop.
How's that?
It doesn't have cork, it doesn't pull you to the side, and you sit down on the end of the nose in a jet, and a prop you're about halfway back, and when you landed, you got to look outside. In a jet, you just fly straight in. It's easier.
All right, you flew with the legend Ted Williams.
Yeah.
What's that like?
That was one of my greatest privileges. Ted was the first time he saw us, and 4 of us went out with him. He asked each one where we were from, and when I said Kentucky, he said, "You're a Briar." And that's all he ever called me. He said, "Briar do this and Briar do that." But he was as good a pilot as he was with a baseball bat. I flew on his right wing most of the time.
Nice.
And it was a privilege. I was in awe of him because I'm a baseball nut. and he was the greatest hitter that's ever been.
Yes, he was.
Absolutely.
And I enjoyed my time with him. And one day I was
The other Navy pilots too.
Taking batting practice, stopped at third. And I went over to second and yelled at him to get 2. And I made a mistake. He drew the arm in his back and threw it to second like he did from the outfield to home. And all I saw was a blur. I tried to catch it in the web, and I hit it right there. And it like to tore my hand off.
I bet.
So not only did you fly with Ted Williams, you played a little baseball with him.
I worked out on the practice field. The point I'm getting to is next
God bless you all.
It was swollen. And I said, "Look what you did to my hand yesterday." He looked down over his shoulder and he said, "You ought to learn how to catch a damn ball."
You know some people, Ted Williams and the Colonel Sanders. So what's the secret recipe?
Well, I guess being at the right place at the right time.
buttermilk and a hot dog.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that. That sounds pretty good.
And staying busy, getting up and doing something every day.
That's the key.
I live alone. I lost my wife 5 years ago.
Sorry.
But I get up and go somewhere every day and eat with my friends and stay busy.
Yeah.
See what you got to do, people, when you get my age? Stay busy.
Yeah, this is quite a privilege. Seeing you people.
No, it is a privilege for us. Mr. Paul Jones, 103-year-old World War II veteran, hanging out with us
We
here.
salute you, sir.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for your service, everything that you've done for our country.
Thank you.
This is what Thunder Over Louisville's all about. Thunder in the USA. Coverage will continue live here on WLKY right after the break.
Thunder over Louisville, a tradition that brings families together.
Thank WLKY, people.
There's one special connection. We're celebrating America's 250th anniversary right here in the city where hardworking men and women of Ford built a legendary Super Duty.
Make sure you go and support the advertising, people. I'm not getting paid for this.
We don't just build trucks and SUVs here. We build legacies. We're extremely proud of the families who make us who we are. For the pride of
Super Duty sword truck, people.
granddaughters spanning 4 generations working side by side. It's in that spirit that led Time to name Ford America's most iconic company. Ford Motor Company assembles more vehicles and employs more hourly auto workers in America than anyone else. We believe strong communities build strong futures, and we're proud to play a significant role in both. Our commitment extends far beyond this event. We're invested in strengthening communities where we live and work every day. In Ford, we're more than just a sponsor. We're a proud neighbor. Together, we're building a legacy to last. From our family to yours, go to show.
WLK.
Thank you, people, for watching. Make sure you hit the thumbs up and subscribe. If you want to donate, you can go into my description on my YouTube or About. If you want to donate to PayPal or the Cash App, I try to do it every year, but it's better if I had a computer, what they call a gaming computer. 1 gigabyte and a good graphics card, plenty of RAM, then I can use StreamYard. And see, there's some horses that's over in Kentucky. Some of them might be race horses. Look at that horse getting that. I wouldn't mind having a new Ford truck. But I think I'd rather have a Chevy. A GMC. And make sure, people, that you go to these sponsors in your state or country and support them. I'm not getting paid for it. I'm probably making you hungry. As you heard earlier, the fireworks will begin about 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time by the Belgadis, or I forget the fireworks people. And if you could ever make it to Thunder over Louisville, I would do that. You might have to, like a motel room, you have to get that in a year in advance. That's how far they book up. And think that the union people that's involved in this, you know, there's a bunch of union people. And I want to thank all the police officers on both sides of the river and the EMTs, the medics, the fire departments, the ham radio operators, all the people it takes to put this on.
That would likely happen due to the weather, but hey, it is not stopping the folks from heading on out here to the waterfront and having a good time.
Agreed. I mean, but look, we wish it was some bluer skies so we could hear a little more thunder out there, and hopefully we'll be able to work in some of those aircraft. I know they're working hard, the air boss, the command center, to try to get everything going, even if it's for the flatter shows. But as Rob was telling us, they could still do some great things and some cool things with that. There's still a lot more to come.
And we're excited for that. We're going to show it all to you. Taking a live look from the command center right now, where they are working out all of these details, making sure we have a great show for you today. Also, we can't forget about all of the people and their families who have come down here to the waterfront to spend their day with us here at Thunder over Louisville. And our crews are everywhere, you guys. They are in and out. Sam Carter live for us right now. Sam, I know you've got some characters out there.
Ladies, we're not used to being at work right now. What are we doing here? We're having a great time is what we're doing, because the ceiling might be low, but spirits are high. People are doing all sorts of things to stay warm because it is chilly. This guy's in shorts, if you can believe that, guys, right now. But I want to introduce you to some awesome people. Dwight, you guys are surviving right now. I love this because you got a sleeping bag, you got a hoodie, and Jordan, come over here because I want to show them something. This you also have. You guys brought a space heater along with you, right?
Yes, we did.
You gotta survive. You feel that? You gotta survive. That's what I'm talking about. And we're not surviving out here. We're thriving out here. And I want to introduce you
to all Thunder over Louisville.
Chris and their family. And Chris, you came a long way to be here today.
Yes, sir. Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, home of the Little League World Series. And Deb, show me this sweatshirt quick, because a lot of people have Thunder sweatshirts, but not everybody. These are one of a kind.
Yes, my daughter, her and her husband own a store. It's called Creation Station Plus LLC. You can find it on Facebook.
Love that. And you guys, these are one of a kind Thunder hoodies. People are doing all sorts of things to stay warm, because this is a good time. The air show may be suspended, but good times are rolling here on the waterfront. Next time we see you, we're going to be in a different location. High-fiving everybody. If you're watching this now, planning to come by, give me a wave, wave me down. I want to chat with you.
Show me the other side.
I mean, why not? Just sell those sweatshirts while you can out here. You need one, right? You know what I love, though? I just love the spirit of Kentucky Derby Festival season. This is the official kickoff, and so you see the crowds out there, and we're just excited to have it back after last year's flooding that canceled it. People don't care about the rain. They don't care about the cold or the wind. They're just here for a good time. I think we can all agree, even our crew at the Belvedere right now, that it could be a lot worse.
We've had 30s at Fleet.
30s in Fleet is not today, but we do.
Look at those helicopters, people.
Airport right now, and hopefully we're going to get to see those take off. Our analyst here on our set, Rob, has been telling us that there can be some flying still, just at lower levels.
Oh, absolutely. Airplanes and even helicopters and some of the other civilian acts are going to be able to come in under the weather and be able to do some good stuff. So the wind's going to push them around a little bit. When we see formations a little bit later, those guys are going to be working pretty hard, to stay in position. But, they've done it before. It'll be seamless for them.
I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I've been saying, I want to see some more planes. I'm ready for more. Show me more.
I keep showing you more airplanes.
We got it.
Yeah.
But you said that there's a lot that goes into this. They're constantly watching the weather, and it's like a puzzle that they're trying to piece together to see who can go now. But they can't just get in the plane and just take off, right?
That's right. So, to get in an aircraft, it takes a while to warm them up, get everything aligned, get all the instruments working properly, all the systems of the airplane fired up. Then you got to go through the air traffic control process, getting released to take off. And then, it's only a couple of minutes from either Bowman or
Muhammad Ali International to here to Show Center. So that's not a thing, but it just takes a while. Like you see the helicopters now, the flight crews are on board those. They're, making sure that everything's working properly. They've got all the power they need. They've got the fuel they need. And you can't just get in them and start running the engines and wait because you use gas when you do that. And the number one thing you need while flying is fuel, right? Because when it's gone, you're done. They were trying to time all that. You've got a great air boss, Matt Creed, up in the command center that is working to try and fit everything in. Colonel Josh Ketterer of the Air National Guard is working, talking back and forth to figure out who they launch where. You got guys out at Hangar 5 at Bowman Field that are launching airplanes as well, too. So everyone's working together to try and do what they can to get airplanes in front of the crowd.
We really are excited about seeing more planes. Hopefully they can get over here. And I know, Matt, which one were you saying you were most excited about?
Look, the F-35, the F-16s, I like the ones that make noise. During the practice sessions, got to see the F-15. So, I mean, those were fun on that beautiful blue 80-degree day that I wish we had.
That's yesterday. That's how it worked out, right?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. For those who got to see the practice, it was amazing. Because I was at the Gall House and it was loud, very jarring, but you did get to see some of them practicing, so that was nice.
Yeah, and you know what? Look, we'll hope that the ceilings can lift a little bit. They've been going back and forth right now. They're just kind of on the downward side. So, fingers crossed, because we're gonna need it to be. See, current ceiling 2,300 feet. That puts us in that flat show sort of perspective there, and so that's why they're kind of moving things around a little bit.
Beyond the ceiling, too, the other thing they got to have is visibility.
Yeah.
Right? So you need, for the smaller civilian activity, at least 3 miles visibility to be VFR, right? So when you're moving at that speed, 3 miles is you come across it pretty quickly. So the military aircraft are going to need 5 miles for their VFR below. So as long as we got that visibility. But a lot of times, like today, when the wind is blowing, you'll get that flat ceiling, and underneath you'll have almost unlimited visibility. I can't tell from where we are, but it looks like the visibility is really pretty good.
Yeah, well, Jennifer, Rick, and Jay, they're standing by over there, hopefully staying warm. We had to put on our jackets, guys.
We're right there with you.
We are. We even pulled out the hot hands, you guys. Hot hands. Yeah.
Who gave you those?
We're all there.
Okay. She's the
Sorry,
best.
guys. Yeah, so you can see with that American flag right there, Jay, the wind.
Oh, my goodness.
That's on the Bill Louisville, I believe.
And those temperatures just dropped like a rock. And this is what we're going to have, guys, for the rest of the afternoon. Having said that, we're kind of sitting at home. It's going to be a fantastic fireworks show. Come on down and join in on the fun.
This is a football game. Everybody be tailgating.
That's right.
Come tailgate with us for Thunder over Louisville.
Yeah, hey, we want to check in with Madison Elliott, who has interviewed some folks who are here for the first time. This is their first Thunder.
We're here in the family fun zone, and for a lot of people, there is tradition in coming to Thunder year over year. But for some people, it's their first year.
Short side.
Over here, this is your first year here. What brings you guys out here today?
We just wanted to have some fun. Figured we'd have a family day or something.
And your birthday is at the end of the month, so an early happy birthday.
Early celebration.
I love that. Now, you said before, this is something you guys had tried to come out to before, but just hadn't gotten out here.
Missed it. We would think we would try to do it, but we wouldn't think about it till the middle of the summer, and looked it up and then figured out, it's already happening in April.
So now you're here, first Thunder, very exciting. Where'd you guys drive in from today?
Lexington, actually.
Oh, you came all the way from Lexington. So has this been a bucket list thing for you guys?
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
Now, so you got your chair set up here. Are you prepared for any rain that might come throughout the day?
We're going to chance it. We're going to chance it.
Worth it, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. We're hoping the worst is past, hopefully.
Let's all pray, people. It don't rain and the ceiling goes up. Let's all pray for that.
All right, thank you, Madison. Here on the Belvedere along the Ohio River, you can see lots of boats out there.
Yeah.
Jay, they said, heck no, we're still going to Thunder.
Absolutely. River looks a little choppy right now, but not stopping those getting out there on the Ohio, getting ready for a great show.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, she's having a great time.
She is. But it's your first Thunder, second, third. I talked to a lady today, Sally. It was her 37th. Hasn't missed a Thunder over Louisville ever.
Oh, this is what it's all about right here.
Exactly. Make a little memory.
Families having a good time.
And when you're that age, you don't feel the cold, you don't feel the heat, you don't feel anything, nothing but the fun.
Yeah, the family, the food.
It's a plate of food, hot
having
food.
a good time. Hanging out with friends and family. Hey, don't go anywhere. Grab you a cup of warm cocoa or a coffee. We're going to be right back. We're going to take a quick break, but this is Thunder Over Louisville on WLKY.
People, if you can, you got to make it to Thunder over Louisville. If you can. You have people from Ohio, Pennsylvania, and before the night's over, you're going to see them from a few countries that comes over every year. This is a big time for Thunder over Louisville on the Kentucky side and the Indiana side. They haven't showed the Indiana side, I don't think, yet. But people, this is the beginning of the Kentucky Derby. This starts out the Kentucky Derby every year. Well, last year it flooded out. And I missed it. And make sure these people you see advertised on the TV, you go and sponsor them. Buy something from them. You know, look at them. You know, give them a try. And you all have a great Thunder over Louisville, no matter what country you're from, what state you're from, or where you are on this planet, on the moon, Mars, wherever you at. You all have a great weekend, because this is just the beginning. Fireworks will be, I think they said 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I will mute it because of the music. And YouTube, it won't be a copyright strike, but as I saw on the U.S. Supreme Court, that YouTube can't do it anymore, but whoever does what the U.S. Supreme Court tells them, you know. And there's a Chevy dealer. If you like Chevys, you can go look at it, the Chevy dealer close to you, or a Ford dealer, or a Dodge, or a Jeep, or a Harley Davidson dealer, any of them.
WLKY, your exclusive home for all of the fun today. Take a look at the crowd. This weather is not getting in our way of having
It's not Kentucky side. If it was warm, people, you'd see more people there by now.
I didn't give Matt enough credit. Matt Milosevic came prepared and ready to share as well. Coming through, Matt.
Y'all can have those.
Thank you.
I got a car 3 floors down from where we are right now. There's actually full of them. So Rob, don't worry. I was getting a little worried. I said, what
about me? No, it's funny because you got 2 moms up here and a dad, and usually you would think the moms would be more prepared, but listen, if you need a snack, I've got your snack. You got snacks. I probably got a Band-Aid, but I didn't have hot cakes.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't have a Band-Aid, but I got snacks.
Let's see what you have.
There's a protein bar.
Toothbrush.
Oh, that is so morning show.
Some peanut butter crackers. What do you need? Hey, listen, we're going to keep the media honest here. Show them the other snacks you guys have.
So
They're not all just healthy snacks.
Okay, so they want me to show my these are healthy sweets, guys. But most importantly, I do have a banana. Yeah. But what else I have is somewhere in here, for some reason, Rob wanted you guys to know that I brought hot tamales.
Yes.
I love those hot tamales, people.
Yeah, I've got just everything you could ever want. And we got it all. I even got this to keep my energy drink cold later, even though it's cold right now. Who needs that?
Just put it outside. Yeah, that's fine.
Why didn't we bring you like a thermos of hot coffee or hot chocolate? That's what we
Because the weatherman told us it was going to be warmer.
Oh, shots fired.
Get on the weatherman.
Morning high of 72, which we nailed. Rob nailed it, by the way.
I gotta give our team credit, though. I mean, you guys have been on top of it. You haven't missed a beat. Everything you said would happen happened in almost imperfect timing.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, anything in terms of rain is going to be on the light side. So we're not talking about any big time downpours. Looks like any thunderstorm chances. Those are off the table. But those skies are gray. We do have a few showers that are going to move out of Western Kentucky on top of us, probably as we get closer to 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. So just got to be ready for that. But, boy, trying to get those ceiling heights up, on these cloud decks, and it's just being tough out there. I think it's working, though, Matt, because we've got an aircraft that's coming up here shortly. The Twin Beach should be coming up, headed into the airbox here real quick.
Is that it taking off?
That's them taking off right there.
You said it only takes about 2 minutes to get from Bowman to here.
Well, he looks like he's taking off out of the Louisville airport, so it's going to be about 5 to 10 minutes before he gets in the box. So this is Matt Yelkin, right? And he puts on a heck of a show with this aircraft. I mean, it's not an F-35, but it can do some things.
Yeah, what can it do?
So it can do rolls, it can do loops. He won't be able to do the loops today. There you go. He can make a great sound, and this is a great opportunity to talk about hearing that sound, right? So those are radial engines. Air shows are not just about seeing the aircraft, but they're also about hearing the aircraft. And so it sounds like what it did in World War II, and that's what this airplane was used for in World War II, was for training and flight observation. And he will do stuff with this airplane. He's modified it, he's strengthened it so it can pull more, but he'll do things in that airplane that it should never do. He'll loop it, he'll roll it, and he's an incredibly talented pilot. And if we're fortunate, tonight he'll come back and do this flights on at night, which is just crazy that he's doing that.
Y'all see it at night, people. You won't believe, but if the weather cylinder was better, you would see him do more.
Oh, absolutely. He's flying the aircraft right now. He's a very talented pilot. He's been coming to Thunder or Louisville for at least over 10 years. Every year that I've done this, he's been here. And he knows the limits of that aircraft, what it can do, what it can't do, and he's modified it, like I said. And so now you see him, he is working probably pretty hard because he's working the winds a bit. He's working the visibility and making sure he doesn't go into the clouds. So he's maintaining visual on Show Center, which is out over the Ohio, and then just trying to give us the best possible demonstration he can with as much altitude as he can get. So here he's able to, all right, so what he's just doing there is a barrel roll, which again, like I talked about earlier, is rolling, prescribing an arc through the sky around a roll, like you were rolling around a barrel, hence the name. And so he's able to do that in under 2,000 feet, which is fantastic.
That is, and I gotta say, the sound is amazing. You mentioned that, but even the smoke, it just adds another element of excitement.
It does. The smoke is a lot of fun to see. It helps you visually identify the airplane, but it also gives those of us in the airshow world a little bit of clue about what's going on. Because if you see nice flat smoke, it's nice smooth air. But when you see it bobbling around out there, okay, you're going to be working hard today in the airshow. And for anybody that's concerned, that smoke is environmentally friendly. The EPA has certified it to be able to put out in the air. So he's not doing any damage to the environment by putting the smoke out.
That's incredible. So what are you taking from this as someone with experience?
Well, he is really working hard with the weather conditions, so he's very focused on what he's doing. But he's also showing everybody else that, look, you can come in this weather and do some great things. I mean, this is a great performance for him to come down the river like this and still keep it under the weather, keep it centered around the show center, and let everybody see this beautiful, old aircraft that is just a glimpse into history. Rob, talk a little bit. You mentioned Show Center a couple of times. I know there's some boats out in the Ohio River. There's this thing, invisible thing called an airbox. Talk a little bit about how these pilots need to keep their aircraft in a certain spot. And I believe in this air show, it's kind of on the narrow side. Yes, so it's not invisible to everybody, man, because the FAA watches it like crazy. So the airbox is designed again to create a sanitized area over the ground to allow the aircraft to do their maneuvers that maximizes safety for the crowd, right? Because like we talked about earlier, safety is the number one concern in any air show. So it'll be defined based off of how much space you have. There'll be a show line, and then the distance from either side of the show line where you can do the maneuvers that you normally just can't do out in the air, right? You got to be able to, and at those altitudes. That gives the pilot a chance to make sure that he is staying away from people and do the maneuvers that he wants to do.
So how does thunder affect our commercial aircraft that are taking off and landing at Muhammad Ali International?
Is complete coordination, right? So we have temporary flight restrictions over the Thunder airbox, and there'll be continual discussion back and forth with Louisville International, right? That will allow commercial traffic to still continue, but yet us to do our air show. Bowman Field, same thing, and the traffic has increased much more out of Bowman today because we have all of the civilian performers taken off out of Bowman, most of them anyway. So it's a total coordinated effort between air traffic controllers, people involved in the air show, and pilots flying the air show.
In terms of, we keep talking about how yesterday was such a beautiful practice day for many of these pilots and these aircrafts, and then today the weather looks a lot different. Is there anything that they do differently today in this type of weather versus just a beautiful sunny day yesterday?
Yeah, so yesterday's the practice day, so they will go out and they will practice their basic show, which involves the high altitude maneuvers, right. The big loops, and a lot more of the maneuvering at altitude. But they'll also practice the low show and flat show maneuvers because they know that there's a chance you might have to do that. So today they're doing that. They're doing the low show.
Wow, yeah. That is so cool.
There's the office, and you can see him as he's. That's from an earlier flight, obviously with that weather. But you can see what he's doing. People that think that flying is just sitting there and like driving, that is just not the case.
I never thought that. Just to be clear.
Easy, actually. To think the way you describe it, everything you have told us, just even off camera, makes it seem incredibly challenging, and you do have to be very skilled to fly these jets.
That's amazing. And you keep saying like he's working hard. What exactly are you meaning? Like we just saw that cockpit view. So right. What's his whole body doing when you say he's working hard?
Well, so physically he is moving the controls of the aircraft, right? So even in an F-16, which is a fly-by-wire airplane, there's still pressure on the stick that you'll pull. So he's moving the controls of the airplane. I'm doing this with my hands.
I know.
Right. He's moving the controls of the airplane. He's moving the throttles. So physically he's doing that. But he's got to stay mentally aware of where he is in airspace. And what you don't often think about is he's using 3 dimensions, right, to turn. So he is aware of where he is 3-dimensionally as well as laterally. So he knows his altitude, his airspeed, and he has to continually watch that. Also, while making sure his engines are still running appropriately, he's not running out of gas, and he's staying within inside of the designed airspace.
So you flew F-16s. You talk about pulling 9 Gs. What is he pulling in this?
Well, in this aircraft, he's probably not pulling more than 7. And today, he's probably pulling about 4 to 5, depending on what he is, how hard he's trying to turn to stay in the box. Because the wind will push you out of the box, right? So the wind affects aircraft, and you want to make sure that you're staying within inside the aerobatic box. So you might have to pull harder one way or another. And those winds have been gusting upwards of 30, so they get a little tough. Yeah, exactly. You can see by watching this smoke on how it goes. And it'll be fun watching the formation guys come in a little bit later because they're going to be bouncing around pretty good.
Well, this has been so fun to see. I'm glad that we have been able to pick the air show right back up. We're going to send it over to Jennifer, Rick, and Jay, and Sully for their thoughts on this. Pretty cool, you guys.
Yeah, it's amazing. I always wonder, guys, what it feels like, Sully, as a pilot in one of these planes. What's he going through right now?
He is, like Rob's already talked about, he is working hard.
He's making it look so easy. He's staying show center, up and down, back and forth, but he's fighting the wind. The wind's pushing him over to the side, so he's got to readjust for everything. Yeah. And he's also trimming the airplane. The airplane, as the speed changes on the airplane, he can keep it under control, but as he increases speed or slows down, he needs to keep trimming the airplane so that it stays in that middle envelope of when he wants to fly the airplane. The smoke coming out there, he just makes it look so easy.
He does.
He's a third generation pilot, so he's got a family that has been flying for a long time. He's had this Twin Beach for 20 years, and actually he got it from his family, so it's a handout to him. And we have to say happy birthday to his wife, Christy. Happy birthday yesterday. Everybody at the pilot meeting this morning sang happy birthday, Christy. And she turned really red, and I said she was probably because of the sun yesterday.
Right.
He done the sun a little much yesterday, but she had a great time. But he has been working this airplane. I mean, it's just like Rod said, it's nonstop action. I mean, he's thinking about the winds. He's looking at where the drift is. It's like Jay said, it's gusting, so it's pushing him around here and there. So he's got to continually reevaluate where he is in the box and make sure he stays safely within the parameters of the air show.
Now, Sully, going back through the years, this plane, it's been around for a long, long time, back to World War II, correct?
Yep, exactly.
And what was it used for back then?
That's a cargo airplane or troop movement airplane. It could have been paratroop. You could have jumped paratroopers out of it out of the back, or just airdrops for cargo or resupply for troops in the field.
Okay.
But yeah, just an all-purpose kind of airplane, workhorse, if you will. And the one thing about these airplanes, since they are so old, talking to the pilots that are flying them, even the other aerobatic teams that have really old airplanes, they go through annual inspections and hourly inspections that are very stringent about these kind of airframes, because over time, metal fatigue and things like that have to be closely scrutinized to make sure that the airplane is always safe. And the FAA always keeps watching on these. And this category of sport and aerobatic airplanes require even more stringent requirements for the inspections.
Well, Matt's a good one. He's a mainstay here at Thunder over Louisville. Been here since 2017. He sure delights the crowd. You know, in the F-16, you were strapped in pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
He's not.
He stepped in pretty good, but he could still move around a lot. And Robin will attest to, we had a 5-point harness, and we were, for a 5'9" person, it was a perfect fit. I mean, you were just strapped in nice and tight, and you were comfortable and everything. There's a lot more room to get pushed to the side. And this airplane, with these kind of winds pushing around, you got a big wing out there, and you're going to be going left or right, just moving around.
That's what we're going to get to. Yeah. Matt's got to be sore after this one.
Yeah. Plus, you got radar, you got the rudder pedals to work with, and when he's doing these turns, coordinated turns, he's got the rudder, he's got the ailerons, and the elevators, and a lot of work going on.
Well, that's got to excite you. There's some more planes, jets getting ready to head our way.
Oh, yeah.
The T-38. Hey, stay with us. We're going to take a real quick break. You're watching Thunder over Louisville on WLKY. Thunder in the USA. We'll be right back.
People, this is Thunder over Louisville, brought to you by WLKY TV in Louisville, Kentucky. And the fireworks will start around 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you've never been to Thunder over Louisville, maybe you can come next year since you're watching it on my YouTube channel. I wish I could do it better and had a better cell phone, with more memory, and I can do, I forget the app, Prism Live Studio. That way it can be horizontal and be a better video. But I just don't have the memory in this iPhone SE Series 3. I just don't have any room. The apps that I need, Apple wants you to pay for it. But I think Apple should include them in the Apple phone. That's only my opinion, but I made payments on this phone when I got it. I went from Samsung to this, but when I get the money or whatever, I'm going back to Samsung. I'm sick and tired of Apple not having enough memory in it. I said, well, get extra cloud storage. It don't work, in my opinion. And, I'm just going to go back to Android phone. There's a Kentucky Derby over at Louisville, Kentucky. You can look up Churchill Downs, people, and it'll tell you it's in Louisville, Kentucky. But I will not do a video on the Kentucky Derby in May, because it'll be on TV. And the way I understand this air show will be on Armed Forces TV within 2 to 3 weeks, something like that.
Such an amazing kickoff to the Derby season, the Derby Festival. It's amazing to see the community all come together and celebrate Louisville and get excited about the fireworks and the air show. Louisville Health is sponsoring the medical tents at Thunder over Louisville again this year, and we're excited to be out there supporting the community with their first aid dates during the festival.
We'll be there supporting our EMS, fire, and police partners by providing care for individuals needing first aid. If you're looking for those first aid tents, they should be red or black colored tents that will say U of L Health on them. Those tents will be staffed with some of our U of L Health physicians, our nurses, and some medical students that are willing to help out.
The most important thing is prevention. Think about the weather. There's going to be sun out there. Even if it's overcast, you want to wear some sunscreen.
So hydration is going to be probably the most important. If you avoid dehydration, you're going to avoid passing out and becoming overexhausted.
And obviously, it's an air show and fireworks, so think about hearing protection, especially for the younger participants and your kids.
Having patience with one another is most important. And that way we can all enjoy the time together, be kind, and have a great time, and know that U of L Health is there for you with numerous first aid tents.
U of L Health and U of L Hospital is one of the pillars of this community. It is so important to us to be able to provide first aid and care to our community at one of the largest events of the year.
From all of us from U of L Hospital Emergency Department and U of L Health as a hospital system, we wish you a happy, safe, and wonderful Thunder and Kentucky Derby Festival.
Well, it certainly takes a team to put on Thunder over Louisville. Welcome back to our exclusive coverage leading up to the fireworks at 9:30. Let's head back over to Louisville's International Airport and Norman Seawright. Norman?
Well, Rick, you see these 6 aircraft behind me. The 2 in the middle, those are the F-15C Eagles. And I've got pilots for both of these aircraft with me. I've got Matt, I've got JB. Both of them are pilots of this particular aircraft. And you're a local. You're out of Kentucky.
I grew up in Frankfurt. So I spent the whole growing up in Frankfurt. It's really cool to be able to watch this as a kid. And now to be here flying it is super exciting for me. It's a childhood dream come true.
Yeah, Jamie, that's the thing. I think a lot of folks really love the tradition and respect how this is something that brings everybody together, right? And for you to say this is a childhood dream come true for you, just what does it mean to be able to bring this type of excitement and inspiration to people here?
Oh, it's fantastic. And all my family came in. My sister flew in from D.C. My other sister drove out from Nashville. My folks still live out on our farm here. So it's really cool to have my nieces and nephews here get to watch, me go out and fly and do some cool things for America.
Yeah, no, we've been talking a bit about the variability of the weather. So, Matt, we were looking at just how the ceilings change on us. But how does this affect the way that this aircraft performs?
Well, the jet will be just fine. It really comes down to the rules and regulations that we have to abide by. So, if anything, we'll just be a little bit lower and not lower at the low end, but lower as we do our patterns. And so the jet probably be a little bit more visible for the crowd, but it looks like it's improving a little bit now. So hopefully that trip continues and we get up there, give everybody a decent show.
Thunder 250, America 250 is one of those things that really just inspires people. What's that feel like for you to be able to do that?
And it's pretty exciting. Like Biff said, he's from here. My wife's from Lexington. Drove up from Louisiana yesterday, and they're due to go up here and meet people right here in the heartland of America, and meet little kids to adults who've been enjoying things like this 10. And those were the first real life fighter pilots I ever met. And it's a dream come true to go be here and doing this here in Kentucky.
Fantastic. Well, gentlemen, have safe flights out there. Rick, Jennifer, these are the best of the best about what they do. They'll enjoy this as much as we do.
Yeah, and it's really cool to have local connection there. You're seeing the T-38, a pair of T-38s up there. These are really cool. Supersonic jet used to train a lot of pilots, fighter pilots. Sully, this looks like a really fun aircraft.
It is a really nice aircraft. It looks pretty sleek. It looks like it's supersonic. It is raw test. That's kind of a misnomer a little bit, because to go supersonic in a T-38, during pilot training, you got one ride where you got to go supersonic. You went up to about 30,000 feet, and then you went to full afterburner, and it did kind of have an afterburner, but nothing compared to like the F-16, but still pumping gas into the back end, and then you pushed over and went downhill. And when you were going downhill, then you could go supersonic. But you couldn't do it straight level.
Sully, was this exclusively used for pilot training and only pilot training?
Yeah, it was the second aircraft. You went to a subsonic aircraft. We went to the T-37 back in the day. Now they fly the T-6 Texan II as the first airplane. And then they stepped to the T-38 if they're going to fighter aircraft. So you went to this aircraft, you did formation flying, you did instrument flying. It was a really great airplane. You had your instructor in the back seat, student in the front seat, and then you're basically flying. You learn to fly formation like this. And then if you're going to fighters, we went to Holloman Air Force Base to a modified T-38 where you would learn to do dogfighting. And then you'd also learn to drop bombs and shoot the gun as you were going into a fighter type of role.
So what are the steps in this process? So it's the T-38. What was the next after this? So what are you learning in this aircraft that you didn't learn prior?
You're learning to fly a faster airplane. It's also they call it a Coke bottle shape to the body, and it's also more streamlined, which is to get better performance. You can pull more G's than you could in a T-37. T-37 or the T-6 now, we used to do spins because you had to learn how, if you got to a spin, you had to learn how to get out of it. So in the T-38, you didn't want to get into a spin in T-38 because it's got a lot, you see the wing is a lot smaller. And it doesn't have as much. And if you get into a spin or an out of control situation, it's a lot harder to recover from. And but it's a fast airplane, and that's what they're teaching you, is to learn how to think faster, react faster, and fly faster. It lands faster, it takes off faster, and then you're just doing more formation work, flying the airplane and learning how to handle an airplane that goes a lot faster before you go to something like the F-15 or the F-16 or now the F-22 or the F-35. So this was the second airplane you flew out of pilot training, and when you finished pilot training, which was about a year, they decided you put in your request for what airplane you wanted to fly. And then you went to what they call an assignment drop, and they would give you your airplane. And then they would, if you're going to an F-16, then you're going to basically start F-16 training after maybe a month or two. And then you're going to go to the F-15 or whatever fighter you're going to be assigned.
All right. So the planes are back in the air, and we have the kids riding the rides, having fun all up and down the banks of the Ohio River here on Thunder Day. Thunder in the USA, right here on WLKY. We'll be back with more right after the break.
Laser Hearing Institute provides world-class speech, hearing, and balance services across our full lifespan. All excess revenue generated is used to provide full scholarships to our deaf and hard of hearing students, as well as our clinical pediatric center. When you support Heiser Hearing Institute, you make a difference to the community.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra. Something. And maybe you got it too.
Each Chevy Truck Month. Get supplier discount for everyone pricing for over $8,300 in total value on this 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500. Plus, Costco executive members can get a $12.50 members only incentive.
Quality, efficiency, professionalism. These words make up the core of Ironworkers Local 70. Since 1903, Louisville has relied on our contractors, and the evidence is all around. From the iconic to the essential, get your build done right. Ironworkers Local 70 connects you to industry-leading contractors. Trained, licensed, experienced, guaranteed. Your project deserves the best. Contact Ironworkers Local 70 and get connected to one of our trustworthy RV contractors.
See all the things you can do in Louisville, Kentucky, people? You know, Thunder Louisville is the beginning of okay, people. Heads up, we detected a video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. If you plan to continue, please ensure your content order adds your channel to the auto allowed list. I don't know what they mean, people. You know, WLKY don't mind that. You know, YouTube getting kind of stupid. You know, it's new. I disagree with YouTube. I know the stream belongs to WLKY TV. You know, I'm not the only one sharing it on YouTube. But why are YouTube picking on me? It's news. The First Amendment rights. You know, why is YouTube right now saying about my First Amendment rights?
Fireworks now. Well, this is a place for the loud, boomy stuff. You came all the way from Indiana. Yes. You could have been anywhere, but you said, let me be right here in front of the banks of the Ohio for this.
Her birthday, April 7th, so I kept saying every year we'd bring her. She couldn't come. And then last year we had it booked and then had to cancel. So this is her first year because of her birthday.
And you also had to be here because you have a gold Pegasus pin on your chest right now. Talk to me about getting that. That really acclimates you into this Derby Festival bug we have.
Well, it was very exciting. We got 3 of them at Kroger's, and we all just grabbed one. And when I opened it, I said, "Mom, this one's ugly. What is it?" And she was like, "No, I got it. You're jumping." I was like, "You got a gold one." So it was pretty exciting.
Pretty exciting. We're going to keep all of the momentum going because this is really a truly exciting event. All eyes to the skies. We're talking about Thunder over Louisville in the air show. Amazing fans! Back to you all.
We're just glad the air show is back underway after a slight pause. But before we show you the Blackhawks that are on the way, we want to show you this. This is a little demonstration from LAPD. This is their rescue boat. They're showing off for us.
I think so. They're like, hey, while there's a little break, while we wait on these Blackhawks, let's show them what we're made of. Ohio River Matt looking a little choppy out there.
It is. They're cutting right through it, though. I mean, they don't seem
to care and showing off a little bit for what they get to do throughout here as we get into the warmer months.
Hi, 709.
Ohio. Hopefully, we won't need to use any of LMPD's rescue situations, but inevitably there will be one or two.
And then I hear the Blackhawks coming in right now over the Ohio River. Happy to continue the air show with some really cool stuff right now. Still looking at the LMPD rescue demo, but the Blackhawks are making their way over now, and we're excited to continue this because the Sea League's kind of been a question.
We also are told that the C-130 is prepping to take off as well. So we're hopefully going to see the C-130, going to see the Blackhawks. And what you're looking at right now is that LMPD rescue boat that was doing some demonstrations. And we don't want it to roll up on you either. Make sure you're boating safely out there if you're watching from the river. We'll be right back after the break.
That's the police helicopter.
A great time to sell your vehicle. And Oxmoor Ford is buying. Get top dollar for your car, truck, or SUV. Any brand with no purchase necessary. Stop in today and get your fair offer in minutes. Sell your vehicle with confidence at Oxmoor Ford.
Shark Eye to 24, critical site exposure. North of Jefferson, don't exceed outflow numbers. We're on. They're on backup. Let's make it right. Family owned, always on call.
You don't have to look far to see the power of the Electrical Union Local 369. Our resume is out there for the world to see. From here to here to here. No matter the size, we have the right contractor to fill your needs. Every union electrician is certified and equipped to get your job done on time and in budget. And our contractors have immediate availability. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 369, where contractors go to grow. Let us connect you to the contractor you need. Contact the IBEW today.
This is horse country, and one thing folks around here have plenty of is horse sense. The ability to make good judgments and decisions. Like deciding to get a new Built Ford Tough F-Series truck over the competition. The #1 brand, 49 years running. Right now, get a new 2025 Built Ford Tough F-150 with $8,000 in total savings. To save big, visit your local Ford store today. Home of the official horsepower of the Kentucky Derby.
Are you considering upgrading your home comfort in 2026? Trade in your old heating and cooling system and receive $2,026 towards your new one. Plus, get up to $1,800 in instant rebates on qualifying equipment from A+ Dur. Your call for comfort.
Cahill Cemetery, a wealth of history and beauty. See our newest addition, the Magnolia Mausoleum, carved from American granite and built seamlessly into the iconic landscape. Ask about our availability and how we can assist in honoring the memory of someone you love.
Thursday at 9, get fired up for Derby season with a great balloon glow. Experience the unique sights and sounds as pilots illuminate the night sky. A one-of-a-kind adventure. The Great Balloon Glow streaming live. Thursday at 9 on WLKY.com and the very local app.
What's better than one great service center? Try 6. And right now, at any Oxmoor Auto Group location, when you buy 3 tires, you'll get the 4th tire for just $1. Great service booked right from home. Click the QR code and service for less today. All right, welcome back to Thunder in the USA. Thunder over Louisville on WLKY, your exclusive home. You're looking right now at the LMPD Air Unit. They are always training. Now, this is a Special Operations Unit. It falls under that Special Operations Division. They call it the Eye on the Sky. They do a lot of different things for the department. Aerial surveillance, search and rescue. Of course, we've witnessed they have helped find missing children. They have a lot of special technology in this helicopter, infrared, night vision. I've actually had a chance to fly in the LMPD air unit, and it was so incredibly cool. The technology that they have, and it's right here in Louisville with LMPD.
Well, speaking of cool, jumping in the Ohio River.
Right. Yeah. A little cold.
It's amazing how highly trained those folks are, too.
They do. I mean, it's multiple who've obviously been officers on the street, and then they apply to the special unit, and they train every day.
And putting on a little demonstration for us here during Thunder over Louisville. Welcome to our exclusive coverage here on WLKY. We're 4.5 hours away from the fireworks show as we're watching that water rescue demonstration.
I wonder if their teeth are chattering.
Maybe
a little bit. I think they need some hot hands.
But, you know, it's been a dreary day here. Let's face it, it's not the best, but we're making the most of it. The people that are on the banks of the Ohio and the crowds are down a lot from what we're used to. Yeah. Still enjoying a good air show and camaraderie out in the crowd.
And we are waiting on the Blackhawks to hit the airbox here in downtown Louisville, but you are looking right now at the LMPD air unit there. So we have a lot left in store for you. We're going to see some more planes here very soon, but right now we're going to take a quick break. You are watching Thunder over Louisville on WLKY. Stay with us.
Hello, 709. You know, that just, I'm trying to do my best, but I get a notification on YouTube. But I did send an email to WLKY and told them about it. And, man, but the way the U.S. Supreme Court, YouTube can't do nothing about that. But I do this every year, except last year. Never got in trouble for it. And, I think YouTube trying to violate people's First Amendment rights. This is news. This is history. I do hold paperwork for a reporter for different newspapers. And it don't make me mad. I know WLKY ain't gonna say nothing about that. But why YouTube fussing about that? Somebody else is streaming it. If that's the case, if you stream somebody else's YouTube channel, you can get in trouble the way the YouTube talks about. It's stupid. YouTube talking about violating my First Amendment right. I know on the music I can't. But YouTube must got a burr up the rear end. I knew something was going to happen. I knew it after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled, when they brought that up. But they can't violate my First Amendment as a reporter. I'm reporting news. I'm promoting Thunder over Louisville. I'm promoting the Kentucky Derby. I'm supporting those businesses and telling people, support the business. There's no copyright. YouTube might kick me off tonight. You know how YouTube is, people. And you people on my YouTube channel, go to WLKY TV. If you got a smart TV, you can find WLKY TV. You can watch it that way.
Whatever, F-35, they've got these bubble canopies so you can see behind you. Now, as Paul will attest, good pilots don't have to look behind them because no one's ever behind them. But on the rare occasion that does happen, you want to have good visibility. But another interesting fun fact is when you're flying one of these airplanes, any modern fighter today, if you want to see what's directly beneath you, you have to roll upside down and look up. Because you roll upside down and you look up through the glass, so that you're able to see the things that are on the ground.
Because that's so easy, huh? You gotta have a strong stomach, I'm imagining.
Oh, you don't have any stomach, actually. And so you watch these guys, they just changed their formation. They moved out to more of a tactical formation. An F-16 is going to fly tactical formation from his wingman at about a mile and a half to 2 miles. So they're not that far apart here, but they're just demonstrating how they maneuver with each other in relationship to each other or you're in a tactical formation. So in the movies, a lot of times, like Top Gun, as if you've seen Top Gun, and you see the airplanes really close to each other going into battle, you just don't do that. You want to be far enough away to provide mutual support for your wingman and vice versa. You want to be able to look behind your wingman to make sure nothing's sneaking up on him. And then you also don't want to be in the same shot pattern of somebody shooting at you, so you spread pretty far apart. So when an American fighter pilot is in battle over an enemy country, the nearest American to him or her is normally about a mile and a half to 2 miles away.
Wow.
So it's very isolated kind of feeling.
So hold on, you mean to tell me on the movie when one MiG-28 goes to 4 on 2 seconds, that's not right?
Well, there's a little bit of truth. It's called a resolution cell tactic to hide on radar, but you don't fight like that. You only go to the battle that way.
Okay.
And now we got a really great look of the UH-60 Blackhawks coming in right now. These are from the Kentucky National Guard. So happy that we could have them. They were just hanging off the edge of it at the airport a minute ago. Where are they sitting in there now? Are they still near the side?
I say, look, he's at the end.
I know.
Of course they are, and I think we're going to get to see some cool film in a minute, but look, this guy's waiting outside.
Look at that cute helicopter, people.
So they're just sitting there. Are they holding on to anything?
Yes. They're also strapped in with harnesses as well too.
Okay.
So, but they're going to sit there where they're able to. They're not going to fall out of that helicopter, but they can come out. They can rappel on ropes out of that helicopter. They can get in and out pretty quickly. It's designed as a transport, so you want to have ease of getting in and out. Plus, the guys on the side, they will help the pilots that are flying by talking about whether they're clear to the left or clear to the right. And they add a visual lookout.
And what are we seeing right now as they drop low to the water?
Right, so they're hovering over the water as if they'd be recovering somebody in the water.
That is so awesome to see. And so, how are they going to get out? So, the best question of the day. What do we do now, Rob?
That's right.
That water's cold, people.
With a boat, but they're demonstrating their ability to put people in the water quickly, right? Rescue swimmers. And I don't know if these guys are from the 123rd Special Tactics Squadron or not, but you got to be able. The cool thing about a helicopter is they can get into very difficult places. We use these a lot for the flooding in eastern Kentucky in 22 for rescue. It was a great effort by the Air National Guard and the Army National Guard to do real-time rescues of people that were surviving the floods.
And it looks like we've got an inside look of
Okay, so that's my foot hanging out of the helicopter.
Rob!
Right? I was able to go on relief missions with the National Guard flying out of Hazard, Kentucky in August of 22. And the pilots and the crews were so skilled, so we delivered water, food, baby items, and of course, as you'll see it in a second, dog treats.
Wow.
Because, pets need resupplies as well. But,
they're picking them up with the ladder, so they're just showing what that looks like. So how, if you needed to rescue someone, you could drop that ladder down.
And so I've done water survival, and I'm sure Paul will talk about the same thing, but when you do water survival with a helicopter, the spray that's coming up from that rotor wash is almost blinding. So these guys have got goggles on, but if you're in the water, you get to where you can get the recovery device and you grab a hold of it, and you may not always be able to see. That's why they'll often put swimmers in the water like these guys did to grab the survivor, harness them up, and then get them up to the helicopter.
In terms of who all is in this helicopter right now, are they all trained to do the same job, or are they in different jobs?
No, that's the neat thing about a crew is everybody has their position on the crew and they all work together seamlessly. You'll have a pilot in command in the left seat. You'll have another pilot in the right seat. They will help, they will pilot the aircraft. You'll have crew chiefs in the back that will help monitor for, anything coming from at the side and just make sure that everything in the back is secured. And then you've got the rescue divers that are there as well, too. Everybody has their role. They work together seamlessly, and it's a great skill set that our military has today.
Do you think they were volunteer to jump in today?
If you've ever met any of the rescue swimmers, yes, they volunteered to jump in. And they're probably, one guy thought it was colder than another, and they're giving him grief and teasing him about it. Those guys are fearless.
I was going to ask Matt, what's the water temp?
Oh, I don't know, but it's not warm.
I was going to say, you think it's pretty cold?
Even after we've had some highs in the 80s, it takes prolonged.
There's a Second Street Bridge, people, where they will shoot the fireworks off and the cannons they got on there.
Something went wrong.
I'm just glad they're back on the helicopter.
And I want to thank WLKY TV for putting it on the TV and their YouTube channel. And make sure you go to their sponsor.
But they really are great. The rescue
UPS is the sponsor. This is once a year. This is what Kentucky, the beginning for the Kentucky Derby. So, people, if you can, make it to Thunder over Louisville. Make it to the Kentucky Derby. It's a great show. It's a great show for you all. Maybe you can do it next year.
They're showing off.
The water temperature is 63 degrees. I just looked it up. Our current wind chill is 44. So it is cold, people. But they put 4 guys in a minute ago.
going. Now they've got free. So that's
we lose. One didn't want to go back.
The one guy might have said it was too cold. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll hear from the rest of the crew later about that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is fun to watch, though. It is.
Well, they're not even wearing gloves. They're good. Yeah.
Okay, and they're waving at the camera. They're smiling. They're like, look, it's. I think it's just so awesome that they don't mind doing this. And
I think they got their long johns on underneath those wetsuits.
That could be the bus going to come in to give them a little bit of practice. You know, these are training squares
And
as well too.
people, this is great.
But,
this is what Thunder over Louisville is all about. Thunder over Louisville, this is what it's about. You people all over the planet coming over there and watching it, spending your money, watching WLKY TV where you live in Kentucky and Indiana. And since I've been telling you for a week to go to YouTube, WLKY YouTube channel, you can watch it there, And also thank the police department on both sides of the river, the EMTs and your hospital workers. Give them all a big hand. They're great people. Get down, Wildcat. But people, it's a great place to be. This time of the year, they have this every year. If you're watching my YouTube channel and watch it later, and you've never been to Thunder over Louisville, you might next year or whenever come to Thunder over Louisville next year. You get to see fireworks, drones, all kinds of airplanes. And you can go to WLKY on YouTube and watch it from their YouTube channel, I believe. So I want you all to do that too. Support WLKY. Because I do watch WLKY. I watch Jimmy Kimball. And I watch the news. I like WLKY. And it's a beautiful sight to go to, people. And you see the sponsors. Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan Foster. Hello there. Welcome. Jonathan, if you don't know what this is, it's Thunder. It's Thunder over Louisville. They have airplanes, helicopters, but the ceiling visibility is about around 2,500 feet. And this is fun to watch. About 9:30 tonight, they will have the fireworks. Here's, I guess, C-130s, I guess. Let me hit it off of mute.
To fly in one of these a few years
ago.
C-130J. These are big boys, but I tell you what, they can fly like the other normal, smaller planes. There was a captain who did his best to make me sick. And he's like, you got to share that story. Look at that. We're going to see see some parachuters here very soon, you guys.
Yeah, this is the workhorse of the Air Force. These things are huge. They can hold 6 wheeled vehicles. They can move whatever they need to. They are some big boys with some big bellies. As you said, Jennifer, they can move.
Yeah, they can. I mean, Sully, this is a fun aircraft.
It is a fun aircraft.
I believe they have the National Guard there in Louisville.
They can line their grass strips in the middle of an area where nobody else could possibly get in with an airplane any larger or that large at all. It's been around since 1954. Wow. Development. That just shows the original incredible design that went into this airplane. Now, obviously, they've upgraded them. These are the C-130J, so they have different engines, different props on them, and they are just capable of doing any kind of mission almost that you want to do. They pick people up. You've probably seen some James Bond movie where they picked them up out of the raft with the nose cut, and they could do that kind of stuff with this airplane. Then they do airdrops. They do relief efforts.
This is all tax dollars that work, people. Give them an Air Force, Navy, Marine, the best things that they can do.
But the similar missions that they can do, and go in and do airdrops, they can bring troops in tight. They can go anywhere. They fly at night. They can do night vision type missions where they're flying at night through mountainous terrain. So and then of course you get into the gunship, the Spectre gunship, where they have a 105mm howitzer. They've got almost every gun in the arsenal on the side of the airplane, and they can put bullets on the ground anywhere they want to. So used heavily in Afghanistan initially right after 9/11, and just a total work.
Does the Marine Corps have a C-132 with gunship?
What is its
And the
range as far
Navy?
as fueling goes?
Well, some of them can be modified to be air refueled, so they can go as far as you really want them to go. Okay. But they could go probably a couple thousand miles. I've flown on them from Korea down to the Philippines. Not the most comfortable airplane to fly in. We used to fly in these web seats, and we'd have our scarves that we had on our uniform. We'd tie our heads through the webbing to hold our head up so we wouldn't get whiplash while we fell asleep. But yeah, it could go long ranges, just not very fast, but very efficient. A turboprop engine, just very efficient. Uses fuel very efficiently and can do all kinds of different missions and get there and do what needs to be done. And get in and out, carry all this cargo like you were talking about, wheeled vehicles, anything they need. It's just an incredible workhorse and unbelievable number of missions that it can perform.
Yeah, these are pretty neat. The back of it actually opens up.
Oh, yeah. They also use them for parachute drops. Yeah. So they were using them when I was going through the academy. People would go down to Fort Benning, Georgia, where they do static parachute jump training. And they kick it, you just jump out of the airplane and that parachute gets pulled for you. But you can kick out probably 60, 70, 80 people out of the airplane.
Yeah. Just get out, right? Yeah. We're expecting the Halo High Altitude team to put on a little demonstration for us, possibly jumping out of this plane.
Yeah, this is a look at the cockpit there, where the magic happens, as they say. It's not just one pilot. When I flew in this a few years ago, I was surprised at how many people are actually out there. You have a navigator, pilot, co-pilot, and there's actually a couple other people. So a lot of people can fit in this thing.
Yeah, they have a loadmaster on board. He takes care of the cargo in the back, and everybody that's in the back. Probably 2 of them. Then you have the pilot, the co-pilot, navigator, and then other people you can have on board to make sure that everything gets done that needs to be done. They can use them for rescue missions and outfit them for hospital beds and wounded out, whatever. So anytime there's kind of a natural disaster and the capabilities are there, they can bring this airplane in and outfit it to make sure that they can bring out wounded or injured people, take care of that. It's a totally versatile workhorse.
Yeah, these are flying out of Louisville on a regular basis over there at the Kentucky Air National Guard base. So you will see these coming into and out of Louisville, flying some local missions. Especially when we have severe weather, these guys jump right in there, the National Guard, and they are serving the Commonwealth.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, they can do a lot.
Look at those beautiful airplanes.
It's a monster aircraft right there, isn't it?
I believe they're out of the National Guard there at the Louisville Airport.
aircraft fighters coming out trying to attack us, and we were spotting for them. So we were looking out the windows trying to get in. They basically could slow down and get down in the weeds and try to, evade any kind of anybody trying to come after them. But yeah, very capable, very maneuverable. Sure, for an airplane that size.
Yeah, well, let's go up to the command center. Addie Miners is standing by with some folks from the Kentucky Air National Guard. Addie?
I want to thank WLKY for sponsoring Thunder over Louisville. God bless you
So
all.
these are your friends and neighbors, right? Kentucky Air National Guard, men and women stationed right here in Louisville, flying C-130s, which is like an iconic aircraft. These are some of the best aviators that you're going to run into. They are absolutely stellar professionals, and this looks great. Like, they're absolutely killing it.
Absolutely, I agree. And actually, one of the guys that flies these things right here, he also does too. So he's watching. What are you watching when you're watching? Are you critiquing the guys?
Oh, I'm critiquing them. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I want to make sure they're in position, they're online, they're where they're supposed to be in formation. And I've got a couple debrief points for them. We'll cover down on those when they land or later tonight. But yeah, Thor's got some explaining to do.
Yeah, there you go. We're gonna be people in trouble up here. But I'm curious. What are we gonna talk about? What are you gonna tell them?
I'm not gonna tell you that.
Okay, all right. No, fair enough.
Yeah. It's just classified.
Okay. Oh, okay. Important people, like I keep saying, important people in the command center, like Lieutenant Colonel Josh Ketter.
Okay, the Herc.
Yeah.
Built in the mid-50s. We've been building this same aircraft with this same basic design for 70 plus years, right? The aircraft itself has been used all over the world, sold to countries all over the world, and it is an expert at aerial delivery, be that air land, so landing cargo on a short strip, or airdropping cargo in austere environments. It has numerous special mission variants. The AC-130 gunship, everyone's very familiar with. The MC-130 Talon, the HC-130 is a rescue variant. The Marines operate this. The Navy operates this. So the Coast Guard operates it and uses it for search and rescue. So the aircraft is super capable. It is a highly versatile aircraft, and it is absolutely a pleasure to fly. Seriously, it handles great. For a large aircraft, it's a medium-sized aircraft truly, but it's very agile and extremely capable. It is like wherever we go as a squadron, we turn into the Southwest Airlines of wherever regional conflict is going on. So,
and I was saying, we were talking about how big it was. They were giving us kind of a tour of the inside of it. I think we shot it a couple of days ago. But how many people can you fit on one of those?
Too many, and it's uncomfortable. Like it's like in the 120s range. Honestly, yeah. It's not comfortable at all. Comfortably, you can put in a couple trucks and 40 or 50 people. That's no problem. They originally built the aircraft around a boxcar of a train. That was the original design. Like, hey, I want the boxcar of a train to fly. And that's what they came up with. Now, since then, the cargo compartment has lengthened. Obviously, the aircraft is more capable than it was when it was originally built in the 50s. Faster, it's, got better range. But overall, it's still the same concept, still the same basic aircraft. Yeah.
And those turns were pretty cool too. I was thinking, what kind of maneuver was that they were doing?
Actually, they were just repositioning there, right? So they were aligning themselves for their next pass through the box. But they're just in a standard C-130 formation. So we operate in 2 or 4 ship elements pretty much all the time, so that we have the ability to provide mass on drops.
See, they're explaining the box.
Job, right? So
and
our number one customer
in
is
case
the
you
United
don't,
States Army in delivering the
let
airborne
me
forces.
meet that. If you don't know that, the box is over the river, the safest place for all these airplanes to fly without crashing into people. If you can, make it to Thunder over Louisville, and you see a great show. They got plenty of motels, hotels on both sides of the river. And Thunder over Louisville is the beginning of the Kentucky Derby. As you heard on WLKY TV, that the fireworks will begin at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. I will mute when they start doing the fireworks because of the music. YouTube got on to me, but after what the U.S. Supreme Court YouTube can't give you the strikes anymore. But the message I got, if you share the content from somebody else's YouTube channel, you can get in trouble if you're not allowed on their list. Like Catfish, she does that to What the Hells. And, I call her Catfish. And she's I've seen girls, it's fat and good looking, but Catfish is fat and ugly and toothless. So let's get back to the C-130.
And that could be pretty good for the crowd to see.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, you are watching Thunder over Louisville on WLKY. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll bring you right back to Thunder in the USA.
So I'm going to turn it off and hit mute. No matter they show commercials, that could be a copyright, third party, or whatever you call it. I'm trying to have you all come to Kentucky for the Thunder over in Louisville, the Kentucky. They got a bunch of stuff going on this month and the Kentucky Derby, but I will not air the Kentucky Derby race. That I will not do. Because I will get in trouble, people. And you people, it's out of the country in the armed forces. If I remember right, I don't think I'm wrong, they would share this on armed forces video or radio or however they do that. So you be watching that in 2 days to 30 days. Always 2 weeks to 30 days. You all get to see it. But you can also, people, go to WLKY on YouTube, and I believe you can watch it. And if you do that, then you hear the music with the fireworks. I will mute that when they start doing fireworks. As long as YouTube don't violate my First Amendment right, because this is news. And I'm still holding my press passes for the newspapers. Well, one of them is no longer printing newspapers. Somebody bought them out. But I still got my press passes. And I want to thank you all for watching. Make sure you all subscribe. Give me the thumbs up. Let me get 12 subscribers. And I don't know how long I will be on here because you know how the internet would do. And so I'm just letting you know, electricity can go out. If electricity goes out, the internet will go down. So I'm just letting you all know in case something happens. But I used to go to Thunder over Louisville when my kids was little. Down there along the river on the Indiana side in Jeffersonville and Clarksville, they had a few portable outhouses. And You hope you didn't have to go bad, or you're gonna have to have a pair of extra britches with you. Now I think they got more outhouses on both sides of the river where you don't have to wait. So I want to thank you all. Look, all those people.
Everybody is coming on out. Happy Thunder is back this year. Hard to believe that we had to cancel this grand celebration last year due to flooding. But hey, the waters are not putting a damper on things this year. So glad we get to see the crowds back for 2026 Thunder over Louisville. Look at them. I mean, having a great time out there, guys. It had to be canceled last year, and now we just saw a demonstration where we saw people jumping in the water and then being pulled out. So a different vibe this year. Look at that crowd. It's growing increasingly every time we check back. Got some ponchos and sweatshirts out there, but that is just fine. Everybody's in good spirits for Thunder over Louisville. Matt, you remember, Matt, what it looked like when this time last year the water was at the full house?
Yeah, it was one of the biggest floods that we've had since the '97 major flood. So we're glad we're not dealing with that today. Even if we got to be bundled up a little bit.
Or the 37 flood.
Great idea to keep you warm. It's not freezing cold out there, but it is 50 degrees, feeling like 44, and so
50 degrees, people. It's cold outside in this old man.
Hey, it is cold enough, though. I mean, we pulled out our hot hands, and we've got on the coats, and we're getting ready for the CT 142 making its way to the show.
Yeah, our Canadian Air Force friends, right? They're military.
That's 709. That's one of your military.
All right, looks like they're here. I hear them, and I see them. And it's nicknamed Gonzo.
Because it looks like the character on Sesame Street.
Oh, okay.
So,
I can see it.
Yeah, you see the big long nose sticking
That
out of
people of Canada on my YouTube channel, that's one of your planes that Thunder over Louisville.
For special tactics and for other types of flight missions.
This one looks a lot more like a private jet to me. Mm-hmm, I see.
Yeah, I can see that. It'd be fun airplane to own, to have, to be able to do that. But it's also not as fast as a private jet would be. So there is that. But no, it's the ability to be an air power requires you have to train people to do things in the air. And so a lot of people will ask, well, why
that is a funny looking plane, Canada.
But eventually, you have to be able to learn to do it while in the air. So whether you're flying the airplane, navigating the airplane, or operating sensors on the aircraft, doing it with air under your rear end, we use a different term in private, but you want to have air underneath you because operating in the airplane, feeling the airplane move and everything, and then still being able to do your job is essential to being
able to do jet engine?
Like this, do that today. We saw Matt Youngkin's airplane earlier.
That's the 2nd Street Bridge, people, going from Indiana to Louisville.
The big bombers. And we do the same thing with aircraft like this.
So you can see the wheels are down on this right now. Why is that?
Well, because what they like to do at any air show is you want to show off, when you see a single airplane, you want to show off the capabilities of the
propeller
engine. One of the things that's good to do is what they call slow flight. So you show how slow the airplane can go, like when it's going to come into land. So an aircraft will configure, you'll lower your gear, so people see that.
Put them up.
And then you fly by real slow, so people get a good look at the aircraft to see how slow it can go. Then they raise the gear and they start accelerating to do other things. And I've got a lot of friends that are afraid to fly, surprisingly. But the biggest fear of flying for most people is they hear sounds in the airplane that they just don't know what the sounds are. So often, if you could get somebody in an airplane and lower the gear for them and raise the gear, or lower the flaps, raise the flaps, and they can hear what's going on, they tend not to be as afraid.
All airplanes, even commercial airplanes, should demonstrate it where people would be scared.
Probably,
That's good. Oh, we talk about this a lot. Carrie's a little bit. I'm a liar. I will get on a plane for convenience, but turbulence is just.
So another good friend here in town, he always asks about turbulence and flying. And Chris, if you're out there listening, it's you I'm talking about. But
Here's the thing: if you get in turbulence in an airplane, look outside. If it's clear air, enjoy the ride. If it's
People of Canada, look at one of your airplanes. You probably get to see every day.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
I think this is the first year for the Canada Air Force. And I appreciate you people in Canada. Look at those great people on the Kentucky side. You see some birds out there. You see a red bird, a daddy and a mommy, or maybe daddy and a baby. You know, maybe it's daddy getting some feed, maybe feeding one of the babies. I don't know, cause daddy does bring one the baby birds over and get food and feed the red birds. Yeah, it's daddy feeding the babies, one of the babies. In case you didn't know about red birds. And them red birds, they always said is angels. And they're pretty birds. And I want to thank you all who comes to the YouTube channel and watch this tonight. It's a very special thing for Kentuckiana, Thunder over Louisville. They have fireworks about 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you've never been to Thunder over Louisville, maybe you can come next year and watch Thunder over Louisville. Or you can look Thunder over Louisville up in your search engine and find out more about that. That is the beginning of the Kentucky Derby, which is in May. Yeah, she's feeding the baby. The teacher, that's a fat baby. It could be maybe a female. I don't know if it got a little red in it, but not like the daddy. But it looks like there's a daddy going back over feeding the baby. Daddy flew off, but let's get back.
To there, but out in the airbox. Look at that, Rick.
That is great. That is the T-28 Trojans, and they're going to be forming a missing man formation, and that missing man formation is a tribute to one of the founding fathers of Thunder, Charlie Land. They're going to be coming up with that shortly. We'll have more on Charlie in just a second. But
we want to just give you a good look at this. This is Sully. Tell us about this airplane.
This airplane, similar to the C-130, if you will, has been around for 75 years.
Okay.
It was a trainer. It was a replacement to the 86 Texan, which was a trainer back in World War II that came out of World War II. So between World War II and the Korean War, they developed the T-28, a little more power, a little bit, I guess you could call it newer technology back then, but essentially a similar airplane for training purposes. So been around a long, long time. The Trojan Thunder was debuted in 2018, so they haven't been around for, not even about 8 years. So a new group, they're out of Lake Wales, Florida, where they have a large group of different type of stunt teams that fly. So they're here with us this week for Thunder, flying the AT-6.
Now, when you fly formation, and we talked about that earlier, how these airplanes are so close together.
Yes.
And they're putting their gear down, so the airplane, the speeds are changing, the power adjusts.
Boy, it looked like they're awful close together,
But
people.
these guys, because the engines don't respond as fast as a jet, so the lag time in there. So they just take a little bit longer to do cooperate. But what happens is these guys have been doing it for so long. They're so good at what they do to make it look so easy that they know all the adjustments that need to be done, and they fly together on a regular basis, so they know each other and what their habits are and how they handle it.
And how do you learn to trust like this? What's the practice like?
It's just you learn to do it. You learn the other guy. You learn the way he works, how he flies, how he handles the airplane, and so the lead is the core to the whole program. So if he is steady and consistent, and you know what to expect from him, he's easy to fly off of. It's when somebody's erratic and you don't know exactly what they're going to be doing, then it just becomes a real challenge to fly formation with them. But these guys fly together so much and are so good at what they do that it's just second nature to them.
Look how close they are.
Yeah.
I mean,
That scares me, people. You got Navy, Air Force.
So you can technically have two pilots.
Yeah. This is another training aircraft that was designed for training. So there would be an instructor in the back seat with a student in the front seat, and he would go out and take them out.
Well, it looked like 3 Air Force and 1 Navy plane.
Before the Korean War, you had airplanes that were mostly prop driven until they got into the jet age, but they was able to take somebody and take them from maybe an old Piper Cub or whatever they came out of flying and put them in something with a lot more power, radial engine with some torque in it. So it's a different beast to handle that airplane with the abilities and the capabilities of the radial engines and the power adjustments you have to make to be able to fly this airplane to make it look really easy, because it is not.
It don't look easy to me.
Almost impossible. Like just this.
Yeah.
Just as close as they are. We've talked about that. What kind of training? How long do these teams train together?
Oh, they train for years.
2 Navies. 2 Navies and 2 Air Force.
4 years or longer. Now, this team itself has only been around since 2018. But if you look at the aerobatic teams, these people have been flying for a long time. These airplanes have been around a while. These people just love flying. So they do it for decades. And they may go from one team to another and from one location to another and rejoin another team. But they get to learn how each other flies. And you just learn, you fly with somebody for a while. That take long, but you get a feel for how they can fly the airplane and how good they are at it, what their quirks are, what their strong points are. And you can get really good at it. Then you just get a good wingman.
Sully, what's the significance of they have the Marines?
Well, 709, they had an airplane a couple minutes before this, was from Canada. Canada Air Force plane. And I did, that's nice. Somebody from Canada bringing one of those Air Force planes from Canada.
You would have the Air Force flying it and the Navy flying it. So they have the different.
I don't know. Maybe if I was younger, I probably would. But I haven't seen the P-51 Mustang. I think because of the weather, maybe he didn't make it or something. I don't know.
Write a few checks here and there. I might be able to get a ride in one down in Lake Wales.
This is truly the picture of thunder in the USA right here. A lot of historic significance right here in the sky over Louisville.
And Jay, we like the fact that the ceiling is getting a little better, so our show is back up and running.
I know, right? The ceiling has come up to about 3,500 feet. And as a result, we're starting to see a few more vertical acrobats out there and maneuvers, and so it's good to see.
Listen to that. It's nice to hear that, right, Sully?
Oh, the radial engine just has such a great sound to it. It's something you don't expect to hear, but it's so unique that it's just pure power. But there is that is a pretty good size engine, as you can see by just looking at the nose and how big that is.
That's a big engine.
Those guys can probably go about 250, maybe 300 miles an hour if they go downhill. But yeah, it's not a super fast airplane. It's just a workhorse. Could do a lot of long distance maneuvering. but it's just a good trainer. It's a stable platform, and it's not. I wouldn't say it's an easy airplane to fly, but it is airplane that you can learn how all the nuances of how to fly an airplane with an engine that big in it.
Again, this is the T-28 Trojan propeller-driven trainer aircraft developed by North American Aviation, introduced in the early 50s, 1950s, used by the U.S. Air Force and Navy for primary pilot training, helping transition pilots to more advanced aircraft. A two-seater there for a pilot and a trainer.
Beautiful airplane.
They had put on a really nice show for us. I alluded to it earlier. They're now lining up for the missing man formation. And this is really special for Thunder Over Louisville because the missing man formation that they're forming right now is a tribute to one of the founding fathers of Thunder Over Louisville, Charlie Lynn, who we lost a few months ago.
You'll see the airplane, the white airplane in the middle.
Well, since they got music, I mute it.
B-51s, everything. A St. grad, proud Louisville Cardinal, and Air Force veteran, Charlie controlled the skies over Thunder for nearly 2 decades. He often said Thunder brought him and his wife their greatest joy. But in truth, it was Charlie who brought it to many of us. So as we look up this year, we think of him, watching the air show from above this time, in the wide blue yonder. Blue skies and tailwinds, old friend. Your legend is still flying high at Thunder Over Louisville.
Well, because of the music, people, I gotta cut it. You all know how YouTube is. There's a 2nd Street Bridge. It goes from Indiana into Louisville, Kentucky, with the 2nd Street Bridge is shut down because they got the fireworks you would see. They got those big cannons up there where they shoot blanks. And I wonder how come WLKY haven't shown the Indiana side. I want to know that because they usually show Indiana and the Kentucky side. All I've seen today is Kentucky side. They still got music. I can't do that, people, because YouTube will get on me. And if you got a car dealership, a Chevy, GMC, or Nissan, visit your local dealers. You know, and support your business that you see here on WLKY tonight. You know, support your local mechanics, fire departments, cell phone banks, all them people. Support them where you live. And support all your banks wherever you live. Support your banks. And this is in Kentucky. You know, support people like him in your area. You know, outside grills wherever you're from. Support your neighbors who sells them. Support your school. You know, support your horse tracks, your farms, your EMTs, your mechanics, your libraries, your football teams. You all know what I mean. Support them. and Spectrum TV. I'm just waiting for Spectrum to go out because they usually do that 2 to 3 times a month, and I'm expecting them to go out. And that's funny. Don't they make standard transmissions anymore? Why you gotta have automatic transmissions in vehicles and pickup trucks? You know, I don't understand why they do that, people. Like I say, 709, if you go to WLKY TV on YouTube, you probably see it live on their YouTube channel. You can watch all of it. You can watch the fireworks with the music, which I won't do that.
There you're looking at the command center as we're closing in on 4 hours till the Thunder over Louisville. 4.5 actually. To Thunder over Louisville.
You know, it takes a lot of people to put on Thunder.
I'm getting the wrong time. 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Oh, look at him. This is what it's all about.
Yes, exactly.
That's what Thunder over Louisville is about, people, you kids.
You see Wayne Hettinger. Wayne took a tumble on Tuesday, so he's kind of slow getting around there. He's got a brace on his knee right now, but he wasn't going to miss this for the world. You can bet on that. But, you know, it's been
There's the guy on the phone. That's on the Kentucky side.
It's been time to get down here. 3 hours and 32 minutes.
I mean, that's great to see the crowd. Yeah, it's great to see the crowd just continue to grow as it has been.
If that wasn't bad weather, people,
just continue to see that trend.
that place would be packed. There would be over 500 people there. 500,000 people. There's people that got engaged at Thunder over in Louisville and Indiana side. They should have the drone show with all those drones. Probably 1,000 of them or more, because they can make a. That's on the Kentucky side. Where's Indiana side, WLKY?
WLKY's Jamie Mays. She's enjoying Thunder at Lynn Family Stadium. Hey, Jamie.
We're out here at Len Family Stadium where there's one of several Thunder viewing parties in the area. People are out here having a good time, enjoying some entertainment, and looking forward to the Lou City FC game. I'm here right now with one of the families that decided to come out. Tell me a little bit about what brought you out here today.
Well, we love watching Lou City play. We love the air show. It's our favorite part of Thunder, and of course the fireworks.
And we're out here right now. It's a little windy. There's been some rain throughout the day. Talk to us about how you're feeling about the weather and how you're holding up.
She's cute.
I'm not too worried about it, honestly. Some of those clouds look a little ominous, but according to the weather forecast, I think it's a little better. So I'm not worried about it. We'll be all right.
All right, girls. Tell me about what you're looking forward to tonight.
They look like sisters.
And then watching the game.
What about you?
I'm excited to watch the game and then see the fireworks.
Have you all come out here before to see fireworks, or is this your first time?
I think this is our first time.
And what are you looking forward to about enjoying the fireworks from the stadium versus Waterfront Park?
I just think it would be nice to have seats and be able to have a clear view. Yeah.
Awesome. So here at Lynn Family Stadium tonight, families are out here enjoying it, having a good time, waiting for those fireworks to kick off tonight. Back to you.
A lot of things to do here in the city of Louisville.
Yeah, look at that.
That is the Waco Taperway. This thing, T-Craft. Oh, this is the T-Craft. I'm sorry.
Local pilot here, Nick Coleman. So it's kind of nice when you have a local pilot here taking to the skies of his hometown here. What a plane, Sully. Tell us about this one.
This is a T-Craft, basically a high wing airplane. He usually flies a taper wing, which is a biplane, but the taper wing was found after 20 years sitting in a barn that he refurbished. But the T-Craft, basically high performance airplane.
They wouldn't get me to do that either, 709. I wouldn't do that. I had a heart attack.
Aerobatic airplane, you can see out the top of your airplane, and you can kind of get a feel for the horizon and everything else. Sometimes with a high wing aircraft like this, when you're doing aerobatic work, it can kind of block some of your view of some of your references that you might use while you're doing some aerobatic work. But in any case, the engine's powerful enough to get him through all these maneuvers, and you can see he's starting to go into the vertical here. A lot more vertical work out of here.
Oh,
so it's
Lord.
a good sign that we're getting some more.
I just watched it and I can have a heart attack.
Ability for the air show so that we get some more people in here to do some more vertical maneuvering. But high wing airplane, good loading on.
Let's me get 12 subscribers. Help me get my watch hours up. And thank WLKY for sharing it on YouTube and on TV. Well, I can share it with you all who don't have the capability in other countries, and you people that's in the armed forces, it's on my YouTube channel. And thank you all very much. God be with you all. God be with those pilots tonight for their safety. Oh, I get sick just looking at it, people. He don't have his door on. I don't think he has doors on it. Unless he got a heck of a window on it. It don't look like he has a door on it, people. Am I the only one seeing that?
A lot of instrument information that he's using. He's looking at airspeed, altitude, all through the entire maneuver.
Oh, boy, I got to turn away from it, people. I'm just getting dizzy looking at it.
Room to recover the airplane and be safe through the entire maneuver, but it sure looks fun.
I'm just wondering how you keep your bearings because I get dizzy on a merry-go-round. I don't know doing a barrel roll.
It's just practice. It's just something you learn over time. I mean, when you first start flying stuff like that, it is you kind of get lost a little bit sometimes. But once he starts doing that, you kind of have an idea I'm going to come off, and you.
See, you see, people, all these airplanes, helicopters, jets, they're flying in the groove right over the river, which is the safest place to fly when they do these air shows. In case you all don't know that.
Oh, yeah. You pick up a lot of that in pilot training, and when you start pilot training, you fly it. Now it's a T6 Texan 2. It used to be the T37 when I went through. You basically either get through the first part, and a lot of people get airsick during the first couple of flights. I fortunately didn't, but what happened is they finally get to the point where you either handle it or you don't, and then the washout, they call it a washout, but you can basically have to get out of the program.
Any percentage of the guys that will wash out?
It depends. Probably around, I would say, maybe 5 to 10% of the class. It's something you don't want to do. The Air Force doesn't really want to bring somebody on board and try to train them to become a pilot and then not, just get rid of them. So they do try to get everybody through. They try to give you all the options to try to help you get through the problems. And then, of course, you do instrument training. You do all these other tests, and all your rides are graded. And you have check rides periodically of different instrument ratings and contact checks where you're doing maneuvering, and you get graded at a very stringent scale. And then basically, if you don't meet muster, then you basically, they either wash you out or you might get washed back to another class. But it's basically the program itself is designed to make sure that when you get to the end of the pipeline, that you're capable of going to an F-15 or an F-16, how to fly the airplane, how to fly instruments. You can fly upside down, you know where your bearings are, you know which heading you're at, and how to fly the airplane and keep yourself safe. So is the wind knocking him around pretty good? If it's gusting up there, yeah, it's probably pushing it pretty good. He's got a good size wing on this airplane. This airplane isn't really heavy, so the wind will have some effect on it, more so than like your airliner or something like that. And he's working the rudder. I mean, that's a beautiful maneuver there, just controlling the airplane, just even in these conditions. But that's just a testament to his training and skill and just the amount of practices he's been doing.
Well, he makes it look easy.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you could definitely tell that Nick's having fun.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's just, I don't know what it is, but if you go up there and just, I call it turning and burning, but you basically just go up there and just spin around. And we used to go, in the F-16, we go up here, if there were puffy clouds, cumulus nimbus clouds or whatever, we just go and fly around the clouds. It's just a really fun time to just go and just let it loose up in the sky, fly around and just be able to move the airplane around, do what you wanted to do.
It don't look like they got doors on it, unless I'm seeing things, people.
And it is, the whole program is motivation. You know, I think anybody can do anything they want.
Maybe it's a glass door.
And, it's just a matter of work. It's not easy, but it's a matter of dedication.
I don't know. I think it's easier said than done. Some people are afraid of heights no matter what you do. And I would imagine having a stomach for this, but we'll take your word for it.
Well, yeah, I was just fortunate. But yeah, maneuver airplanes, I mean, when you're moving on to fighters and you're doing dogfighting and everything, you're flying upside down and you're watching somebody else and you're basically paying more attention to them, but you're also trying to keep watching your altitude, watching your airspeed, you're looking outside, you're looking inside, and you're trying to keep track of 5 different things at the same time. And but I tell you, it's just quite a rush when you're up there dogfighting somebody, and they're really good, and they're making you work for it. You can do a stack, or you can maneuver the airplane, and you're upside down, twirling, and basically doing aileron rolls or whatever you want to do, but and having an idea of where you're at, and then you can just pop out of it and get there, keep the airplane under control. It's tough.
All right, the air show continues on Thunder over Louisville. I'm going to step away, take a break for about an hour. Jennifer, you'll be gone when I'm coming back. You did a wonderful job. Mickey York is coming in for a second. Jay, I'll see you in a bit. Thunder over Louisville. Thunder in the USA. Roaring your way. We'll be right back on WLKY.
WLKY's Thunder over Louisville coverage is brought to you in part by Meyer.
So people, you watching it, make sure, go to their sponsors if they're where you're at. Or even any dealers that they show on here. Go to your local dealers. And, you know, but watching that airplane, it got me dizzy. And I'm sitting here in bed watching it. It takes a very special person. Now you know, you heard that Air Force guy talk what the pilots go through. And you got ladies going through that. And there's quite a few lady jet pilots out there. So you know they got to be good people. And I want to thank you service people that came here today putting Thunder over Louisville on. Thank you for your service. And thank WLKY for what they done for Kentucky Anna. And it takes a whole lot of people to put this on. You got ups and police departments on both sides of the river. You got the fire departments. You got hospital. You got EMT, paramedics. You got all kinds of people is here doing Thunder over Louisville. You got cops from all over Indiana that comes down here who volunteers. Same thing in Kentucky. You got police departments all over Kentucky that comes over to Thunder over Louisville to buy security for the people of Thunder over Louisville. God bless you all for the job you do. And it's very nice, people. Now it's back on.
The action is happening. That's what the logistics are taken care of up there. A lot of people making this show happen. We've had a really nice, successful air show. So we just saw this performance, which, oh my gosh, the whole time, you guys, I was really, just like the dips and the turns and the falling, Rob. Oh.
Yeah, so
I wish WLKY to check on that airplane. Does he have doors on it? Or is it a glass door? I'd like to know that.
But he's working diligently to keep track of where he is in that space as he's maneuvering the airplane.
You know, I'm just glad that we got to see this performance because it is so impressive to watch. And we took a little pause a bit ago because the ceiling was too low to fly, but it looks like things have cleared up, Matt, just in time to continue on.
I mean, enough to do a loop like that was pretty cool, right? And we still have the overcast skies. Temperatures that started out in the middle 60s are now down near 50 degrees and feeling like the lower 40s. So it's chilly. We're starting to layer up. We have our coats and jackets on, and that'll be a fixture in the wardrobe, I think, for the remainder of the evening, as it's not going to get any warmer. But overall, it's nice that we've been able to work in the air show. I mean, it was cool to see the Blackhawks and the divers jump into the water, the LAPD rescue team. There has still been a lot going on. And this thing that's in the skies right now is pretty cool, too. Yeah, it's not an alien aircraft, right? So I think most people have had a chance now to see what a V-22 looks like. This is the V-22 Osprey. It is a transport that's capable of taking off like a helicopter but flying like an aircraft.
Wow.
And that allows them the ability to get into small spaces but still go long distances quickly. This aircraft actually belongs to the United States Marine Corps, but an interesting note about it, it's being flown by an Air Force pilot, because it's from New River in North Carolina, and their Air Force pilots that are there with the Marines, training them on how to fly the V-22, because both the Marine Corps and the Air Force will fly this airplane.
It looks a lot different than most aircraft, right? Is it a lot harder to fly?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely got a challenge because it's somewhere in between a helicopter and an aircraft, and so it takes a special skill set for guys to learn to fly this. And you just got to watch it on screen transition from its hover mode to its airplane mode as the whole engines tilt down and the airplane is able to continue to go forward.
And in what cases are they switching that, making that switch and making that decision? What plays into that?
Well, when they were going to slow down to offload troops or to land in a field or the austere location, or when they're going to land at an airfield. If you take a look, you see how big those props are, the propellers. That they've got to have the wing or the propellers lifted up to be able to land so it doesn't strike the ground.
Now, what's the most common use of the Osprey?
For transport, for assault transport. So the Marines will use Ospreys from an amphibious warfare ship to take Marines on board and assault an enemy-controlled territory. So, in the old days, you come in landing craft. You see World War II movies. We still have some types of landing craft, but now the Marines would come in helicopters and Ospreys. Ospreys, if they're coming from further away, can fly further than a helicopter and faster.
I was going to say, and faster is what I've heard.
Right. That's right. So it's probably twice as fast as a helicopter and much longer range. I've never seen the flight deck of one. Do you know, does it have, so you have the yoke and the throttle for a normal airplane, and helicopters have the stick on the side, it goes up and down. Do they have all three? Do you know? They've got different, it's not the same collective like in a helicopter, but they do have the ability, they've got a device that helps shift how the motors go, and whether it's in hover mode or whether it's in and then they control the pitch of the blade to do the
to do them.
I learned something
It's
new.
amazing looking aircraft.
I mean, it's so cool to look at.
It is, and see the up on the right front of the airplane, you see a little thing sticking out. It's a probe. This airplane can also do air refueling. And normally here for Thunder, we get to see tankers and we see what air refueling looks like. We're not going to get to see that today, obviously. There are no tankers present, but this airplane's capable of really long range flight by doing air refueling.
That's awesome. And how often do you have to utilize the air refueling, would you say?
Well, it depends. This airplane's probably going to range, I'm guessing somewhere about in a straight line, up to.
In case this is your first time, people, this is Thunder over Louisville. About 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, they will have fireworks. This is the beginning of the Kentucky Derby, which is in May. They do it every year. They've done it for 30 some odd years, except last year they didn't do it because of the flood. And if you want to watch the fireworks with music, I would mute it when the fireworks goes because of the music. You can go to WLKY on YouTube and watch it on their channel if you want to listen to the music during the fireworks. This is a great show. They had people from Ohio and I think Pennsylvania. They got them coming from everywhere.
It's not warm. No, I'm not gonna lie, it's not warm, but it's honestly not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I know it's not 11 o'clock at night yet.
Not yet.
It's gonna happen.
That's right. As Matt talked about, we're down to 50 degrees or so right now. Wind chills in the low 40s. This is about what we're going to have going forward too. And you saw on the lens there of some of the cameras a few raindrops.
Yeah.
So we're getting some of that light rain coming back in. But hey, at least those ceilings have come up a little bit. So we're getting a little bit more of the maneuvers in the vertical by some of the air.
I came down a couple of hours ago and I was surprised at how easily it was to get down here.
Yeah.
There are lots and lots of people, but still the traffic is not bad at all. Parked in the Galt House parking garage. There's lots of empty spaces there. So the weather has put a damper on it. I was looking behind us, there are about a dozen boats out on the Ohio River, pleasure boats. It's got to be a little chilly out there, but everybody's trying to make the best of it. Everybody's been
people,
so friendly.
if that wasn't bad weather
a few family reunions
and cold,
there, a lot of
there would be over 500,000 people there on the Kentucky and Indiana side.
On our air this year is there's always a marriage proposal.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes a wedding, but I haven't seen that. So if you guys know somebody that is getting engaged today, please find a WLKY photographer or reporter and tell us, because we always look forward to seeing that out here. But
The night's still young.
I told you they do that every year.
So we're having a great time out here.
All right, you are watching Thunder over Louisville, Thunder in the USA on WLKY, your home for Thunder this year. We'll be right back.
Well, it's time to turn that away from there. And people, if you've never been to Thunder over Louisville, you need to make it one year. You see all kinds of planes. Fireworks is a good thing to watch. That's one of the best fireworks shows around. Zombies, or I forget the name of the people that puts the fireworks on. And it's a great show. A whole lot of advertisers, a whole lot of sponsors. UPS is a sponsor. U of L Hospital is a sponsor. I like to see University Hospital or Baptist Hospital or Norton's Hospital get involved in something like this. And all of these car dealerships. And But it's a big thing here in Kentuckiana every year. Thunder over Louisville. You all heard me talk about it for about a week or so, telling you about it. To go on YouTube, on WLKY YouTube channel, you can watch it, I believe. And it's a great show, people. Like I say, they usually have 500,000 people plus, but it kind of started raining, this sprinkling rain. The clouds is low, but the closer it gets to the fireworks, there'll be more people there. They have a balloon glow special, I guess maybe Thursday. They showing at 9 o'clock. I guess next Thursday maybe. There's a whole lot of things going on for the Kentucky Derby. And this is one of many things they put on for the Kentucky Derby. And it's time to turn it back if I can get up.
In the USA, celebrating America's 250th. What a way to celebrate a birthday, Vicki.
It certainly is. What a great day down here at the waterfront. A little chilly, but you know, we didn't have to worry about the SPF or the sunburns this year. So there's always a silver lining out here. It's just a great day to be out. Everybody's
really
enjoying this, and could be a lot worse, Jake Cardosi.
It could be a ton worse. I mean, we could be having severe thunderstorms, snow, sleet. We're not getting that.
There you go.
We're somewhere in between.
S words again.
That's on the Kentucky side. Where's the Indiana side?
There on the waterfront.
Hey, WLK, why haven't you showed Indiana side?
Even though it's a little bit chilly, and even though the rain is intermittent, because that rain is intermittent, but you know what's not intermittent? The high spirits of many of the people here, from tents to blankets to just boogieing down.
That's under 64 there in Louisville, Kentucky, people.
Right now. What are their names? Levi and Liam. How are you keeping the spirits high while you're waiting for the fireworks to start and you're fighting off the cold weather right now?
Just listening to the music and enjoying my time.
I love it. What do you love about Thunder over Louisville?
This is actually my first year.
Is it?
Yes.
Who's our man here?
This is my birthday, Dylan.
What? Is this yours first?
Well, I gotta cut that out because of the music. You know how YouTube is, people. But what the U.S. Supreme Court, they can't do that no more. I think as of last week or this week. So show the Indiana side, WLKY. I know you're watching.
Teen Eagle, pair of eagles in the sky, Vicki.
That's right. It's primarily for air-to-air combat with a focus on speed, the climb rate, and advanced radar to dominate enemy aircraft.
Where's your F-15 Eagles, people?
Air-to-air missiles. These were introduced in the late 1970s, powered by two afterburning turbo engines, allowing it to reach speeds of Mach 2.5.
You know, these are the ones that the kids really like to see.
That's right.
Let's check in with our morning team over there on the Witherspoon Garage. Guys, how's it look from there?
Wow, well, we just saw them. Yeah, we're excited that they are here. Yeah, they're flying by. Rob, you're an F-16 guy, but how close is the F-15 to that?
Well, it has two engines, and as a single engine guy, we don't know why they need that second engine. You know, there's a big rivalry between the F-15 community and the F-16 community. But in all honesty, the F-15 has been the world's premier air-to-air fighter, being able to take long-range shots against enemy aircraft, but also being incredibly good in a dogfight, unless against an F-16.
Is this the one that was in Top Gun, people, with Tom Cruise?
From the Louisiana Air National Guard that have been doing this for a long time. They've got a great reputation.
and demonstrating a little bit about what the Eagle can do today. And there's two versions of the F-15 Eagle. We're looking at the F-15C model. Just listen to that for a second. The F-15C model is for air-to-air, and then there's an F-15E model, which is air-to-ground.
There's the thunder.
When you hear people say the sound of freedom, that's what they're talking about. You know, that loud...
Where's the A-10s today?
Just really is a presence. It's an airplane really built around a radar. It's got an incredible radar. You can see targets very long way off. It carries the AIM-120 advanced long-range radar missile, and it carries the Sidewinder missile, which is heat-seeking. So it can shoot you two ways, and then they also have the cannon that they can shoot you in a gun dogfight if necessary. And the Eagle is undefeated in air-to-air combat today. We've used it in the U.S. Air Force starting in 1991 in Desert Storm, its first combat experience. And then the Israelis fly it as well, too. Everyone's been very successful with it.
Let's talk about some of the formations that these things can do. It's the pilots, of course. Right now they're pretty spread out, so we're getting a good shot at one at a time. But boy, do they get close to one another.
They can. And watch, just listen to this guy go by for a second. So they can fly very close together. You know, like we saw with the T-38s earlier, all pilot training will teach you how to fly the basic Air Force formation, which is fingertip formation, where you're 3 feet apart. But that's an administrative formation to take off, to get to an area, to come back from an area, or to help an airplane that's in trouble that needs to fly off of you versus fly off their own instruments. If you lose your radio, if you lose electrics, if you lose certain things in the airplane, you need to fly off another airplane to come in to land. But you're going to spread out to fight because you don't want to be that close to another airplane when you're fighting. And so these guys are spread out, you know, a couple of miles apart to be able to not give radar interference to each other and to cover their area of responsibility. So these guys are spread out a little bit today to show you a little bit more what that's like.
That. Wow, that is incredible. Our sound's muffled because of our headphones, so I can't imagine how loud that really is.
Can you feel it? I can.
You can actually feel the sound. And, you know, it's one of the things that actually F-15s, F-16s, and A-10s, B-1s in Afghanistan would do. If there was contact with the enemy, sometimes we would do a low pass to get them to flee because the sound of the airplane coming over just, you know, told them that bad things were getting ready to happen if they didn't run away, right?
It'll rattle you, that is for sure. And I believe this is what was practicing yesterday when I was down at the golf house, and it was startling because it really came out of nowhere. And I saw someone and I said, "Are you going to Thunder tomorrow?" And then it flew by and everyone jumped. It was so loud.
I will say one of the benefits of not having the bright sun is that you can look up and follow their full path.
Well, that is very astute of you to say because when you are in combat, you're going to tactically analyze the weather. So you know when you're vulnerable and when you're not. So if you are under an overcast, you stick out like an ant on a picnic blanket, is what we say.
Yeah.
Or if you're above an overcast and somebody's above you looking down. If it's a bright blue day with sunshine and you're up at altitude coming down, you're almost impossible to see from the ground.
I see. So it's helpful.
And you see but for air shows, having a high overcast like this is great because you can see the airplanes very well. If you look the wingman go by.
Wow.
If you see underneath the wings of this airplane, it looks like, you know, some people will say, are those bombs under the airplane? And those are not. Those are external fuel tanks. For long-range combat sorties or for deployment sorties where you're crossing the ocean or things, you'll have external bags of gas that will help you for a longer range flight so you don't have to air refuel. Although these airplanes are capable of air refueling, normally you're going to fly with bags of gas to extend your range. In combat, you can actually jettison those. You can they're called drop tanks. You can drop the tanks because the tanks limit your ability to maneuver the airplane. If you're going to be in a close fight, you want to be able to drop those tanks and get away. Or if you're defending against an enemy missile that's launched at you, you'll jettison your stores and then maneuver because you're more G limited with them on than off.
So
But, for the average line pilot, you don't really want to be in fingertip formation pulling, 6 Gs. So they'll spread it out to be able to maneuver around the tight air show box that we have here. These fighters really, they will take almost a mile to turn around, right? If they're just flying normally. But if they're flying tight, they can do it much tighter. So that they're allowing themselves to spread out to be more maneuverable in their formation. So that we might see them join back up and as they depart, so they can get back into the airspace together at the same time.
Let's talk about what's going on inside the cockpit right now with these pilots are flying. You've been in a similar aircraft, so tell us what they're feeling when they make these turns and they go up and down like that.
Yeah, sure. Not only have I been in a similar aircraft, but I've flown here at Thunder 4 different times. So, you're paying attention to your airspeed, your altitude, but your body's feeling it. They're pulling a good 6 Gs at least when they've got the afterburner in and they're pulling back across the sky. They're pulling about 6 Gs, so you feel that. And so we've been talking for 5 to 10 minutes here. They've been pulling Gs. They're constantly in a turn, you can see. And when you get in and you do one of those hard banks, right, 90 degrees like he is, and he's pulling, then that's when the hardest part of the G is on.
All right.
And you got your little demonstration there, too, that you brought on, Rob.
That's right.
I appreciate that.
Here,
That's helpful.
let's see if I can get it on screen of the F-16 shooting the Eagle. Yeah. So the afterburner's giving him all the thrust to maintain his speed that he needs and energy he needs to keep that tight turn.
Let's listen to it really fast.
The wingman must be running out of gas.
Oh.
So, there he just lit his burner again. So you want to, as a wingman, you want to always try and use geometry to stay near your flight leader because you don't want to have to use gas. You don't want to end up with much less fuel than your flight lead. But as a flight lead, you also have to have wingman consideration. So you don't want to put your wingman in a position where they can't get back into position. So this team concept of flying with another airplane is something that you learn as a baby fighter pilot, and then you have to keep doing that work. Right. So he's going up over the top. Now, we'll see. He's checking out where the heights of the clouds are. It's always great to get...
Wow. Wow.
It's great to get the weatherman's report, but the best way to know where the weather is to go find it yourself.
Matt, why don't you do that?
No, I've just been quiet. This is my most favorite part of this air show, by far. Make the noise all day long. Go as fast as you can. They're not even, that's the first time they went up. They've just been doing the circles, and I'm like, I don't need the acrobatics. Just make noise.
And you could see the crowd. So the crowd behind us here, you could see it change, right? When they came out, everyone kind of came out from under the tent. Everyone looked up because it is that exciting. That's what they want to hear is the thunder, the noise of the planes.
You cannot look past the F-15. So.
We're fighter pilots. We like attention. What do you want to say? They grabbed a lot of it.
All right, stick around. You're watching Thunder Over Louisville right here on WLKY. We'll be right back with more coverage.
Drives Toyota.
The #1 selling retail brand for the past 14 years.
Leading the way, Toyota Camry. America.
People, that is what Thunder over Louisville is about. The noise, the thunder. If you can ever make it to Thunder over Louisville next year or whenever, bring your family. Bring your family. You love this show. And thanks WLKY for bringing it. That I can share it with you all. And I appreciate you people. And if you go to WLKY on YouTube, you should be able to see it stream on WLKY YouTube channel, I think. I'm not sure. And it's fun to watch the fireworks. People, them fireworks is a great show. If the weather hasn't been cold and bad today, it'd be over 500,000 people there. I want to read you something that YouTube put on there. Is heads up, we detected a video your stream belonged to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked if you plan to continue. Please ensure the content owner has added your channel to their allowed list. I did send them an email, told them what I was doing, how old I am, and what YouTube. I said I try to do it every year to get people to come to Kentucky and just have to wait and see, you know.
Hey, this is the command center. It takes about 2,000 people to put on Thunder over Louisville.
This guy there, he's in charge of the fireworks, I think.
We have a treat with us, Jennifer. Now, the royalty of Louisville joins us, Mayor Greenberg and the First Lady Rachel Greenberg. Thank you both for being here. I know you've been out and about talking to people all day, but you said
there's the mayor. There's the mayor's wife.
You all definitely do, and this is Thunder indeed, and it's great to see the F-15s. It was great to hear Rob explain what's going on, and just really wonderful to be back with Thunder again this year after last year.
Rachel and I were saying we didn't think we could be in that plane. No, I could not be in that plane. I lost my stomach a couple of times watching that.
It is very impressive.
Right, it is. You've been out and about parties. A lot of people are walking
around, trying to stay warm. It's been awesome. Everybody's happy and just looking up and smiling, and it's good. It's a good day. I'm waiting for Tom Cruise. I feel like this is Top Gun right now. Right? Yeah.
You know, someone told us earlier today that there is no bad weather, just bad gear.
Right.
So bundle up, come back out to Thunder. It's wonderful. We've been thanking a lot of the first responders and all the sponsors that help make this event possible for our city so that everyone can enjoy it.
Mayor, it was canceled last year because of flooding. What does it mean to you to be able to be back here and kind of let the city shine again?
It's really special after having missed it for 1 year because the city comes together so well during all of Kentucky Derby Festival season. There is no other city in the world that does what we do. I mean, just think about it. These are Super Bowl-like events that we have day after day after day before even our biggest events arrive for Oaks and Derby at Churchill Downs. No one else can pull that off. The volunteers at the Derby Festival, the board and the staff, Metro government, all the first responders. And so it's really special to be in Louisville this time of year.
Lots of air shows across the country that are very good, including this one, of course. But it's the fireworks. If you go any place else and you watch a fireworks show, you go, no, it's not Louisville.
I agree.
This is best.
And some people that see this fireworks show for the first time, they're thinking, I've seen fireworks show. This is going to be no big deal.
Yep.
You have not seen fireworks until you see Thunder over Louisville. And I love the added drone show that they added as well. And this year, I purposely don't ask any questions because I like to be surprised. Yeah. But I know there's going to be a lot of red, white, and blue. And having it as Thunder in the USA theme, I think, is going to be really special.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite that you like to see, a favorite plane or a favorite part of this show or today?
Those F-15s are pretty tough to beat. Cool. But I've also loved the drone show. But when the 2nd Street Bridge really gets going, to me, that's my favorite part.
The fireworks.
Rachel, we've been talking about clothing for Derby and Oaks and all the things, the festivities you're going to. Didn't have to worry about that today. Just needed to wear some comfortable shoes, sweatshirt, and a coat.
Exactly. Sneakers, and I took out my winter gear. I thought Jay's here. Jay, did he come out?
Yeah, Jay was.
Blame it on Jay.
Yeah,
Blame it on Jay.
This weather, Jay, is not that bad. I mean, we've got. You even just heard Rob say it's great for a air show that you can see the planes well.
Yeah, we don't have the sun in our eyes.
No, it's true.
Just layer up, put on an exterior layer that'll break the wind, and you'll be totally fine.
Any problems so far? Have you been hearing anything from police or first responders? Any
So far, all is good. Rachel and I went over to the emergency operations centers where all of the state, federal, and local officials are being represented. Every agency has representation down there. So far, everything is working according to plan.
Right.
And so we appreciate everyone cooperating with the advice they're getting about the way traffic is going. So far, so good.
Yeah, just be patient. All right.
Time will tell how we get home tonight. Right? That'll be it, right?
Mayor Greenberg, First Lady Rachel Greenberg, thank you guys so much for stopping
Great to have you guys. It's great to see your smiling faces.
Thank you all
so much.
Well, this is Thunder over Louisville on WLKY. We will be right back after this break.
We skip a lot these days, but skipping your dental checkups? No way! Don't skip out on your smile. Visit Mortensen Family Dental. Schedule online at mortensondental.com.
Chart item 24, critical site exposure.
I got to turn it away from there doing the commercial, people. But, you know, this is what Thunder over Louisville is about. If you can make it next year to Thunder over Louisville, you won't regret it. You won't regret Thunder over Louisville. It's a great place to you to bring your family. Oh, you know, this is the beginning of the Kentucky Derby.
The fireworks show, the air show well underway. We have seen so many awesome aircraft out here today. That ceiling got better for us and we were able to see more planes, but 2 hours, 44 minutes until the fireworks. Hey, there are so many really cool places to watch Thunder over Louisville. You've got some parties at the Galt House. There's some rooftop parties. You've got the Lou Family Stadium. You also have Slugger Field. Yeah, they got to watch a baseball game earlier today. The Bats coming home with a win.
Yeah, 4-2 victory on a little gray Saturday afternoon, but I'm glad they got the win in.
Yeah.
Now it's time to look skyward for the rest of the air show, the fireworks, and have some fun.
Can't wait. Let's check in with Jamie Mays, where she's been checking in with some people at Slugger Field.
We're here at Slugger Field, one
have several Thunder viewing parties in the area. People have come out here to not only watch the Bats play, but enjoy lots of entertainment and family fun throughout the night. I caught up with some fans out here. Talk to me about first, who's with you today? Hi, I'm Carrie. This is my son Lachlan and our friend Hannah. And what brings you out here? So I started working for the Kentucky Derby Festival in the early 2000s, and it just kind of became tradition. And what makes you keep coming back each year? What part of this tradition is so special? The community and seeing everybody out and about, and people we haven't seen in a long time that we run into just happenstance. And you also decided to come out here to Sluggerville. What made you decide to choose this venue rather than going out to Waterfront Park to watch the fireworks? I just love Sluggerville. My dad growing up would get tickets from his company, and so we'd be here several times a year. And so for me, it's just nostalgic. I love watching baseball, and I just like spending time with family and friends. It's a good place. Great. We have an air show out here, a concert at some point, lots of entertainment. But what's your favorite part?
The food. The food's great. Deep fried Oreos, fries, hot dogs, anything you want, they got it.
What have you already had tonight?
Fries and probably get a lot more by the time night's over.
A lot to choose from out here at Sluggerville. Entertainment, lots of fun out here for the family. Back to you.
Catchers are going to be performing. Isn't that pretty cool? You get a concert, a game, and you get to see the fireworks.
And look at this right now, getting a nice view of smoke on aviation. How many planes are we looking at, Rob?
A lot of them. No, there are 12 aircraft that are flying. These are all local guys, and we'll get a chance to see their act in a minute.
All right, can't wait to see that. Stick around for more Thunder over Louisville right here on WLKY.
Always gives you more ways to save, like low prices and...
It's a commercial, people. I went out and fed the outside kitty cats. I got Kathy looking at me. You got cat food in your pan. You're not getting special treat tonight. You had the last 3 nights. So you got to go in there and eat your cat food. But people, make sure you give me the thumbs up, subscribe, and like I said, during the fireworks, people, I will mute it because of the music. Because I don't want YouTube to get on me. It's nice what they do with music with all the different fireworks. And I appreciate it. I've been on, I guess, about 3 hours. I've been on since 3 o'clock. And it's 6:49 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Indiana. And I thank you all for watching. And I don't make no money off of this, people. But I'm trying to bring you all people into Thunder over Louisville, the Kentucky Derby. And Thunder over Louisville gives you something to do with your family here in Kentucky, Anna. You can either watch it from the Louisville side or Jeffersonville side. I'm trying to give you all some ideas for next year to come to Thunder over Louisville. As I explained to you, that's the beginning of the Kentucky Derby Festival.
more than 37 years. Well, that's because COVID was a no-show in 2020 and 2025. Flooding over the Ohio River and the Great
Look at those
there.
look at those beautiful plains, people.
A little chilly, but I think the longer you're out here, Jay, the more layers you put on, the warmer you're feeling.
Yeah, that and Vicky, I have to admit, I think the wind is coming down a little bit, so it feels a little bit better. The rain, it's kind of on and off. Listen, we're as cold as we're going to be going
Good news.
So that's some good news. And look at this Smoke On team right here, the Smoke On Aviation Flight Team. And Sully, I believe it consists of 12 aircraft.
Yeah, there's 12 RV-8 aircraft, RV-7s, and they're all basically, these are experimental sport planes flown by local pilots. Most of them are UPS guys that fly, this is their hobby, I guess you could say, on the side. This is a very, very, very popular kit airplane that is across the entire country. Vans makes this airplane. It comes in different variants. There's the RV-8, the RV-7. There's also an RV-10. Different configurations, either tail draggers. These are all tail dragger aircraft. So the RV-10 is a tricycle gear airplane. So they can, but if you look at, they customize these airplanes for their own good. So they have very nice avionics. They have ForeFlight. They have onboard radar, weather radar systems on their airplanes. But the bottom line about these airplanes is they're aerobatic and fully aerobatic maneuverable airplanes. So it's
very quiet.
Oh yeah, they're just the engine's about 180 horsepower engine on the airplane, depending upon the model you have, and it's just fun to go up. And you have a friend of mine that has one over at Clark County Airport, and you can just go out, jump in, take off. It's a tandem airplane. There's some single seaters, but there's also a 2-seat model.
You say that this is a hobby for these guys?
Yeah,
Expensive hobby.
I need to get a different hobby.
Smoke On Aviation, known for that trail of smoke that leave there behind their flight there. Sully, this looks like they're having a good time. 12 airplanes.
Yeah, that's pretty phenomenal. That's kind of.
I got a plane flying over the house.
You know what the other person's going to do, and obviously they practice a lot.
How do you practice the first time?
Well, actually,
like dodgeball.
No, you actually watch these people. You walk around on the ground, and you fly. And your wingman's over here on your shoulder, and you just walk around on the tarmac, on the concrete, and you say, "Hey, we're going to do this maneuver, and then we're going to do this maneuver." And so you just work your way around, and they say, "Okay, I want you to split off, or I want you to slide, move over here," and you basically it's a choreographed maneuver. So it's just like a dance.
That's a news story. We need a camera out there watching that.
Yeah.
And this is a good shot right here from the cockpit of these Smoke On planes. So you literally, they train by walking through it together. That's really cool. So this is the cockpit shot there of one of the pilots.
Oh, yeah. And he's making hand signals to somebody, so they're getting ready to do something. He's making sure, so they're splitting off a little bit or changing formation. So you saw him come in the 12-ship echelon diamond formation. So everybody's gotten lined up, and then they split off. So they basically, the leader is a guy named Wayne McMaster, 747 captain at UPS. And he's just basically the lead guy, but he'll be making hand signals, and then they make their decisions. And they're also on the radio, too, within their flight, so they're talking to each other.
But they're having a blast up there, aren't they? You know, you cannot hear these 12 planes come by compared to that F-15.
Well, what the hell they get 12? I counted 7.
Full afterburner, 50,000.
There's 5 of them right there. How they get 12?
Yeah, so it's a lot different, a lot more interesting.
I count 5 people. How they get 12?
I have to admit, even though it's been cut back, the air show has because of the weather, it's still been fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Really has. Yeah. All right. Jennifer, you're going to head out. You've been out here chilly, and you're going to get warm.
Yeah, we're all here. We're going to leave you here with Smoke On Aviation. I'm going to step away, and Rick Van Hoos is going to come back here and join you guys. But we're going to take a real quick break. This is Thunder over Louisville on WLKY. Thunder in the USA. Stay with us.
That's what Thunder all about, people. Kids is having a great time with their parents, their grandparents. Look at that little girl having a good time at Thunder over at Louisville. You know, it's a beautiful time this year. If you can, make it to Thunder over in Louisville next year. There's usually over 500,000 people there on both sides of the river, in Louisville and Jeffersonville and some around Clarksville. And it's a beautiful show. I've been there about 20, 30 years ago when my kids was little. And it's good if you don't mind the traffic jam after it's over. You know, you might find you like Youngstown Shopping Center or someplace like that where you can park. Then you can walk over to the river. That's only about a mile, I think. You know, and it's a good place to go and watch Thunder over in Louisville. And this, this is the beginning of the Kentucky Derby. They got many other shows. They got the air balloon glow. They got all those balloons that glow. And they got, I think they call them bed races, where they have beds and they race them. They got a bunch of other stuff you wouldn't believe. And after the fireworks is over, they have a heck of a traffic jam, people. You won't believe the traffic jam. And if you on the Louisville side, you only can go a certain way. And when the fireworks goes off, they are shut down the bridges. They are shut down a bunch of stuff. And when the fireworks is over, they shut down stuff where people can leave.
This is coverage of Thunder over Louisville. Taking it live like the kids here. Hey, Addie Myers, how you doing there, girl? She's still in those short sleeves right now because jealous.
She's inside where it's warm.
Working hard, having fun. We're out here at Thunder over Louisville, taking another look at Smoke on Aviation.
There's only 6 of them.
Cool and tight, specific
7 of them. How'd they get 12 of them? I only see 7 of them. 7. I only see 7 of them. They said 12, but I only see 7. How many you all count? I only count 7.
Big player in the community.
But I want to know why WLKY is not showing the Indiana side.
Everybody else is following the leader.
That's what I want to know. They usually show both sides of the river.
Your airplane almost until the end of the show because you're watching the leader. So they have complete trust and faith in each other. They have a routine. It's choreographed. They've practiced the routine. So they'll come out and they're just watching each other as they go.
Follow the leader.
It's 7 p.m. So about 2 hours and a half until fireworks.
Yeah, so obviously these are individually owned by the pilots.
You all would love the fireworks. You get to see the fireworks, but it'll be muted because of the music.
That's not going from a diamond formation to a line formation or separate formations, rejoining it together. It takes a lot of skill and a lot of practice to be able to do.
And we know that these pilots, they just have a love for flying, and that's why they do this. A lot of these folks are involved in some of the festivals around town when it comes to aviation, so they just really want to share their love of aviation.
On any given day over the skies of Jefferson County, you can see these guys flying around. They practice all the time.
And I see them flying over my house. My 2-year-old.
Yeah, sure do.
It's like airplane. So I hope he's watching at home, enjoying the air show
What, another commercial? People, this is what Thunder over Louisville is about with your family. That's something. LKY Thunder over Louisville coverage is brought to you in part by UA. That's one thing Thunder is about. You kids will love it. Because there's kids, if they got kids, is coming back. People, it's cold. I took some dry cat food and put it out there on the cots for the outside cats. They had plenty of milk. So they didn't need no more milk. I did plug my heat lamp in where the kitty cats can get back in the cage and have someplace warm tonight. And hey, well, I saw 7, but that could have been 8 because they looked like they was awful close together.
WLKY, we are having a great time down here. The weather, not the best in the 37 years of this event, but
No, it's not. It's cold.
Put your jacket on, come on down and see us. The air show is absolutely fantastic. Rick Van Hoos is back with us now. We are seeing a great show there.
There's the Skyliners. They look beautiful in their formations. 2 hours and 28 minutes before we really warm things up here on the riverfront. Thunder over Louisville, 2026.
Our pilot Paul Sullivan's here. Paul, tell us about these aircraft.
T-28 is the airplane that the Skyliners are flying. It was basically another variant similar to what we just saw with the Trojans, but the T-34. Right. So it's just a different trainer between the wars. It's a tandem aircraft. The engine isn't a regular anymore, so you got a T-34 trainer. The Air Force used it, the Navy used it, and they basically were using it for pilot training back probably between Korean War and Vietnam, just as a primary trainer, just to get people started. Similar to what we do these days when we go into the T6 Texan 2, it's a prop engine. Doesn't go too fast, but it has the capability to teach you the basics of how to fly the airplane. So these guys are flying around. They are a pretty interesting group of guys. They've been around a while. I talked to them yesterday. Some of them are retired airline pilots. I flew the one yesterday. Sweep, he was the number 3 guy. He is a retired Northwest pilot for the A330, and that's pretty much what most of these guys have retired from the airlines or been just private pilots the whole time. So a lot of skill, a lot of time in the cockpit. But as you can see here, they just practice close formation, change of positions,
and just moving around and just basically choreographed a nice.
The back seat used to have a machine gun in the back.
They've been here probably several days, but the main air show practice was yesterday. But when they're at their home base, they're basically practicing all the time. So very, very consistent. Because when you're doing stuff like this, you don't need to be doing it like part-time. You need to basically do it on a regular basis.
Well, Sully, how many air shows will these guys do throughout the course of the year?
Some of them are doing maybe 20 air shows a year. Okay. I was talking to some of them. This is the start of the air show circuit for them for the summer. So they've been practicing during the winter. They may fly 3 or 4 times a week. It shows a lot of dedication because obviously it's something you want to be really on top of. You don't want to be kind of doing it part-time and piecemeal. So they spend a lot of time. And of course, it's part of that thing we talked about earlier is they just love flying. I mean,
it don't look like we're going to have a P-51 Mustang tonight.
Financial resources to do that because these airplanes, once again, need to have inspections periodically, and they are older airplanes, so they just need to be looked over more carefully because they do aerobatics with them, and that can put a lot of stress and strain on the airframe. And for that reason, they'll be looked at a little more closely. And with the FAA, if you're an air show participant, you have even more stringent rules that you have to follow, better inspections and things like that, because it's all about the safety of the people on the ground, as well as the pilots in the air and the aircraft themselves. But it does look nice, but there have been incidents where things have happened and the airplanes crash. I mean, and people get injured. So they become more and more stringent about the rules and make sure everybody follows them and maximize safety as much as possible.
As they should be.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit. Do they have sponsors, or is this these individuals flying? Is this a lot of out of pocket?
This is a lot of out of pocket. Sometimes they'll get some sponsorship from different places to help them with their maintenance and things like that. For the most part, though, I think a lot of these guys own these. They own these airplanes outright. So yeah, it's just that they have the ability to do so. And primarily, you can expect these guys have been flying since they were in their teens, in their 20s. So they've been doing it for a really long time. They have a lot of experience, a lot of background, and it's just a fun thing for them to do. It's just if you just look at it and make it look so easy.
They do.
And once again, these airplanes, relative to jets, prop airplanes, when you push the throttle up to speed up, it doesn't necessarily get fast like a jet aircraft. So you have to basically anticipate your airspeed changes and everything else. Plus, the airplane has to be trimmed when you're at a certain airspeed. If you slow down, you may need to retrim the airplane a little bit more, and that's basically adjustment to the ailerons or the elevators that help you maintain your stable flight. So as you speed up, that changes, and you got to change the trim to make the airplane back to stable position.
It looks like they're just floating, doing nothing, but there's a lot of concentration there.
You can see a little bit of a gap there, but I mean, it's just you got to catch up. And like I said, if you don't catch on it, get on it right away, you do get a little gap in there. You can make up for it, but the response time has got to be anticipated.
I would imagine the wind would affect these planes more than the other ones we've seen.
Yeah, they fly a little bit slower. Compared to the speed they're flying, the wing is pretty good size, the wing surface area. So when a gust comes along, yeah, you're going to kick that airplane around a little bit more. Plus, it doesn't weigh as much as, say, an F-15 or something. And so, therefore, the wind can have more of an effect on the airframe itself. So, yeah, it's a challenge, but it's a skill. And I think most of these pilots do this for the challenge because it's never the same twice. It never gets boring.
Right.
You're always going to be something. The weather could be a factor. The sun may be a factor or whatever. And then it's always something different. And you just want to try to be I would call it an ego thing. It's just a challenge thing. You want to try to do the best you possibly can to put on a really good air show to make it, to look really good.
And from an air show perspective, this is really nice to see. But the lights on them when they're coming down the river, it's just a thing of beauty.
Oh, yeah. They just make it look so beautiful. And it's so easy. And look how close together they are, below belly to nose, and then they're going to change position again. They're maneuvering around while they're turning, so it's not easy. And it's just like I said, it's just practice.
Now, just 6 guys, 6 people up there.
Yeah, 6 pilots on the shows on or the Skyliners.
But there won't be more Skyliners that will join in at different air shows. It's just a maximum of 6 that go around.
Yeah, there's the 6 airplanes that they have on their crew. They may have a couple alternates because they want to have an extra airplane available if they need to. They probably have some alternate pilots if necessary, but their main show is a 6-pilot show.
Okay.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We're going to have more with the Skyliners.
Man, they got more commercials this year than they do any other time I've watched them. Like I say, I didn't share it last year, but the other years I have shared it on YouTube. Try to get more people to come to Kentuckiana for the air show and Kentucky Derby. But usually Thunder over Louisville, it's a pretty day. They have over 500,000 people there. I just wonder how come WLKY have not shown the Indiana side in Jeffersonville. I don't understand that.
Yes, right there. We tried to contact Louisville Memorial to let them know we were approximately headed inbound. Can you call just to verify, sir, security is aware of our arrival? We notified them that your ETA, we had updated them, so they're aware and the pattern is clear. All right, sounds good. Thank you very much, sir. 5.2 over.
Incredible maneuvers there with that group, and we were looking for the Skyliners. Not sure if they're going to make it or not. That was the Beechcraft T-34 Mentor. We've had a few cancellations today, some off and then back on, and then, a lot of just movement. Yes. Yeah, they're busy in the command center making sure that, this air show is still a great success. So we're getting to see some of the really good ones that we planned on it, but we are having to move some around here and there. Why is that, Rob?
Well, flexibility is the key to air power, right? So, as you have maintenance issues, you have weather issues, with one aircraft can fly in this type of weather, another one can't, then they're making adjustments. But, we got to see some great formation stuff so far. We saw the Smoke On guys with 12 airplanes. See what that's like. The Skyliners and the T-34, that was really cool too, because you see the mass formation, but then they do solo work. And one of the things that you practice all the time in pilot training, and the T-34 was used to initially train pilots, is the rejoin. So going to the sticks, right?
Yeah, thunder sticks.
You want to rejoin on another airplane in this way. And so you don't want to come up like this because you're going to hit. So you aim for a point below, and then you have it out. You can slide out to be able to get to a position where you're not going to impact the other guy. So they'll do that. They pitched out from each other, and then they rejoined a couple of times so that you can see what that looks like. They're going to show the pitch out here again in a sec.
That is just fantastic to see.
And they're all flying off of, the lead airplane, which will be the first one to turn. He's looking out straight ahead. All the other pilots are flying off of each other. And if you notice, the guy at the very far end seems to be a little more bouncy. It's because he's having to adjust for everybody bouncing in between them.
Oh.
Although it looks really stable,
there's a lot of movement in the formation. If you saw the cockpit cams looking at the other airplanes, there's a lot of movement. Even with the best teams out there, it's continual movement. And one of the reasons why you have continual movement is you want it to look the same for the people on the crowd. So on the Thunderbirds, the pass and review, which is the closest that they are together, there's continual movement throughout the formation. But if you're standing at show center, it doesn't look like the airplanes move. It looks like they're in the exact same position every time, as they go around you. So those are the things that you practice. Those are the things that you learn to adjust, the visual sight picture off the other airplane.
Well, while we wait for our next aircraft to come through, we're going to go ahead and check in with Addie Miner. She is live in the command center. Stay warm, Addie.
That's right, guys. I am in a t-shirt. I do apologize to all of you that are cold out there. It is nice and temperature controlled in here, but it's going crazy. There's people coming in and out. Like you said, it is the command center. But, I wanted to talk about the theme this year. Obviously, it is Thunder in the USA. So we're celebrating all things United States 250. And there's actually one special thing that you can come to the Gold House and see for yourself.
I love Thunder. It's just a busy day. Okay, stop. Honestly, there's more people in the building on Thunder Day than any other given day of the whole year, including Derby.
And this year, Thunder guests in the Galt House are being greeted by a piece of Thunder history.
Well, they said, do you have a place you could hang a 30 by 50 flag? And I thought for a few minutes, and I thought, well, the only place would be the atrium here in the East Lobby, and I said, yeah, I can hang it. Yeah, I think North needs to go a little bit more. The flag's huge. It doesn't look that big hanging here, but it is big.
And it was a huge undertaking to get the 30 by 50 flag hung up for Kenny Franklin, the facilities manager of the Galt House, and his crew of 7.
The original plan was to raise it up in a roll and then let it roll down. Well, we tried that, and it didn't roll down right, so it got tangled, and it was cattywampus. So that wasn't going to work. So then we came up with the idea that we would fold it up on a table, bring it from the bottom up, and have it folded neatly where it came up in an organized manner. And then that's where we ended up with the way it was today.
You may have seen this particular American flag before, as it flew in every Thunder over Louisville from 1988 until 2015.
That's going to absolutely shout what we're going to do this year. Well, it represents the first of the years when we were really showing the pride of the nation.
That's the guy in charge of that.
And it just quickly became an icon for Thunder to bring those flags in. Now, we still fly the flags, but it's done with drones nowadays.
It's pretty special, actually, to know that we flew behind the helicopter at the end of the, right before Thunder started, and know we get to hang the flag in our building. Pretty special.
Franklin has worked in the Galt House for over 50 years, participating in every Thunder over Louisville. He says it's one of his favorite weekends of the year.
To be a part of it, I've worked with Wayne pretty closely over the years. And this is the first time we've really ever done anything like this that's unique to the Galt House.
Now, Franklin hopes everyone can enjoy this piece of Thunder history as much as he does.
I'm pretty patriotic anyway, so that's pretty special.
That American flag is going to be on display in the Galt House for the next couple of weeks until 4th of July, actually. So you don't just have to come see it today. You've got plenty of time. And speaking of time, we're about 2 hours and 10 minutes away from the fireworks. We're rolling on with the air show. Stick with us on WLKY. We'll be right back.
So, people, I want to welcome you to Thunder over Louisville. I want to thank you all that have subscribed tonight. And I appreciate you all coming here and watching it from different countries. God bless you all. God bless America. God bless America for 250 years old. And this is great, people. If you can, please come to Thunder over Louisville with your family. Your kids will love it. Your grandkids will love it. It only happens about this time of the year every year. Last 30-something years, except for 2020 and 2025 because of the flood and the virus. So that's the only 2 years we didn't have it. But you all are very great people and all of this. And if you want to listen to it, you can go to WLKY on YouTube or their app and watch the fireworks with music. But when the fireworks starts, I would mute it because of the music and the way that YouTube says on the copyright. But the U.S. Supreme Court says you can't do that the way I took it, unless you all take it a different way. That's the way I took it. So I'm turning away from the commercials in case I get jumped on by YouTube as usual. I'm trying to help Kentuckiana out during the thunder over Louisville, trying to get more people and bring money in to Kentuckiana. You know.
Thunder over Louisville 2026. This is Brett Lincoln in her extra 300. Putting on a great show right now. Yes. Oh, she is phenomenal. The first woman to win an advanced category in 30 years. That's in the Advanced National Aerobatic Championships. She is from Montana and a fourth-generation pilot. She is putting on a show.
She certainly is.
She's a lady, people.
The airplane weighs about 1,700 pounds. Wow. It's powered by a 6-cylinder Lycoming engine. Puts out 340 horsepower, which is pretty impressive. She just is mostly carbon fiber, and it's actually, the aircraft is built in Germany. She is a fourth-generation pilot and was born in Montana. She actually trains down in Tennessee now. She lives down there. I think she moved down there. She told me the weather's a little better for maintaining, getting more work done. She's won 17 competitions, and she's on the U.S. Advanced Aerobatic team. This year, she told me she's kind of in the middle of an air show season, and she trains for about 4 or 5 times a week prior to the season starting. And then when she's going to different air shows, 20 times this year, or usually 20 times, but this year she's on the National Aerobatic team going to the World Championships in New York in September. So it's going to cut into her performance schedule. But yeah, but if you look at what you can do with the aircraft, I mean, she just practices and practices. She's been flying only for about 10 years. She's actually was a financial guru and her previous life. So she worked in finance in English and in German. So she's got a very strong repertoire capability, not only flying airplanes, but financially. So she just decided that she's not going to do that anymore. So she does this aerobatic flying full time.
How do you start this aerobatic practice? Do one of those turns once and go, okay, I can do another one?
Well, I talked to her. It's like she had a coach that actually started her. So she's fourth generation. So she actually started with her family learning aerobatics. Her father was really good. So they taught, you learn that, pick up skills. But she did have a coach, and actually, when she's on the National Aerobatic team, she has another coach who's actually from France.
There she is. Look at the cockpit. There she is.
Yeah, and you get turned upside down and inside out, and the maneuvering. You can see her hands and her on the yoke, and she's just looking at. Oh my goodness! Yeah, it's a workout. I mean, her moves are so crisp. Oh yeah,
she's beautiful, people.
It's amazing. It's a lot of timing, and once again, airspeed and altitude when you start a maneuver. But once she's up there, she snaps it around. It's just
look how good she's doing.
You don't realize which way you're going. I mean, you can lose track of where you're headed. But it's just she's been doing it so often and practices so much, and she just loves doing it. She's a really upbeat person. Very vibrant, very big personality. She's about 5'4", and but she really flies the heck out of this airplane.
Well, Sully, how do you judge aerobatics?
Well, they do it when they have like it's sort of like if you
look at dressage, they have to make certain maneuvers at certain points at certain times. Well, this is kind of the same thing. They actually have a routine they have to fly. They have to do an Immelman. They may do a Q&A, may do a split S, may do a vertical aileron 270 spin kind of thing. And the judges are watching to make sure that they're actually right on the angles that they're supposed to be flying. And she'll take this airplane up and fly it, she'll throw it around. It's like she just throws it, lets go of the controls, and it just starts tumbling. I mean, it's just amazing what they can do. But throughout all that maneuvering, under high G's too. These airplanes, you can probably pull up to 8 G's with this airplane. And then you're just spinning, and it's just amazing to maintain your orientation, situational awareness of where you are.
Very impressive. I don't want to fly with her, but boy, she knows what she's doing.
Sully, how fast is she actually going as she's doing all these maneuvers?
She's probably going about 230 miles an hour or so. Depends on whether she's going up or down. But then they do get into some slow speed maneuvering. They'll go into the vertical and almost get into a stall because the airplane will, and they'll do it. They can do what's called a hammerhead stall. They'll go up and kick the rudder, and the airplane just stops and just turns on his tail. But she'll go up and throw it into a, I don't know what they will call it, but it's basically, I call it the out of control maneuver. But they'll go up and she'll do very precise bank angle turns. So they'll go to snatch to 90 degrees or 180. And that's another thing they'll get judged on is how crisp and accurate their turns are and their maneuvers are.
And in that cockpit camera, we saw she's enjoying herself.
She's having a blast.
Good job, John.
Oh, yeah. She is really, really good at what she does.
Certainly delight the crowd here.
Yeah.
How many hours in that plane does she spend? I guess.
I think they said she got about 3,000 hours, which is quite a lot for. You're looking at about 300 hours a year. So when I was flying the F-16, we were allowed to get 200 hours a year.
Oh wow!
But the flights aren't that long. You're only talking maybe she'll be up in the air for maybe 30 minutes or something. So that's a lot of flights a year.
It certainly is.
To get that much time.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We've got almost 2 hours to go before the big fireworks show. Stay with us for our exclusive coverage of Thunder over Louisville here on WLKY.
Man, she's doing pretty good as a female, people. And I'm proud of her. I don't know if I could date somebody like her. She was scared the daylights out of me. I get scared awful easy at my old age. And I want to thank you all for coming on here today to watch Thunder over Louisville. As I say, this is the beginning of the Kentucky Derby things in May. I think they have a hot balloon goal and a balloon race, and they have what they call, I think, a bed race where they race beds and people. It's wonderful. If you can make it to Thunder over Louisville with your kids and grandkids, your kids will love it. You know, this is beautiful, especially when you see the fireworks. You know, it'd be nice if I can show you the whole thing with the music, but you know how YouTube is. Copyright music. But the way I understand the U.S. Supreme Court, they can't do that. Because to me, that violates the First Amendment rights. In my book, I'm not a lawyer, but your lawyer is Constitution lawyers. You know what I'm talking about. And I didn't do nothing today except went to the sale barn. Not too many people there. stop at Ace Hardware store and got me a thing for my toilet, which I talk about that some other day.
Today, but boy, if you missed Brett Lincoln, you missed a show. Oh my gosh, she was incredible. We were standing, looking, gasping. Yes, it was such a cool thing to see, Matt. And, she's one of us. Yeah, let a woman take over and get it done.
You mean an aviation enthusiast? One of us?
Yes. No, only flying for 10 years, they said. And she's so impressive, but also very risky. Right, to say the least.
She is brave. I had a chance to talk to her a couple of years ago. Talked to her some last night. She's a national aerobatic champion. She's an example for all young women, right, of things they can do. The line between men and women in aviation is long since gone. I mean, it's all combined. But she is.
I wonder if she would make a good Air Force pilot.
Go out and walk her routine. And if you ever see a thing of her doing it, you'll just be shocked. It's like a gymnast in the air. And she's going to be in our national aerobatic team to do world competition. And she's just a shoe-in to do really well in the competition.
I mean, she's incredible. We were out of our seats, gasping, screaming. It looked like she was just free-falling up there for a minute, and I didn't like it.
There are times in her routine where she will see 0 on the airspeed indicator, where the airplane is literally just hanging in the air. This extra 300 has got such a powerful motor, it can, what we say, hang on the blades. She's going straight up, hanging straight still to 0 airspeed, hit the rudder and fall over, and then continue to do maneuvers.
That's incredible. I could watch her all day long. I'm so happy that we got to fit her in because we were worried that she wasn't going to be able to. So now we are going to take a live look at some of the planes that are flying right now. We're looking at the Trojan. Can you explain a little bit about this?
Sure. This is the T-28 Trojan. So it was a trainer that was used by both the Air Force and the Navy, several decades ago. It still flies. It's a great airplane. This airplane also has seen combat. They used it as a forward air control airplane and light attack aircraft in Vietnam. So one of the neat things about this is the guy they keep talking about that's leading this, Jerry Kirby, is nicknamed Jive. Jive is still, at his age, flying fighters today, but he does it for a company called Draken, and they act as bad guys for our Air Force and our Navy and Marine pilots. And so they'll go out and they'll fly tactics against our pilots to allow us to train. And he's leading that formation right now.
We've seen many just awesome formations. And earlier we saw a really special one, the missing man formation. Can you tell us a little bit about the meaning behind that and what goes into that?
Sure. It's a tradition that's gone on since we started flying. But you always want to pay tribute to a fallen aviator, to a comrade in arms. And so you'll fly in a finger 4 formation, which will be a lead airplane, a wingman to one side, and then a deputy flight lady, like they're flying right there. There's a good example of it. And then the number 3 pilot pulls up and away, leaving the hole, which is the spot that the fallen aviator would have felt. And so it's the biggest honor an aviator can have. As an aviator, when it's time for your funeral, you would love for somebody to be able to come over and fly and do a missing man formation.
And this particular missing man formation was for Charlie Lynn.
Yeah, Charlie Lynn was an institution here at Thunder. He and Wayne had worked together, since the start of the show. And we've taken some losses in the Thunder family over the years. Whatever, that one was really hard for us as well too. So it was great to be able to honor him and honor the family that puts this wonderful festival on every year, the air show and the fireworks, because they are a great team.
Yeah, and we're so glad that so many of these pilots and aircraft come back with us every year and fly for Thunder.
Well, it's known throughout the country as a great air show. I mean, the fireworks are known, the air show is known, and people love to come back. And if they come once, the hospitality of people in Louisville, the vibe of Derby Festival and everything that goes on just makes you want to come back, So it's a non-traditional place to do an air show. We're over the river. We got bridges and things, so we're not at an airfield, which is the normal place. But everybody loves to come do it, and the crowds are great.
And then we do want to mention our F-16s are going to get back in the sky coming up. So we are going to look forward to that being a great cap off to the the air show because we were afraid we weren't going to get to see him. Rob's over here saying yes, heck yes. All right, we'll be back for more, especially those F-16s.
Well, these commercials, they make me mad. I know they got to pay for everything, but Lordy. See, if you at Thunder over Louisville, people, there ain't gonna be intermission breaks when you're down there along the river watching it. So I like to see a bunch of you next year come over Thunder over Louisville. I would love to see, they always say there's about 500,000 people. There's no 500,000 people this year because the weather is bad. And it's bad. 152nd Kentucky Derby this year. 152 Kentucky Derby. That's a whole lot of Kentucky Derby, people.
By the riverfront, both sides of the river. There you go. Thumbs up on the day. Do they really need those yellow ponchos there, Jay?
You know what? We're going to have a little bit of light rain, spitting light rain coming on the next couple of hours. So, yeah, keep them around. But, yeah, it's not any worse than what it's been, right?
Exactly. Hey, folks, we're going to be in for a treat in about a minute or so because Sully's going to be smiling here in a second because they had to cancel earlier, but the F-16s are coming back to the air show here.
He was smiling down there when the F-15s were running through here.
Yeah, that was nice to watch their afterburner plugs coming out the back end. It was pretty fun. And then Brett Lincoln was awesome, too. So,
yeah, she really was.
Thankfully,
Stumped you yet on any plane, on anything?
oh, you can stump me all the time. I just try to tap dance really well.
Really,
Yeah.
no way.
Rod's probably over there watching critiquing all my
You learned that in Jeff High School, right?
That's right. Yeah, exactly. How to figure it out.
All right, so what should we expect from the F-16s as they come on through?
This F-16 demo pilot's on a Shaw Air Force Base. That's 9th Air Force. They have a dedicated demo pilot. So you saw the F-15s. They were doing just some passes because they are just basically line pilots up here for the air show. The demo pilot is trained and critiqued and evaluated on a show that shows the capability of the F-16. Now, this is a Block 50 F-16 at a Shaw Air Force Base with a
GE engine, F-110, 129 engine in it. So it is like super powerful. It is like probably the biggest engine, almost the biggest engine that the F-16 model has. It can put out a lot of thrust. I flew a Bach 50 F-16 down at Eglin Air Force Base before I got out of active duty, and I was up to 40,000 feet going Mach 2.02, so it could go really fast. We pulled 9.4 Gs in it. Doing another test mission we were doing down there. I mean, it can really hurt you if you're not careful. It has a lot of capability. The Block 50 model does what's called the harm targeting mission. The wild weasel fame from the F4 back in the day used to do the harm. So basically, they would go out and try to make the enemy's surface-to-air missile sites defending. They would try to highlight them to get them, look at them, and then they had a harm targeting system on board that would lock onto that site, and then you would try to launch a missile, take those sites out, and take that battery of defense systems out before a strike mission would come in. So you're basically trying to take out their defense systems before they get in. That's what the Block 50 does at a Shaw Air Force Base.
You're not the only one excited. Rob is excited over there on Witherspoon. Let's go over to Carrie and Alex.
Chomping at the bit.
Yeah, he's been talking smack this whole time, you guys, about ready to see these F-16s. Rob, this is where your heart is.
Oh, yeah, it's a great airplane. I'm happy to see it. And Sully, I just want you to know, no critiques here. Everything you said has been absolutely perfect, especially when you tell people how good of a pilot I am. Absolutely. Yeah. No, make sure you send me the check. Hey, I'm still a servant of the government, Mr. Airline Pilot. Yeah. No, so, the F-16, it's a frontline fighter still today in the Air Force. The F-16s are flying combat missions today over in the Gulf. And we're going to get to see the demo pilot come out and demonstrate the power of the aircraft. And like Sully said, it's the biggest engine in an F-16 that we have. It can sustain 9 Gs in a turn. And so we're going to get to see this guy really do a lot of great things with this airplane. And his wingman, who brought the support airplane in, is actually Indy Bennett. He is from Louisville, Kentucky. He graduated high school at KCD and is now doing great things in South Carolina.
I wish you could have seen the faces of the kids behind us. Yeah. I turned around when I heard it, and everyone just jumped.
Just look at the afterburner plume on the aircraft. And so he's got over the top weather. Matt, he made it, right? So it's wonderful. He just did an Immelman, and now he's coming back down. And he's just having a large time. These demo guys are specially trained, as Sully said, to be able to do more maneuvers to show off the full capabilities of the aircraft to the public. At the end of the day, an air show is really all about recruiting, because we want kids that are in the audience today to see this and go, I want to do this. And so hopefully he's able to draw attention in such a way where they're going to want to go take a career in aviation.
I think you got a few adults who are saying, let me in that thing.
I'd go back, and I think Sully would probably agree with me. Give us an hour in a dark room with nothing distracting us, and we could get back in this thing and fly it again.
It's incredible that you can remember and deal with that, because you're pulling, 9 Gs in this, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying I can handle 9 Gs this thing. But I could fly it around for sure. But we saw Britt do incredible things with her aircraft, but now this guy's doing the fighter version of that. It can't perform like an extra 300 because it's a Mach 2 fighter. But the pilot's having to do the same type of work. Hold on, it's going to get really loud. And he's clipping along about 450, 500 miles an hour. He's got to stay below the speed of sound, or else we go to jail with the FAA. So he's going to take it right to the limit, though, to show you how quick that airplane can ingress and egress a target area and then reposition to come back in on a target area. Hey, Rob, what's bail like for the FAA? And could we all put some together and see if he wants to blow some windows out in downtown Louisville? Yeah, we can talk to him about that. Yeah. Sully, I don't know, man. What do you think we'd have to pay the FAA to let a guy break the speed sound? I think if we get enough money together and find the right guy, we can probably get with the $10,000 maybe. Okay. Well, GoFundMe? Yeah.
Where Jamie Poppy.
That's a good idea.
It's here in Louisville is head of policy now. She's here watching the air show somewhere. I don't know, Jamie, if you're listening, see what you can do for us. Yeah.
So what would it take for them to break the speed of sound?
Just a little bit more on the throttle. That's all it would. And he could go. So, he's flirting with the speed of sound, but he's not going to break it because he is, a professional pilot. And what you're seeing him do right now is that tight 9G turn.
Oh my gosh.
And what you really got to realize is that a fighter doing almost 500 miles an hour just turned 360 degrees inside the radius of the Ohio River. So it shows the incredible maneuverability of an F-16 in a dogfight or dodging a missile or just trying to reposition to attack a ground target. The ability to maneuver like that gives you an advantage that most other airplanes don't have.
I'm sitting here taking in what we're seeing and what we're hearing. So I'm just going to let that play out real quick. Oh my gosh. What I want to know from you is I want you to be very honest. What is that feeling like? When did you fall in love with the F-16? Like, what were you feeling?
I think when I built my first model of one as a kid, right? I don't know. Sully, you can give us your answer on it, but I started off my career in the A-10, and I loved the A-10. And then I transitioned to the F-16, and the first couple of flights of the F-16, I realized how much I enjoyed that just as well.
Is it just because you like the speed?
The speed, all the different missions that it does, it was an exciting airplane to fly. Sully, I don't know. What about you?
Hey, I tell you, the very first time I flew an F-16, you're out at the end. Somebody described it as sitting at the tip of a pencil. And you can look down and you can see on both sides below you, the whole airplane is behind you. So you don't see any airplane. You don't see the wings, you don't see the tail, and you're just like floating out there, and you got this monster engine behind you, and it just goes so fast and maneuvers so well, flies so nicely. And I want to throw in there that the paint job on this F-16, if I can talk it out, is commemorative to the YF-16. That was the first variant of the F-16 ever made when they were competing with the YF-17 for the fourth generation fighter for the Air Force. And so that was the test airplane that they used, was the red, white, blue paint scheme. So they brought that back to commemorate that for the demo pilot.
And so one of the things the Air Force likes to do with the demo is heritage. We didn't get to see a heritage flight today because the P-51 wasn't around. But commemorative paint schemes, vibrant paint schemes or paint schemes or things that, are going to just draw more attention and let people see the aircraft. And heritage is an important part of our military tradition. So we try and remember that.
And it's totally appropriate for Thunder.
Yeah.
America's T-50.
So, what you just saw there was the ability of the airplane to slow down and have what we call a high angle of attack, where he's going straight but his nose is up really high, but then power himself out of that going straight up. The F-16 has a greater than 1-to-1 thrust to weight ratio, so what that means is it can actually accelerate going straight up. Not in a combat configuration, but in a demo configuration for sure. And so he was able to show, he can just accelerate going straight up. So it's a rocket. It is a rocket. And, Sully talked about sitting on the end of the pencil. What they teach you, years of flying fighters, what they teach you is that you're not strapping into the airplane, you're strapping the airplane onto you.
Oh, wow.
So the pilot is no longer really, and this guy with his experience is no longer thinking about, I'm strapping into the airplane. He is flying everything. He is doing the maneuvers, and the airplane's attached to him to allow him to do that.
because it's a mindset that you have to have. And I don't think you ever lose that. Sully, wouldn't you agree?
I'd agree wholeheartedly because it's just, once you feel it, it's like you said, it's almost like a second skin. You just put it on and you go do whatever you want to do. That airplane can allow you to fly as high as you want to go, as fast as you want to go. And you were talking earlier, Rob, about if he wanted to go supersonic, with this air temperature right now, it would take about 4 seconds if he went to full afterburner straight level. He'd be through the sound barrier and breaking some windows if he wasn't careful.
Yeah. Well, hey, it'd be a big news story, though.
First on the scene. Is it hard to hold back from doing it?
If you're not paying attention, you can. It'll happen. We used to do dogfighting maneuvers, and we had the Block 40 with a GE engine. And if you were egressing a fight, you'd unload and go full afterburner, and you'd be looking over your shoulder to make sure they were coming after you. And if you were careful, you would break the sound barrier in about 5 to 7 seconds. So
I went to war in the F-16 in 2003, and one of the deliveries we would do to drop bombs is we'd come in high altitude and be over the speed of sound to drop the bombs. When we came back to New Mexico after we came back to training, we had multiple guys, myself included, that were out in our training areas, and you're, reliving your combat experience. The next thing you know, oh no, I've gone over the speed of sound. Luckily, you're at a higher altitude and you got to report it, but it's all good.
Yeah, you didn't want the colonel waiting for you when you got back on the ramp after you landed.
Yeah, that is a true statement. Yeah.
And so we'll see the F-16 for about how much longer?
Well, probably another 5 to 7 minutes. The afterburner, like we talked about earlier, it just drains fuel, right? So every time he puts the afterburner in, he's burning 1,000 pounds a minute. Wow. He'll carry 7,000 pounds of external fuel, so that's why he can't just leave it in afterburner. He'll run out of gas. So he's really watching the fuel and watching how often. So you go in and out of afterburner as you're doing these maneuvers, and it's at this point he's going to glide back into SDS. Yeah. Well, and for that, it's a 1-to-1 flight ratio, right? So the F-16, if it's you practice losing your engine, and so you can glide for every 1,000 feet of altitude that you can go a mile, right? So if you go up to 5,000 feet, you can go 5 miles. And these guys train to that. They do SFO, simulated flame out landings, all the time.
Wow.
Hopefully he's not going to have to do that today, obviously. But he's watching his gas, and he knows when he's got to go home and when he can hang out.
And you said that this demo is just the single F-16, but they always fly in pairs. What's that about?
Right. So you always want to have a wingman. We talked about wingman today. You're going out, you want a wingman, all that stuff. And the buddy system, right? So wingman you fly with because you would have more firepower together, but it's also mutual assistance. You don't really want to be alone. There are a couple of times where I found myself pretty alone over bad guy land with being about 10 miles away from a wingman. It's a little uncomfortable feeling. So you want to have somebody there to support you for visual lookout, for extra weapons, and in case something bad happens, to be able to start the rescue procedure or whatever. So,
and you cannot see behind you, correct? There's no visual.
No, you can. So, at my age, and, I don't know about you, Sully, but I can't, doing this is kind of hard.
Yeah.
But, so the bubble canopy in that F-16 actually gives the pilot great visibility. And so what you learn to do is you learn how to position your body, you lean forward, and then you throw back.
Like what we're doing.
That's right. Exactly right. You throw back. And then you also have to learn to do that while pulling G's, right?
Oh, my God.
Because you want to set the look back and then pull the G, because if you pull the G and try and do that, you're really not going to be able to get a chance to do it. So
your head will never get there.
All F-16 pilots have bad necks.
That's right.
My hurts just thinking about this, right?
Yeah, it's so impressive.
Oh, wow. What a beautiful, beautiful aircraft. And what a show we've been able to see. I know he was so bummed, and you were so bummed.
I mean,
when we thought we weren't going to get to see the F-16s.
I said it earlier with the F-15s. I mean, we can go back at previous Thunders when we've had the 18s and the F-22s, and I just love the ones that bring the noise. They are fantastic. That's the coolest thing that I've seen all day.
I mean,
the only thing cooler than that airplane? Okay, go ahead. Is the pilots to fly. All right.
You know what? Absolutely. Robin, Sully, you bet, man. I give you guys that 100%.
And we love having you with us because you really are an expert. We want to toss things back over to Vicky and Rick and Jay. They want to do something special for us.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Very good. The plane is the pilots. That's a pretty good line, Rob.
We want to pay homage to one of our own, one of our producers, Tabitha Hawanihi. She's with the Air Force Reserves. Yes. She's in the Air Force Reserves. This is going to be special for you, Tabitha.
It's super special for me. I know there's a lot of us out here, so I'm happy to be able to play both sides, be in the Air Force and also be here at WLQI. So.
Do you have a dream, Tabitha? Would you like to be piloting one of those planes up there?
Honestly, I don't have the stomach for it, so I'd love to be able to just watch and enjoy it like the rest of us.
Tabitha is such a sweetheart at the station. She'll go do some of her duties, take away, and then come back and work just smiling all the time.
It's been great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
Which is the most difficult job? News producer or Air Force Reserves?
It's really hard to say. The stress is about the same, but I love both jobs. So.
Thank you for your service, Tabitha.
Yeah, we're proud to be a teammate of yours, okay?
Thank you. It's an awesome team here.
Phenomenal. Fantastic.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more coverage. You never know who else will pull up on this tonight. Hi, Addie. They're waving from the command center. Great to see you guys. We're anxious for the fireworks show coming up at 9:30 tonight. Stay right here with us. You have the best seat in the house on WLKY.
People, I love you all. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for watching. Thank you all that has subscribed, gave me the thumbs up. I can't do it without you on here. Hi there, Professor. Welcome.
Okay, go ahead.
We have an hour and a half before the fireworks tonight. I appreciate you all for your patience, being with me, no matter where you're watching it from. Thank WLKY TV in Louisville, Kentucky. I can't understand how come they ain't showed Indiana side tonight. I don't understand that. Can you any of you answer me? How come they not showing Indiana side? Is maybe because Indiana has more on their side in Kentucky? Maybe that's it. I just don't know, people. Can anybody answer it tonight? This is what it's all about.
We got the hula hoop out there. She's having fun. We're an hour and a half away from the fireworks show. And Vicki was, before the break, was riling everybody up in the command center.
That's right.
You got them all
ready to go. We're ready to go. Addie Myers is up there. I can tell she is probably going to hit that button before it's even time. She is so excited. Addie, we're looking forward to the fireworks show and the drone show, too. It begins at 9 o'clock.
Okay, you got them so excited. They're not
I know. They just throw their microphones away and they're dancing, listening to music.
I think they popped the champagne early on your
got the tents ready out there. Jay, they're keeping warm.
Yeah. You know, it's not too bad. I was just looking at the radar, too, and some of the modeling data that I look at least I was looking at earlier, was bringing a big slug of rain into the region. That seems to be backing off now, which is great news. Yes, there could be some sprinkles, a little bit of drizzle, but overall, not expecting that big slug of rain. It's as cold as it's going to be. What you see is what you're going to get.
They're the barges with the fireworks on them out there. Addie, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now, Vicki. You know what? That's the nature of live TV. Sometimes the batteries die in your microphone. But you know what? That's just a part of it because we're here now. We're in the command center. I've got another important person for the Kentucky Derby Festival. This is Matt Gibson. He is the president and CEO of the Derby Festival. He runs the show, Matt. How's today been going?
I have the best job on the planet. It's been going great. You know, people have said all day, I wish I had better weather. You know, we are here. It's 100% increase in attendance than we had last year. And the great thing is that
you didn't have any back last year.
They came down in droves, and this is our Thunder faithful. They don't care if it's raining. They don't care if there are white caps out there because the wind is blowing. They come down because they love what we do, and that's what makes us do it year after year.
Absolutely. I like that. It's definitely 100% more people here than there was last year, which is great. You can always get better, always go up. So I'll say we've been up here all day. You've been walking around. I mean, what have people have been saying just overall about how much fun this is?
Just how happy they are to be back. You know, it's neat because you see, we ran into a family that had been in the same spot for 25 years. I had the best pimento cheese sandwich, like I was telling you, that I've ever had. And they are so happy to talk about what we are doing. And that's what year after year after year. When Wayne and team created this, that's what made this possible and what keeps us coming back.
Absolutely. And I know it means the world to this city, too. Yes. To kick off this festival, there's 70 events. We've got so much more. Exactly. There's so much more to celebrate. Now, obviously, you love all of them, but you got to have a festival event that's your favorite.
Everybody always asks us if it's Thunder, because that's just a huge lift. My absolute favorite is the Great Bed Races. I mean, if you do not attend that event, and it is a great mid-festival break, and you see the chaos. Some folks will spend 20 grand on a bed, some will spend $2,000 on a bed, and they will the wrecks, the cheers, all of that. I mean, it's a great time.
That is a very slept-on Kentucky Derby Festival event. I'm sorry I took it from you, but that is a great event. I do enjoy that one too. But we got a good one in about an hour and 25 minutes. What's the most exciting thing you think is going to be in the fireworks? I know you know what the show's
about. Oh, dude, the great thing is that all year long we say that nobody works on it more than Wayne. 367 days out of the year, because he started yesterday on next year's show. But to really be able to see what the capabilities of Zay Valley are, to have the unique opportunities, the Second Street Bridge, and with the two different sticks, what they're going to do across the bridge, some of the unique steps that we had to even use the bridge this year to show everything that we could do. We've got great partners that allow us to do it, and I think people are going to be blown away. People always ask how this weather will affect it, but fireworks love cold weather. ceiling's high enough, and we're gonna blow them away.
Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. I can't wait to see what the Second Street Bridge looks like. That's always my favorite. See that rainbow over the side, the fireworks over the side. It's going to be so much fun. And if you look up there, guys, 1 hour and 24 minutes to the show. You saw the barges pushing in?
And if you look that way, it looks like it's cleared up. It looks like we're going to have a clear night for the show. And for everybody who's joining us, I mean, a huge thank you for joining us.
Exactly. And so if you're at home right now, come on down. It's going to be a great show. You don't ever want to miss it. Rick, Vicky, I know you guys have seen plenty of these fireworks shows. I have too. It never disappoints. It's fantastic.
Never does.
Never does. What about that, Jay? Is it going to be clear for Jay's nuts.
Hey, Eddie, before you go, Eddie, if you can still hear us.
Yeah.
Matt's still up there. About 20 years ago, I did a Hometown Hero with Matt. See if he remembers that.
Rick wants to know if you did a Hometown Hero with you 20 years ago up here. Do you remember it?
Absolutely. I told Rick to wear good walking shoes, but he wore the nicest boots that I've ever seen. And I hiked him at 1.25 miles for that Hometown Hero. It ended up being a station program that Rick was a part of. So, yeah, that was a long time ago.
Well, go through it. Tell hey, Matt, tell him why you were home. He saved someone at Red River Gorge.
You saved someone at Red River Gorge to your hero, too?
I did.
Congratulations.
Yeah, this is one of those things that come out of nowhere. I was in a rock climbing accident where someone fell 8 stories off of a cliff. And I was just standing at the bottom, and I turned around and saw it and ended up catching them. And shattered half of my body, many bones. Ended up walking out on my own and received a whole stack of medals. And then took Rick back there a couple of years later.
Well, Rick, I'm glad you brought that up because not only is he the president and CEO of the Derby Festival, he's also a hero. So there you go. He's a man of many talents. That's fantastic, right?
Now tell him to go save Wayne Hettinger.
Yeah, we're back there with Wayne, exactly.
Another pimento cheese. What about the forecast, Jay?
Yeah, we're looking at maybe a little bit of patchy light rain and drizzle, but really nothing more than that. Temperatures are around 50 right now. The wind chills are in the upper 40s. You are seeing some brightening way out there on the western horizon, and it is clearing out there in Illinois, far southwestern Indiana, but that clearing won't get here until very late tonight. But the bottom line, I mean, what you see is what you're going to get. What you're feeling right now is what you'll feel right through the fireworks show. So you know what? Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Thunder has his command center. We just left there. Right. WLKY also has a command center. DeAndrea Turner has been in there talking to the people that are talking to us in our ear. And Erin Gritton is one of the people who does not
top notch.
Does not want to be on television. Doesn't want to be
behind the camera.
That's right. And she does an excellent job. But I think we're going to hear from Erin now.
Good.
How about that?
We should.
Well, you guys, I am where all the magic happens. This is essentially the TV Welcome to My Crib. I am at the inside of the TV production. This is not a tent. I almost called it a tent. This is a truck. And again, if you want to know how we get everything on TV, well, this is the expert here. She's been doing this for a while. Erin, talk to me about how long you've been planning for this and how many Thunders you've done.
This is my 3rd Thunder, and it takes months to plan. There are a lot of moving pieces and parts in here. You see the truck, and we have the director, we have the producers, we have the executive producers, we have audio, all the graphics, everything that you see pop up on air comes from this truck. And there's a system to it. The producer decides where we're going. I organize everything and tell crews are coming, stand by, we're coming to you. And now we're getting into a flow. Now we're a while into it. We've got a few more hours until the fireworks, and we're really excited.
And so today hasn't really been smooth sailing. We have weather. It's cold outside. Planes have been grounded. Talk about what it takes to even talk to anchors in the ear and say rap or go on or talk longer. What does that mean?
I am their ear. I am in their ear the whole time, and I am guiding them because, like you said, we've had a bunch of planes grounded. We have low ceilings, weather, so you have to plan for any contingency. And we have a bunch of extra things ready for you, and we have crews on the ground. We have crews everywhere, but I am guiding them every step of the way. This is what's coming up next. This is what you're doing next. and I just kind of walk them through so they know where we're going.
And how often do you have to scrap and be like, gotta do something else?
Oh, the whole thing's been scrapped, and the whole thing is started over, and we just go one block by one block, and it's actually really fun and exciting.
Do you have a drink of choice that's keeping you calm, like some water or a Coke or anything like that?
None of that, because I don't want to leave the seat, so I don't want bathroom breaks.
Okay.
So I am nothing. No.
It's like this is your third cider.
Yes.
You're a Louisville local, right? What does this mean to you to be able to be in this position?
I mean, when the show started, I was like getting super emotional because I love Derby Festival, I love the city, I love Thunder Over Louisville is amazing, and I love the community of it, and I love everyone coming together, and I love the sense of pride in showing off what we can do.
Is there anything else you want locals to know about what goes on behind the scenes that they're like, I never would have thought that would happen?
I just want you all to know that we've worked really hard, and we're so excited to bring this to you, and we take very much pride in our work, and we're working really hard. So,
a fun fact?
A fun fact? There are way more people in here than you would ever imagine.
Perfect. All right, you guys, you have it here. This is what goes on behind the scenes. Again, I said this is kind of like an MTV special of Welcome to My Crib, of how we get this on air. Again, it's a lot of moving parts, and it's here. This is how we get it on. It's very special. That's to you all.
Great job, Aaron.
Yeah.
Hey, way to go, Aaron.
She came across real sweet. Now, if she says go to break, if we keep talking for another minute, it's a different Aaron. Different Aaron. We love her.
We certainly do. Good job, Aaron. She's now going break. We'll be right back.
People, thank you for joining Thunder Over Louisville in 2026. This is the beginning of the Kentucky Derby Festival. If I heard it right, they got 70 other things they're going to do besides the Kentucky Derby, the balloon race. You heard them talk about the bed race, anywhere from $2,000 up to $10,000 or $20,000 on a bed. And people, it's wonderful. Thunder Over Louisville is wonderful. This time of the year is great things to come and watch in Kentuckiana. They put on a great show during the Kentucky Derby. And thank you, WLKY TV in Louisville, Kentucky. We love you all for doing a great job and the time it takes to put on Thunder Over Louisville. But I wish you showed Indiana's side today. I wonder why they didn't show Indiana's people. I don't know, but people, after the fireworks is over with, then I will unmute it. Because of the traffic jam, well, since there ain't 500,000 people, it might not be too bad. But it's so bad to go a block, it might take you a half an hour to an hour just to go one block. That's how it was when my son was little. It took an hour or two just to go one block. And I'm not joking on it. You had the state police up with the helicopter. You had Clark County Sheriff up in their helicopter under Sheriff Parker, who has passed away years ago. He was a great sheriff. He was a great chief of police of Jeffersonville. Parker worried about all the people in Clark County, even up here where I live, just like Ed Bars. Now,
Thunder.
What's so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming. That is the male high school choir singing the national anthem from the Clark Memorial Bridge. So they gave us that when the program was starting around 3 o'clock today. It was beautiful, and that is just all part of the pomp and circumstance of Thunder over Louisville. This year, Thunder in the USA is our theme, a patriotic theme, the red, white, and blue, which you are going to see, I am sure, heavily when the fireworks start around 9:30 tonight. We're inching closer and closer to that. Our Edward Smith actually talked with members of the male high school choir, so we're going to send it to him.
Before the roar of jet engines, the boom of pyrotechnics, there's a different sound.
Hands are down, bodies up.
To kick off the Derby festivities.
well, I'm going to cut that because maybe copyright. So why should I take a chance on that? I'm sorry, but you all know what the song is about. I'd rather be safe and sorry, people.
It has a lot of lows and highs, which is a wide range.
The 38-person choir has been practicing to hit every note, nail the rhythm, and perfect every syllable. All for an event they are honored to sing at.
It's an insane opportunity. I can remember watching Thunder on my TV when I was little bitty, and just knowing that other people are going to be watching the same way and experiencing this and hearing what we have to offer as a group. It's really exciting.
See, people, this is what Thunder Louisville is all about. All the people comes together, no matter what color your skin is or where you're from. They come from all over the planet. Thunder over Louisville. If you can, people, save up for your vacation for next year, the years to come. Make sure you can make it to Thunder over Louisville with your kids and your grandkids and your family. You will see a great show. And I appreciate you all for watching.
Aaron, we had everybody to join us because we just heard tomorrow is your birthday. But Aaron said, get off the set, so they left.
Come on.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Aaron. Happy birthday to you. There you go. Happy birthday, Aaron. We didn't know earlier. Yay! Oh, she's silent now. She's not talking.
She's very silent.
Oh, no, there she goes. I think she liked it.
She's probably red right now.
But
Oh,
she,
now on with the show.
demanding us. They were all standing
They
behind
were
us.
ready to
and she
sing.
goes, get off the set. He's scared.
Aaron has got power.
Now everybody at home really knows the power Aaron
Real
has.
Aaron.
She can make people disappear.
Hey, we're getting. The governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, has a message before we light our fireworks off.
Hey everyone, it's Andy. It's time for the best fireworks show in the world as we officially kick off Thunder over Louisville. Thunder is a celebration of Louisville and of Kentucky. It brings this community together, and it offers us a fun day every year to spend with family and friends. Thanks for being here, and thanks to the incredible Kentucky Derby Festival for making this event so special. Now let's get this show on the road. Happy Derby season, everyone, and enjoy the show.
Oh, happy Derby season. It is a great Derby season, a great Thunder over Louisville. How How many minutes?
I take 9:30. We're what, an hour and 11 minutes. An hour, yeah.
We go and look at the official clock. Addie Miner's in the command center. Addie, what's the exact time?
I was just about to tell you, Vicki. I can tell you right now. We in 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 50, 49, 48, 48. You get it. Seconds. It's coming up. I'm really excited. I cannot wait. We've got a great view up here in the command center. But there are some things that you probably should know about the command center. They've got a lot of traditions. It's been a lot of the same people for all 37 years of Thunder over Louisville. And one tradition that's been around for a while is bean soup.
Gas up and gear up day.
Well, these aren't astronauts, and this isn't the Kennedy Space Station. NASA is where the Thunder Command Center gets its annual bean soup tradition, according to the show's producer.
Not for me.
2001, we were looking for a theme. Of course, we couldn't get out of our mind 2001 Space Odyssey. And, so we ended up settling on 2001 A Festival Odyssey.
And what's a space-themed festival without some help from NASA? So, Hettinger recruited a former NASA launch control director to be the 2001 Thundernator.
NASA always did a bean soup lunch the day of liftoff. So I thought it'd be a neat surprise to have bean soup for him. And he was tickled with it. And everybody loved it. And so it became a tradition for Thunder now.
The soup has traditionally been made by Hettinger's wife, but this year she wasn't able to make it, so the golf house stepped in.
It's great bean soup. I think it's got a nice balance of, the bean, notes of the ham and the onion. Top notch.
For both newbies to the command center, like Sam Williams, and those who have had bean soup year after year, it's a special tradition that survived over 25 Thunders.
See, it's these little tiny things that come into play. Some of them stick, some of them don't. So I'm always looking for new ideas to try. Some of them will be with us for a long time, and others just didn't work.
Traditions that's been around in the command center for years. So I want to take you over here to the guy who makes the decisions on, pretty much everything, but definitely on the bean soup. So, Wayne, how was it this year?
I know my wife Pam is watching, and she developed a special recipe all those years. And sadly to say, she's not with us tonight because she's having some problems with a broken hip. But anyway, the golf house jumped in and said, no, we can't let the tradition not happen. It was amazing. It was a different taste, but it was like, wow, this is really good. So
it was really funny. They made me like half a bowl, and they're like, here, you can try it, whatever. And I took one bite, and I'm like, they're like, you don't have to finish it if you don't want to. I was like, no, actually, I'd like some more, please. That was pretty good.
I think they fixed like 3 gallons, and it was all gone. So
it was good, but I want to try your white pans. If it's any better.
That's a promise. We'll make that happen.
There you go. Next year, you hear that? We're coming back for some bean soup. Rick, Vicki, I'm telling you, it was really good.
Okay. Bean soup sounds really good right now, doesn't it?
It sounds great right now.
We have a phenomenon going on right now behind us, and I know if our cameras can't pick it up, but there it is, a rainbow.
Yeah.
Sunset a minute ago.
That's an omen. It's going to be a great night.
Look at that thing of beauty, a rainbow.
Isn't that neat? A little bit of sun way out there on the western horizon, a few raindrops, and there you go. Perfect.
Absolutely. Makes you hungry looking at that, right? Madison Elliott has been out and about. She's found some more food for us.
We're here in the family fun zone where there are a lot of food trucks, and we talked to the people who are eating pizza and a lot of the other good things down here. Another one that people are eating is Red Top. We're joined here by a few folks who are enjoying the food. Tell me what you got here.
The Louisville beer cheese fry.
That sounds amazing.
It's the best thing going that they got right there. I promise you.
That sounds like a great amount of flavors together. Is it just like
chili, mustard, Louisville beer cheese with like a little bit of diced onions.
Okay. And that sounds like that hits. Oh, okay. What did she get? She just walked up with some pizza. That looks amazing.
Chicken bacon ranch.
Chicken bacon ranch.
Yes.
Spinelli's.
You can't go wrong with that. This food is my second piece. This is your second piece? I don't love you. I'll be getting a second piece, right? That looks so good. And it's like good for the soul, right? It's cold. This is good hot warm food.
Yes.
It's how you're staying warm in this weather right now.
Absolutely, yes.
That's the best way to go.
I couldn't agree more. I know, right? How excited you guys be here for Thunder today?
I don't try to miss Thunder.
It's a tradition for you?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you give that?
At least 6 or 7.
Awesome. What about you?
It's been a while since I've been. Since first year I've been in a long time.
Well, you guys got some good food to enjoy. So thank you so much for talking to me. We'll send it back to you guys.
It is dinner time, right?
It is.
Everybody sitting at home is like, now what can I cook? What can I eat right now? That sounds good.
That's the calm before the storm, right
It
there.
is, isn't it? Oh, beautiful.
Oh, look at that.
Beautiful. You think the
Look
weatherman
at the
ordered
beautiful
that?
sunset, people.
I did.
All right, folks.
Take credit. Absolutely.
Hour and 5 minutes before the fireworks ignite here in Louisville for Thunder over Louisville. Thunder in the USA. Our coverage on WLKY continues after the break.
People, this is wonderful. I hope you all love Thunder over in Louisville. I appreciate you all. It's watching it, and I'll watch it later. And no matter where you are on this planet, you soldiers, it's in the armed forces. I think armed forces, you get in 2 weeks to 4 weeks, I believe, if I remember right. And I appreciate you all for your service. No matter what country you're in. And you all very good family. No matter where you're at on this planet. Thank you for being part of my family. Thank you part of being on YouTube tonight and later. And I really appreciate you all seeing Thunder over Louisville. I thank WLKY TV for sharing it with us and putting all the time into it. I thank all the sponsors that puts on Thunder over Louisville. I thank all you people that comes to Thunder over Louisville. It takes a whole lot of people to put this show on where we can watch it. And I appreciate you all very much for joining me today from 3 o'clock until probably 10, 11 o'clock tonight, because they will show the traffic jam after the fireworks. And like I said, there's no 500,000 people there tonight, because if there was, that'd be a heck of a traffic jam.
Welcome back, Thunder over Louisville on WLKY. That's our smile cam. The sun is going down. A beautiful sunset out there, and you are seeing some folks in the crowd smiling, waving, enjoying themselves on what has really turned out to be now a nice Thunder.
I mean, a beautiful, beautiful sunset that we're getting to see, guys. We're usually watching the sunrises, so this is a treat. Have we ever seen a sunset together?
No, we haven't.
There's a first time.
We need a sunrise, though.
I love it though. This is okay. Now I'm gonna be yawning a little more at about 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I hope in Thunder over Louisville, it's gonna send a jolt through us and wake us up, I think, a little bit.
It absolutely is.
You're not going to the air show party after this?
Oh, there's a party? I didn't get the invite. Rob, can I start with you?
Oh yeah, no, we'll make sure you got the invite.
Listen, we stay up late for a good party every now and then, okay?
Yeah.
Just like tonight, Thunder over Louisville. It is a big party down here at the waterfront. We're so excited to be part of it. And we're so excited to see the fireworks. We're looking at like an hour away. And we know that there's a lot that goes into staging everything on the bridge and in the barges that we've seen on the river tonight.
Yeah, a few days ago, we actually saw the forklifts that were being transported down to put those fireworks onto the bridge and onto the barges. Our Blakely McHugh gives us a look.
When you think of Thunder over Louisville, there's one thing that comes to mind.
But what you probably don't think of, forklifts. You want to talk about a very unique project? This is it. I mean, this is something that you wouldn't even think of being a possibility. Forklifts from Clark Material Handling Company are playing an important role in this year's fireworks show. You see this contraption? It's the brainchild of the company, and it's helping keep Thunder over Louisville as big and momentous as people expect it to be. Without the bridge, I think Thunder would just be a big fireworks show. With the bridge, Thunder is Thunder. At the end of 2024, restrictions were put in place on the 2nd Street Bridge. It made it so that traditional fireworks equipment couldn't be positioned like it had in previous years. There needed to be a way to hold the fireworks over that position without putting weight on it. Forklifts were the answer to it. Tonight, 30 of these specially outfitted forklifts will line the bridge. Each of them engineer the platforms to hold fireworks safely over the river, allowing crews to recreate the bridge effects that fans have come to know and love. To come together and do a very unique engineering project and then be able to help out the community and be able to save a part of the show, I think we're just happy to do it. In Louisville, Blakely McHugh, WLKY News.
Okay, let's go up to the command center as we're getting ready on the countdown to let all those fireworks go. Addie.
That's right, Rick. I've got Zach Tamanosian right here with me with Zambelli Fireworks. They're the ones that you want to talk to tonight. Zach, what all are we going to see tonight? I know it's going to be a great show.
We're going to see a big show, lots of fireworks, lots of exciting new effects. We've got a special tribute, this being the approach to the nation's 250th birthday that we're excited for, and we're ready for it.
I'm here. I heard something maybe about an American flag. I don't know.
Maybe.
Stay tuned. I don't know. I don't want to give away too much, but maybe, you know. And you guys have been doing this for 36 years. Why do you all want to keep coming back?
Because this is a great canvas. I mean, the city of Louisville, the bridge. It's one of our favorite places to shoot. It's an amazing show.
Yeah, and I mean, how different is it from other traditional fireworks shows do you guys do?
Well, we have the huge span of the bridge. We have these huge barge frontages, 2 positions on the Ohio River. It's just an excellent way to show what we're able to do.
Man, I know you were out there. What'd you say you were doing? You were spotting the barges right now?
Spotting the barges.
There you go. So we're almost done right now. We got to let the man get back to his job because everybody wants to watch the fireworks here. In 57 minutes, we are less than an hour away, Rick and Vicky. I cannot wait.
I can't wait. We're looking forward to it. And those barges are beautiful out there on the Ohio River right now. The lights are on them. It looks so serene and peaceful out there.
Yeah. Gonna be exploding coming up shortly. And you know, Vicky, you mentioned it earlier. Before the fireworks, we've got the drone show, and that is a spectacular event in itself. So we have something to look forward to before the fireworks.
And they keep adding more and more drones each and every year. So I can't wait.
Drones when this show we started this years ago. Right.
Fantastic.
Oh, to be on that barge.
How pretty that is. What a gorgeous shot. That's WLKY News Chopper there. What a beautiful sight.
Good job, Dakota.
Yeah, this is looking good. Folks, we're glad you're with us on Thunder Night. We'll take a break and we'll come back. And we're going to have the fireworks coming up shortly and the drone show. All of that right here on WLKY. Yeah, exactly. And the Clark Memorial Bridge.
This is so wonderful, people. Thank you all very much for watching this. And thank you all that made a trip to Thunder over Louisville today, from wherever you came from. If you haven't made it to Thunder over Louisville, maybe next year you and your family can make it to Thunder over Louisville. After you watch this show, it'd be nice if I didn't have to hit the mute button. 24, I got in trouble because of the music that went off with the fireworks. I didn't get a strike, but they kind of stopped my video. put that video on probation, you could say. But to me, that violates my First Amendment as a reporter and a citizen of the United States. But tonight, when you see the fireworks, it's going to be muted because of the music. After the fireworks is over, I will unmute it because it's fun to watch the traffic jam leaving Thunder over in Louisville. I don't know if they show Indiana or I know they show Kentucky. But for some reason this year, WLKY did not show anybody from the Indiana side. I don't know why. Maybe somebody from WLKY can explain that in their news. But, I'm just letting you know what I'm planning to do where I won't get in trouble. This is a wonderful thing for Kentuckiana.
Back to WLKY's coverage of Thunder over Louisville. What a beautiful shot there of downtown Louisville and the horizon there.
To the left of that light, people, you see, that's where the locks is.
The traffic has not been too bad, and the weather's great.
Yeah, and I was just talking to my son. He made it down here in no time at all. So I think you still have some time if you want to try it. But yeah, that was a beautiful,
but that's
beautiful
the Louisville, Kentucky side.
Still watching a little bit of patchy light rain near Hartford in Ohio County.
But I wonder, is there anybody on the Indiana side? I can't understand that there ain't nobody on the Indiana side. Well, there's the Indiana side. That's the Colgate Clock.
There in the Ohio River. Clark Memorial Bridge will be a scene of waterfall of fireworks coming off it. That's one of the special features every year.
Well, I see red and blue lights over on the Indiana side. Maybe there is people on the Indiana side. Colgate Clock, you see that clock, that's in Clarksville.
All the fireworks smoke. Where's it going to go? Right towards the Louisville side of the Ohio River.
Oh boy!
So, but it should scour out pretty quickly. It's just not going to hang, so it should be a great show, no matter where folks have.
There's the 2nd Street Bridge, but I don't see the cannons up there. Where's the cannons that the Army always had up there? They always had a TV reporter up there.
There's a family behind Thunder. Andy Creed and her family are behind this production here. Megan Matthews spoke with them earlier.
When we say it's a family affair, it's really a family affair.
On the 24th floor of the Gold House in the command center is a family tradition for Mandy Creed. She's a 2nd-generation director of Thunder.
The drone show will cue them and all the music. We have the audio and the announcers out on the balconies, so that will go throughout the venue, as well as we keep the air show schedule, and then we cue the fireworks from here as well.
Creed knows she learns from the best. Her dad, Tim Creed. He helped not only start, but also direct Thunder over Louisville for more than 20 years.
I grew up Thunder. There are pictures of me sitting on Lane's lap somewhere watching the fireworks. So yeah, it was always a dream of mine to direct Thunder someday and follow in my dad's footsteps.
Creed shared family photos of her time in the command center with her dad over the years. Her earliest childhood memories are from the event she shared with her family, including when it was held at the old Cardinal Stadium.
The pre-Thunder at Cardinal Stadium, and they did it from the press booth, and my grandparents took me, and had to climb up the stairs to the press booth to be able to watch the fireworks after the Reds game.
But if you think the family connection stops there, you're wrong. Creed's cousin Matt is the air boss for Thunder, and her uncle Riley and cousin John help with the installation of the control room.
Yeah, it's been a journey for sure.
Now a mother, Creed hopes the family tradition continues with her 16-year-old son. But until it's time to pass the torch, Creed and the rest of her family will be behind the scenes, helping to make memories for hundreds of local families at Thunder over Louisville. Megan Matthews at WLKY.
Nice. Behind the scenes is always interesting, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
We are anxious and excited. Addie Miners is in the command center. Addie, we cannot wait for this to get going here.
That's right, Vicki, and I've got one of the luckiest people, or, I would say the luckiest people here at Thunder this year. This is Carol Irving. She is going to be the official Thundernator. Show us the shirt. Yeah, the Thundernator. That's right. Carol, when you found out that you got to be the Thundernator this year, what was your reaction?
I was on my way to work and I pulled over and she told me everything I wanted. I was so excited. I was like 10 minutes late. I got a point for being late, but I thought I don't care.
Doesn't matter. I gotta be the Thundernator. I mean, and you said this is your first Thunder too.
Thunder.
So what are you expecting tonight?
Everything so far has been so big. I'm like, I have never expected it to be like this. This is crazy.
Just wait till you see the fireworks.
I know, I can't wait.
And you're gonna be the person that's turning the key. What's that gonna be like?
It'll be great. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be fantastic. And I've got, actually, we were just talking about Mandy Creed on TV. Now we've got her in person. She's gonna. This is cool, right? TV. So, Mandy, run through exactly what Carol's gonna be going through here in about 48 minutes.
Yeah, so Wayne's gonna come and arm the system. And in about a minute 30, it's gonna start going through its checks and balances of all the systems. So you'll see each one of them will call and say go. So we'll go all the way through the list. And then it'll start the 10-second countdown. And when I touch your side of your arm, all you have to do is turn that key. Not right now.
See, I keep saying press the button, and they're like, no. Don't press the button, right? So don't listen to me.
Okay.
Do you think you can handle that?
I think I can turn a key.
There you go. You think we can handle it, guys? Look at that, 47 minutes. We are almost to firework time. We cannot wait to see in about 47. I just keep checking the clock because I wanted to get closer and closer.
Exactly. We agree. It's time to get your snacks in. Do whatever you need to do. Get settled on the sofa and watch these fireworks.
The final countdown.
You're right.
Hey, we're going to have some fireworks before the fireworks, but they have meanings, kind of like the missing man formation that they had with the planes. But these fireworks are in honor. It's happening in 2 minutes, but the fireworks are in honor of those lost in the UPS tragedy last year who were part of the heartbeat of this city.
That's right. We will see those when that starts in about 3 minutes, they said. Look at that view there. There's that clock we're talking about. It is nice to see that. What a landmark.
And then
The river, is that Lynn
Family Stadium. You
Then
can
we
see
got
the Meyer
the
Friend
fun
Zone.
festival over there with the
No, that's Slugger Field there.
Ferris wheel going.
You know, we were talking about the fact that it would probably be a late arriving crowd just because of the weather conditions. Everybody's a little bit unsure what's really going to be happening. Well, I mean, the rain is kind of staying away. We're drying things up a little bit.
God does work in mysterious ways, people.
More and more hands, more and more folks coming down, which is great to see, obviously.
Certainly, Sam Carter has been roaming the crowd today for us. Let's see what kind of mischief he got himself into. Sam?
There may not be a better place to watch the fireworks that are coming up real soon than the Gold House, especially facing the 2nd Street Bridge. And the company, and really the man behind all of this, is George Zembelli. You are the owner, CEO, president of Zembelli Fireworks. This is the granddaddy of all fireworks displays anywhere.
It certainly is. And, what would be is better than starting to celebrate American 250 with the granddaddy of fireworks here in Louisville.
America is synonymous with fireworks, and Belly is synonymous with fireworks. The two make a perfect marriage. You guys have a very special connection to Louisville. Talk to us about that, because Louisville has a very special place in your heart.
We love Louisville, and I think Louisville loves Zambelli fireworks. My dad did the first show 36 years ago here in Louisville, and we've been doing it ever since. And it's a labor of love, and we love the legacy, and we love Thunder this year in the USA.
Absolutely. Thunder in the USA couldn't have a better theme because of USA 250, Thunder 37, celebrating all of it. Got to talk to you about this very briefly.
Fireworks can be fired in the rain. We have everything covered. And the only two conditions that would prevent the fireworks display would be lightning and nautical winds over 24 knots. And that decision would be made by the authority having jurisdiction.
But other than those two things, we're ready to rock. We're ready to go.
We're ready to go. We're locked and loaded.
That countdown is on, everybody. This is a truly exciting time. I feel like I'm meeting a king over here. He is George Zambelli of Zambelli Fireworks. The night sky is ready to light up. We'll send it back to you.
He is the king. Thank you, Sam. And as mentioned, we're going to have a heartfelt tribute coming up to those that lost their lives in the UPS crash on November the 4th, the 3 pilots, and the 12 people that were killed on the ground.
They were a heartbeat of the city. It's also a tribute to fallen Kentucky and Indiana service members, representing all who serve and sacrifice.
People, this is what Thunder over Louisville is about. All the great people, all the planes, all the people that comes to Thunder over Louisville, all the work is put into it, everything that your police, EMS, fires, your medics, your hospitals, your police officers, WLKY TV, all the work they put into it to bring it to us on TV, YouTube, and any other place they put it on. But thank you all very much for the great job you do for Thunder over Louisville and for the people of Kentucky today, for everything you've done to make this possible today. And also thank God for the good weather that we got right now. Wish it was warmer, because there would be over 500,000 people there. We might get it, but we don't know how many people is on the Indiana side. They haven't showed it for this year. I don't know why. It's hard to understand why there ain't no reporters on the Indiana side for WLKY. But people, you need to bring your family next year or whenever you can make it to Thunder over Louisville. It's a great show for everybody in all ages. You'll love it. You ain't going to see fireworks like this any place in the United States, I don't think, or maybe on the planet. This is the biggest fireworks show in the area. At the great
Welcome back to Thunder over Louisville. It is officially after dark, and the party is just getting started. We are getting close to the fireworks. The countdown is on, and we're going to see some night flying.
I think that sounds
sounds familiar that just passed by us. So we've seen this airplane today, but now we're going to see it tonight. So Matt Youngkin is back. He's famous for this act. He is going to take the airplane he flew earlier, the Twin Beach, and he's maneuvering at night. He's got a ton of lights on and everything. But, you know, what people don't realize is doing this at night is really, really hard. He doesn't have any night vision goggles or anything like that. He's doing it all off of visual references. But now he has to pay attention to his attitude indicator because it's really easy to get disoriented at night at where the lights are. And especially if the weather is so-so, then you got to be close and watch.
When did he start doing this act?
I don't know, but he was crazy when he started.
I was going to say, this is wild.
Yeah, and it's really neat to see all the lights on the aircraft as he's maneuvering around. But he's going inverted. He's not just flying level around at night. He's doing rolls. If he can go over the top with the weather, he'll do that as well. And it's you know, most of my combat sorties were at night, so I feel pretty comfortable flying at night. But I don't know if I'd feel comfortable doing a low altitude aerobatic show at night like he is.
This is so cool to watch. And you can see there all the different lights on the aircraft. And I can see a lot of folks starting to look back up saying, hey, the show's not over.
And looking at that, what modifications were done to the plane for night shows like this?
Well, lighting. He's done a ton of different lighting things. You know, lighting up in the front of the engines, the lights on the side, how his wings are lit up and everything. Inside the cockpit, he's got to have some additional cockpit lighting that's going to allow him to tone it down enough so you don't lose your night vision, right? Because night vision matters for pilots now as well, too. So he's been able to do a lot of that and do this incredible performance.
It's almost like the lights are making the smoke change colors.
I thought it looked like afterburners almost because you have the strobe effect reflecting off of the smoke. So it kind of looked like a little bit like the trail of the afterburners on the F-16. That is true. It does. Except, you know, that's more of a reddish flame as opposed to the orange and blue flame of an afterburner. But it does look like it. But if he had afterburners, those wings would be ripped off really quick.
If I could hear him flying behind us right now, I'd think that was like a rocket ship just zooming through.
Well, I am sure that there are people throughout the county and across the river in Indiana that are going to be calling into news stations going, I just saw a UFO.
Yeah, you don't see anything like that often.
Rob, that's a UAP. Yeah. Sorry.
And look, is it just our perspective that's changing or light colors changing?
No, he's got light colors changing too. So it's amazing that he's able to get his aircraft to have all that lighting. The electrical system alone on that airplane has got to be significant for all that type of lighting that he's got going on.
Go ahead.
He's got to practice this somewhere. Where does he do that?
Well, he starts in the daytime, but no, it's most of the same routine that he does in the daytime. He's just doing it at night now. He's got all the lights to add on to him.
Do you know if he works on this himself in terms of like making the modifications to the plane?
He does. Yep. And so he'll work on the aircraft, but he'll also have, you know, everything that you do on an airplane's got to be checked by somebody that's licensed airframe and power plant person and signed off. And then all of these every airplane that flew today, all of them were inspected by the FAA before they got to fly into the aerobatic box. So over the whole week, the FAA's been coming out doing inspections, including on the military aircraft as well. They'll make sure that they're all good to go for the shows that they do.
Well, it is so cool to see, especially at nighttime, and a treat too before we start those fireworks, which are now 37 minutes away.
Can you believe it? We've had a great day of watching these aircraft go through the sky when we weren't sure how this was going to play out.
Well, you know, it's a neat experience to see an air show because really, when you stop and think about it, America is an air power nation. We travel by air, we do goods and services by air, we fight by air, and so it's important for us to do air shows to encourage the young people of this country to seek careers in aviation. And it's more than just the flyers, right? It's the people that fix the airplanes, design the airplanes, that control the airplanes. You know, all the coordination on the air traffic control centers and the towers and the airfields. We've got people all over the city that are involved in aviation. And Louisville is a transportation city, right? We exist as a city today because of transportation. We needed the river transportation. Then the railroad bridges over the Ohio, and now UPS. You know, we're an air hub.
And when you get all the people that help and assist that, that it's affected all of our lives. I'm still friends with my teachers. I've got a teacher watching tonight. Judy Pollard was my English teacher, and she critiques every year, right? We try to say bad words, but that's what makes the city great. That's what makes this show so great. All right, well, we're excited. Finishing out the air show with the Twin Beach 18, all lit up at night with pilot Matt Yokin. And we are excited because we are about 30 minutes away from the fireworks. 30 minutes has some change. We're just getting excited over here. All right, stick around for Thunder Over Louisville on WLKY.
People, I hope you enjoy this. Give me the thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed. And I appreciate you all tonight, no matter where you're watching it from. Because this is a great thing for Kentuckiana. And this is real great, people. If you can, in the future, see if you can get your family to come to Thunder Over Louisville. You won't be disappointed. In the fireworks, the planes, you won't be disappointed. And I appreciate you all that watch this. And I really enjoyed you all tonight. Plus, I told you hours ago to pray to God to no rain, get this ceiling up where the planes can go up and do more things. I'm sorry that the P-51 Mustang didn't show up tonight, and they do the flyby with the P-51 Mustang and the F-16 and a couple other planes I forget. But I missed the flyby this year. But maybe next year, if everything holds up, if I'm alive next year, I'll share it again. And I just want to help out Kentuckiana, where people will come and watch us on the Kentucky side and the Indiana side. And I like to see anywhere from 500,000 to 900,000 people come to Thunder Over Louisville. And it would be great for you to bring you and your family, grandkids, everything to Thunder Over Louisville. I believe I heard him say they have 7 events between now and the Kentucky Derby, a bed race, and running race. Maybe, I can't remember what they all have. And I appreciate you all for watching and being part of my family. And I love you all. Thank for all you people, the police officers, the EMTs, paramedics, the hospitals, your fire department, WLKY people out there helping us make this a possible thunder over Louisville tonight in 2026.
Getting on that ride, a little Ferris wheel going, all kinds of lights. Oh, that looks good. Hey, folks, it's been a rough day weather-wise, but it is still really good out here for
the skies have cleared. They are going to stay clear now, right, Jay?
Yeah, as far as rain goes, I don't think we're going to see much in the way of rain. And you know what?
That's the Kentucky side, people.
Get your phones ready, folks. We're getting ready for a minor moment. We're going to demonstrate what you got to do. They're all going to be doing it. Get ready.
Jay can't even find his phone.
Let's go down the minor moment.
Find your phone. There you go.
Jay can't even find his phone. I'm telling you what.
It's time for Minor Moment. We want everyone here tonight to help us light up the waterfront as we celebrate the Kentucky Derby Festival. Kentucky side, Indiana side. Let's see what you got. Turn on your flashlights, light up your phones, and get your glow sticks. Let's see how bright you can make it right now. Go ahead and light me up. Light me up. Light me up.
I got to turn the music off. That's Kentucky side. That's over by 64. But where's Indiana side? Where's Indiana side, people? That's still Kentucky side. How come they're not showing Indiana side? That makes me mad because I'm from Indiana and I haven't seen one Indiana side.
This is such a neat thing, my guy. This is so cool. You're here from Cincinnati this evening. Right. Now, your wife was telling me this is not the coldest thunder you've ever been to.
No, it is not. There was one year we were in winter coats.
But you've been out here a couple of hours. Drone show going to light up the sky in just about 10 minutes. Going to be very cool. Drone show fireworks. Which one are you looking forward to most?
Fireworks.
Horse.
Grand finale right here. Right?
Oh, so you guys have the best spot in the place for it. How much arm twisting did it take to get him out here? To get you out here?
Not any. No.
Stop. Guys, let's do one more shot of the great lawn right now. Look at how amazing.
Where's Indiana side?
We are going to see you guys really soon, but the next time we see you, there in the night sky here in Louisville, we'll be alive with drones.
I want to know where's Indiana side. How come they discriminating against the Indiana side?
These are not our normal hours, so we're having fun with our Meyer moment with our phones right now. I'm glad that everybody's getting a taste of what we get with Sam Carter every morning. Because he brings that same energy you've seen all day to the morning show. So if you don't watch WLKY Morning News, you should now, because you get the same energy.
I mean, high energy, you guys. And Rob, we've invited you to come and hang with us too.
Oh, I'm gonna come hang. I just gotta come hang at 4:30 in the morning. You guys know that your energy's off the charts when I'm the adult supervision in the room, right?
Yeah, and we haven't even been drinking anything but coffee and water.
I know. Isn't that sad? Yeah.
Do we pile on the coffee when we're actually like at work in the morning time? Actually, I think I might have gone over my caffeine limit today.
Oh, for sure.
Just living two lives.
Trying to stay awake late into the night.
It was that additional latte that you did, I think.
Yeah.
I've never seen somebody drink an entire 20-ounce latte that fast.
Yes, time to pay.
It was chilly.
It was very chilly, and the coffee is keeping us warm. I think some of the folks out in the crowd are drinking more than coffee and water. But hey, enjoy. It's Derby season, folks.
I think that the kickoff has gone swimmingly so far, and we are not even done yet. We've got the drone show coming. We've got the fireworks that are going to kick off, so we're only getting started here in Derby City. It looks like they're having fun, man.
Right? We were so fixated on the planes because it ended up being a fantastic air show. I mean, yeah, we had a little hiccup early on. The drone show has been such a fan favorite over the past couple of years that, I mean, that and the run up to the fireworks, I'm really looking forward to. We're just a few minutes away.
Yeah, I've had family members who don't live here tune in just to see us today in the air show, and they're going to get to see the fireworks. And it really makes me so proud to be here in Louisville and show everybody what we're all about. It really does highlight the city in such a beautiful way.
It is a great time of year to be from Louisville.
It is.
For sure.
I mean, who else has 2 weeks of nonstop fun? Yesterday at the Their Off Luncheon, the Churchill Downs president talked about how the Super Bowl has 70,000 people. They entertain 400,000. We do 4 Super Bowls, 5 Super Bowls the week of Derby. So we do it well. Yes, we do. And starting with Thunder over Louisville, guys, we are your home. Happy to be here tonight, bringing you those fireworks here in just a few minutes. Stick around for more Thunder over Louisville coverage.
Thank you all for subscribing, the thumbs up, and being the great family on here tonight and being polite. I appreciate you all very much. The only thing I ask you all to do, if you can, make it to Thunder over Louisville with your family and your grandkids, your nieces and nephews, your brothers and sisters. Come to Thunder over Louisville next year. Let's get it up to 800,000 to 900,000 people on both sides of the river. Make it a vacation time. That's what I like to see you all do. Come to Thunder over Louisville on 27. And like I say, by watching this, you will see what Thunder over Louisville is all about. I want you all to come. There's people that gets engaged doing Thunder over Louisville. There have been people over 30 some odd years been getting engaged, or they got married at Thunder over Louisville. That is very good, people. But it's a good thing to come during Thunder over Louisville. To get a motel room, you gotta book it now for next year. Especially if you go to the golf house. And like I say, I'm not getting paid for none of this. It'd be nice, but I'm not. I'm not making no money off of it. So.
It's playing, the winds have calmed, no rain falling right now. We are waiting for the fireworks and the drone show here at Thunder over Louisville.
Look at that beautiful live picture right there, gang. I mean, it's just getting better and better. The hype is increasing. It's going to be great.
That's right. The drone show that first started in 2021 with about 100 drones and has grown year by year, hundreds each year. So we're expecting more than 500 drones this year.
It's amazing what they can do with those drones. Plus the fireworks show in less than 22 minutes away. Hey, before we get away, we need to say thank you.
Thank you.
Big Sully Sullivan.
A member of the WLKY team every 4 years.
Yes, every 4 years. I look forward to coming back. It's been an honor to be here with y'all and just start talking about something that I've enjoyed for doing more than 40 years, is flying air.
Well, we couldn't do the air show without you.
No,
I know so so much about all of these aircraft and the pilots. We really appreciate it.
It's just interesting the things you pick up over 40 years of just experiencing meeting people that fly and the different types of airplanes and the different environments you fly in. It's just so much fun, and the people are just incredible. Some not so much as more than others, but for the most part, they're all really exciting and interesting and incredibly smart people. I mean, it's just amazing.
How smart those pilots are.
A lot of test engineers and people that support flying the airplanes, they're pretty, they can surprise the heck out of you.
So you want to do the weather for me anytime? Feel free.
Fantastic, I'd love to. Hey, a nice forecast. It's clearing up, and it's going to be wonderful for the show.
There you go.
Hey, Paul, as you look over your right shoulder, it's good to dream. You grew up right over there in Jeffersonville.
I know. Can you believe that? Who'd have thought that back then I'd be here right now today?
We're just disappointed that three of us didn't ever have a chance to fly on one of the commercial airliners you were flying to surprise you.
That would have been awesome.
It would have been great, yes.
Or the F-16.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's okay.
I'd love to take you guys up to the F-16.
I'll just go on that other jet.
Hey, Uncle Lynn, thank you.
Hey,
Thank you so much, buddy.
So much pleasure to hang out with you guys.
Folks, get ready. The drone show's about to take flight.
Seconds away.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful. And then the Thunder over Louisville fireworks. Enjoy the drones.
Stories untold.
Sorry, people, they're playing music.
You know, we're walking towards the marine that he disconnected. We're going to try to reconnect. The same thing the other day with Andrew Jeff.
Liberty Bell. We the people.
Realizing there's several cars in front of
Well, you're robbing the meat.
Did you go ahead and run it down Webster and attach it?
Is it done? Also, it's more time. So, on the side. Yeah, they still got the music on, people. Sorry, but I can't do it.
Try this. Tell me what you think.
Supposed to be watermelon?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Got a little hint of it, but
Ain't got enough watermelon in it.
yeah. It tastes like, I guess, metal watermelon.
You can't buy that with food stamps, I don't think.
It's water. God damn, that's nasty.
What's that supposed to be, people? Maybe a rocket? Kitty Cats is doing okay, sweet. Hello. I didn't know you could do this with all the drones, people. This makes the second, third year they've done this. That's me up there dancing, people. The Pegasus. Mega 250. Boy, that's beautiful. There's me and Foxy Lady up there in the sky. Do we look beautiful there, Foxy Lady? Boy, there's the American flag. God bless America, people. That's funny how they can get drones to do something like that. What do you all think of that drone show? No, that's pretty good thunder over Louisville, people. Next will be the fireworks. But the music, I would mute it. I guess you can watch fireworks without music. But you know how YouTube is on copyright strikes. And I don't want to get a copyright because of the music.
I gotta say, guys, this has kind of been a really nice part of the night after the air show. Kind of just takes your breath away. And then the music and the drones get you all amped up just before the fireworks. Yeah, it's a perfect addition to the Thunder show and the fireworks that we, right before we see the fireworks, also perfectly synced to music. We were kind of singing, jamming back here with the show. You see the Pegasus that they created right there that looks just like the Pegasus pin. So it's the official symbol of the Kentucky Derby Festival. That's really cool to see as well.
It's the kickoff to Derby season, Ellen. It's been a great one. I mean, yeah, the weather hasn't been perfect, but it hasn't been terrible either. We've been able to get everything up in the air, and including the drone show, which was really cool. The three-dimensional effects, too, are really, really neat. It caught Rob's attention when it looked like, what do you think that plane was? An F-15? Wasn't a 16.
No, it was. You can't replicate an F-16 with drones for crying out loud.
Not this year.
No, it is kind of neat to see, a shift to the future, right? So we've seen drones that are so much active in so many things, from combat to, observation of natural disaster areas. So it's kind of neat to see what we can do with the drones, but they'll never replace pilots completely. Yeah, so, think about it. Are you going to get in an airliner flown by a remote thing, or do you want a pilot on board? So
I get it. But there's also these Waymo now too.
Oh yeah, the car.
Yeah. But no, Rob, we can never replace you.
No.
Not on our set, not at Thunder Over Louisville. We are so grateful that you've joined us all day long, and year after year that we have it, you join us and you give us just your expertise, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah, you really break it down and you explain things in such an easy way. You also give us perspective that we wouldn't otherwise have. So we appreciate you.
Well, thank you all very much. It's great to be here. You guys are a fun group to be with. I think we had a better time over here today than they did over there.
can't say you're wrong. And you got your Thunder Sticks.
Yeah.
We introduced those. We have to take credit, because you introduced the Thunder Sticks for the first time ever on WLKY. Thunder Over Louisville.
Let me see. Let's practice. He's trying to teach me some formations.
Okay, so
that's definitely not it. But
there you go. That's good, right? So tilt just a little bit more so they can see. There you go. Perfect. All right. Yeah. Well, we'd say 2 get back in formation.
Okay.
But,
Get back in formation.
It's such a great event, like we've talked about. It was fun working with Sully. Again, too, we were able to do a little bit back and forth. We're F-16 pilots. We know we're cool, but we like to talk about everything else that's going on and think about all the people that make this festival work. We've got all the airshow people, the Thunder people that are putting this together, all of our first responders. I got a text from a friend that's in the Emergency Operations Center, Kelly Jones. They were watching it on the big screen in the Emergency Operations Center here. It's always a great thing to be a part of this, work with fun people doing a great thing. So thank you all very much for having me.
Well, thank you again. We're excited. We are going to send it to the command center where they are probably in a tizzy as they get ready to send the fireworks off. Addie, we are looking at a little bit of a delay, though. That's right, Alex. Just a little bit of a delay. It was a little bit, I wouldn't even say hectic. It was fine. Everyone's still kind of hanging out. I don't want anyone to freak out because the fireworks is still going on. Don't worry. I've got you right here. I've got the answers. Look at Mandy. She's laughing. She's not stressed. Come on. It's fine. What happened? Explain it.
It's the weather, right? We had some trouble with the air show because of it. The cold front came through. It got windy. One barge had a little bit of trouble getting into position and just need a little bit more time. So we just decided to reset for a 10-minute delay to give it some time. And it's now into position, ready to go. And we are
7 minutes. Here we go. So nobody freak out. Everybody calm down. The fireworks are coming. Look at Whitney's laughing because it's all smiles in here. We're happy. We're good. The command center vibes are fantastic. But I want to know, over to Sam Carter down on the ground. Sam, what are the vibes like down there? Is everyone excited?
They're getting vibes right now. Everything, the spirits ratcheting up. Even this 10-minute delay, not affecting anything. The music blaring. Everybody's rocking. These guys dancing. Everything is kosher and cozy down here. Got a ton of people with us. They're all rocking and rolling. We're doing songs down there. I love it. What's your name?
No.
How was the drone show?
It was amazing.
It was amazing, wasn't it? We're doing it? We're doing it? Oh, there. I love it. That's what we do here. We're versatile like that. Fireworks are going to start any minute now, and it is going to be a great show. If it's anything like the drone show, it's going to blow you away. See you guys in a little bit. But Alex and Karen, what was your favorite part of that drone show? I liked when the horse came across.
I like the Pegasus spin, but I like Sam down at the party too. The music is loud, and then Sam's getting selfies. He's out with the fans, with the folks who are ready for the fireworks show. I don't think that crowd is upset about a delay.
I don't think they are either.
No.
Don't worry about it. It's going to be fine.
Plenty of chow wagon to explore. Lots going on down there that they can use to refresh themselves between now and fireworks time. I think we're looking at about 6 minutes until that.
I'm hopeful too. These clouds that we've been dealing with all day, I was kind of thinking that they may reflect the lights of the fireworks a little bit. So I'm wondering if it's going to be a little brighter just because you'll catch that a little more than if it was a clear sky. So
Yeah, that would be
an interesting twist coming our way, maybe.
We also heard Matt Gibson say earlier that fireworks like cold weather.
Really?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Very interesting.
Well, there you go. And then you've got the waterfall that we can't wait to see.
It's literally going to be right up our shoulder.
Oh, we got a prime spot. It's going to be amazing here. Look at the view of downtown Louisville, all lit up. It's going to get even brighter, folks, in just a few minutes when those fireworks start to go off. You're going to be able to see them from probably miles away. But the best view in the house is right here at the waterfront in downtown Louisville. And, of course, on the Witherspoon set.
And I was going to say, really, from your couch at home, watching WLKY, I got to say, there probably is not a better seat in the house. Seeing that is a warm show. It's a warm seat. You get to see everything so crystal clear and perfect and hang out with us. So we're pumped about that. Think about when we take those sky shots of downtown Louisville, we've got people watching from Slugger Field tonight. We've got people watching from Lynn Family Stadium. Gosh, the lawns in the area stretched across. And we're even taking a look. Can you guys tell what that is?
It's a boat. I don't know which boat. It looks.
I think that's one of the tugs that's getting the barges into place.
Okay.
Yeah. And we don't know if this is the rogue barge that had a little extra trouble with, I'm guessing, some wind and some choppy conditions that was on the river earlier. But it looks like things are going well, and it sounds like the countdown is just fine. So we'll be looking forward to it. You know, you mentioned people watching from all over the city. We no doubt have people watching on our live stream on WLKY.com, the mobile app, our very local app as well. I've gotten emails before that people say, you know, they live overseas or they're deployed overseas and they're watching. So for those of you who are, we're so glad that you're tuned in from wherever you're watching across the country and the world. So looking forward to bringing you a fantastic fireworks show here in just about, what, 4-ish minutes?
Yeah, I think we've shown anything today that it would be Louisville still turns out to get the job done and throw a good party like Thunder over Louisville. We know we're having a great time. Guys, how y'all doing at the Belvedere set?
We're doing great. Yeah. We agree with you that the best seat in the house is on your sofa watching WLKY, but if you're down here, the best seat is at the Belvedere because, Matt, you can see those towboats very well.
And we've got less than 2 minutes, and you know when they have AC/DC and Thunder coming on, they're getting ready. Carol Irvin is the Thunderator. She's from Dayton, Kentucky. She will be igniting the fireworks, and it's going to light the sky up. And here we go. We've all waited for it, right?
Jay, speaking of those fireworks, you said earlier that the smoke was going to come our way. That's
it is. It's going to go towards the Louisville side, no question about it. But it'll clear out pretty quickly. It's going to be a fantastic show. And as the other crew was talking about, yes, the cool air does enhance the colors. So it should be a fantastic fireworks show.
But people, when they shoot the fireworks off, I'm going to mute because of the music.
Next week, the mini and marathon. It's an exciting time of year to be in Louisville.
And if you have not seen this fireworks show before, you're in for a treat because this is the
I wish I could share the music, but YouTube get on me.
About to be on the edge of their seat because the countdown is on. 30 seconds to go.
A lot of smiles must be going on time.
Yep, they're ready.
The Thundernator's there.
Carol Irvin.
She's got her orders.
Kentucky.
She knows what to do.
Wayne Hetchers, give her the last instructions. 15 seconds. Enjoy the fireworks show, folks. We know we're going to.
We'll see you on the other side.
Ain't that beautiful, people? The reason I mute that because the music they play.
Indiana Victor Lincoln 6443 International Near Corporate. I believe that's going to be the vehicle you're on. Switch up an RL. Clear. What's the address on that? 2839. It's showing 160 Maple Leaf Road, Medford, Indiana.
Yeah, they still got the music.
Yeah, it'll be last year sometime, I believe, October 14th.